Coming to terms with the nation. Ethnic classification in modern China. Thomas S. Mullaney. With a foreword by Benedict Anderson. This book is dedicated to my parents, Tom and Mary Mullaney, to whom I owe everything. Contents. Introduction. 1. Identity crisis in post-imperial China. 2. Ethnicity as language. 3. Plausible communities. 4. The consent of the categorized. 5. Counting to 56. Conclusion, a history of the future. Appendix A, Ethnotaxonomy of Yunnan, 1951. According to the Yunnan Nationalities Affairs Commission. Appendix B, Ethnotaxonomy of Yunnan, 1953. According to the Yunnan Nationalities Affairs Commission. Appendix C, Minzu Entries, 1953 to 1954 Census, by population. Appendix D, Classification Squads, Phases 1 and 2. Appendix E, Population sizes of groups researched during Phase 1 and Phase 2. Forward. When considering the fairly recent rise of identity politics, in which one can easily get the impression that a person's identity has usurped his or her soul, it is useful to recall that it is strictly laic and relational, rather than metaphysical and absolute. An identity is a naive or strategic response to an external inquiry, and its content necessarily determined by who asks the questions, when and where, and what the answerer imagines he or she can guess about the kind of answer that is expected or demanded. Asked by a Bangkok interviewer who he is, a citizen of Thailand is unlikely to answer a Thai. A Southerner is much more likely. But a Thai would be the right answer to immigration officials in Tokyo. The same man, happening to spend time in Indiana, is likely to say I'm an Asian, if he had reason to suppose that the local Indianans he meets have never heard of Thailand. He is in their country, a very powerful one, and he feels he needs to adapt to their expectations. He will never speak of himself as an Asian in his own country. The oncoming 220th anniversary of the institution of the census in 2010 is a good moment for reflecting on its checkered history and Janus-like character. One face, signifying human progress and the advance of democracy, was there at the start. In 1790, the infant American Republic was the first state to experiment with it. It was understood as necessary for the Republican project in which citizens, not monarchs, were to be sovereign, and their preferred leaders to be elected. The census was seen as essential for a fair electoral system, even if women were barred from voting for another almost 130 years, until 1850 were not even tallied, since they could not be household heads, which was the target of the counting. To suit the South, male black slaves were counted as 3/5 of a person, even if they could not vote. Their numbers gave their masters a greater number of seats in the legislature. But the logic of the election-connected census pointed ahead to successive stages of emancipation, not completed till the 1960s. The American example was first copied in Europe by the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, and France, all then run by oligarchies, but with political progress up ahead. It is significant of this electoral thrust that the American Bureau of the Census was not installed as a permanent, ceaselessly laboring arm of the state until 1902. The other face of the census was its growing function as a crucial bureaucratic instrument for systematic policy making. As time passed, the questions asked by the census, which included many questions about identity, continued to expand, for reasons that had very little to do with democratization. Still, in North America and Western Europe, the census takers were dealing with populations that were familiar and of relatively small size. But this was by no means the case in the vast, populous zones acquired, from the 1860s onward, by industrial imperialisms. The British Empire led the way, followed in due course by the French, Dutch, American, and Japanese. These colonial censuses were instituted strictly for policy-making purposes, and were seen as the best basis on which colonial subjects could be identified, classified, and continuously surveilled. It was by no means an easy task. The hardest part was devising a manageable classificatory system, though typically the coarsest base categories were simply race, religion, language use, and ethnicity. In British India, however, the imperialists were fascinated by the deep roots and complexities of caste, and tried to rationalize it conceptually for census purposes. Unexpectedly, the policy of identifying cross-subcontinent castes had the long-term consequence of refeeding these trans-Raj categories into competing political strata. Race was always tricky, especially after comparative philology showed that Sanskrit was a sort of ultimate ancestor to most European languages, allowing groups in both India and Ceylon to regard themselves as fellow Aryans, or quasi-whites. It was difficult to separate religion and race and ethnicity. If Hindu meant religious affiliation, then the dark-skinned Dravidians of the south were Hindu, but if Hindu was an ethnic marker they were to be excluded. The surveyors were befuddled by people who called themselves Hindu Muslims or Muslim Hindus, and it took time before this category, seen as impossibly illogical, disappeared from the census, if not from real life. In British Malaya there was the bureaucratically anguished question of whether Jews and Arabs were white, or. But as time passed, the census takers learned some new lessons and later tricks. For example, the results of the 1921 census in British Burma showed that the people of Mergui district, on the colony's southeastern border with Siam, spoke Burmese to a man. But in the census of 1931, all of a sudden 100,000 people in the district said that they spoke Mergui. Rangoon soon discovered that this eruption was caused by a casual change in the question asked. In 1921, as the nationalist movement was becoming a powerful political force, the question was, what is your maternal language? To which Burmese was the logical answer. But in 1931, the question became, what language do you use in everyday life? To which Mergui was the obvious reply. The colonial authorities learned this way that they could manipulate identities by framing their questions in different ways. An extraordinary and exemplary case is provided by the first two censuses held in the remote Himalayan territory of predominantly Buddhist Ladakh, about which the British had so little knowledge that they decided in 1911 to let the population have full freedom to identify themselves as they pleased. Imagine the horror of the bureaucrat when the actual counting started to show that they had on their hands 5,934 major groups and 28,478 secondary identifications. This would never do. Hence in the 1921 census, Delhi arbitrarily decided on 54 categories, from which each subject had to take one pick. A change of colonial masters could also have surprising effects. The Spanish Philippines got round to doing censuses very late, and the base categories were religion and race from peninsular Spaniards, mestizos, and Chinese down to natives. Ethnolinguistic groups simply did not appear. But the minute the Americans took over, they initiated a completely different system. The census managers drew on the experience of late 19th century America, which had experienced an unprecedented flood of immigrants from Europe and elsewhere, and so worked up an elaborate specification of savage and civilized ethnicities, from which the population could take their pick. There was no space for none of the above. So far we have been considering only colonial bureaucrats in colonial capitals. But their efforts were substantially assisted by others. First were the Christian missionaries, Protestant and Catholic, who obtained their converts substantially among remote, often upland, groups who were still animist, or mainly so, that is, not yet in the grip of Christianity's seasoned antagonists, Islam generally, and Hinduism and Buddhism more regionally. For the purposes of conversion, missionaries devoted years of their lives to mastering these people's languages, giving them Roman orthographies and compiling dictionaries. Second were young district officers and military men assigned to frontier zones. Unaware that radio and television awaited them in the not-too-distant future, they often fended off loneliness and boredom by amateur anthropology, archaeology, and books about travel and adventure. Last of all, chronologically, came professional social scientists, occurrent with the methods of comparative linguistics, anthropological theory, and so forth. This historical progression can be seen as a parallel trajectory to the two Lataic censuses discussed earlier. Thomas Mullaney's wonderful book gives the reader a first-class account of the contemporary developments in China, which was too large and formidable for any single arrogant power to colonize but a China whose borders abutted British India and Burma, French Indochina, and Russia USSR. His aim is to show why and how the vast former Qing Empire came to have, and officially celebrate, a limited number of mostly non-Han minorities under early communist rule. One can see that the rulers nosed out British Delhi, given that the limited number of ethnic minorities in China was 55, while the comparable figure for tiny Lataic was merely 54. One could say the founding era for this story covers the second and third decades of the 20th century. In 1911, the decaying Qing regime was overthrown and replaced by a republic. As we have seen, a republic, whatever its actual in situ deficiencies, draws its legitimacy and modernity out of a drastic shift of sovereignty from monarch to the national citizenry. Since the nationalist elites in China had no intention of relinquishing any part of the territorial legacy of the Manchus, it became necessary to start thinking about the non-Han portion of the imperial domain. The crucial outcome of a long debate among the literate Han was a fundamental shift in terminology, one centering on the concept of minorities. The Manchu regime did not like to think in terms of minorities, since they themselves were a tiny one. But minority, as a concept, was fundamentally tied to the idea of a citizenry and the logic of mathematics and voting. This goes back to Tocqueville in America, not France, and his fear of a tyranny of the majority, clearly born from censuses and popular elections. Minorities come into existence at the moment when electoral majorities can be counted. Though Chinese elites did not really think very much in an electoral vocabulary, they could not avoid a mathematical way of thinking about the citizenry of the republic, which included everyone on a notion ally equal basis. The traditional imperial Chinese notion of barbarians was no longer permissible. How could citizens be barbarian? Meantime, Chinese social science was born, not least because significant numbers of Han academics were returning from tip-top training in Europe, America, and Japan. The anthropologists among them, caught up in the currents of the time, nonetheless saw it among their tasks to understand these minorities. That Yunnan should have been a favorite site for study is understandable in this context. Tibet was too cold and too difficult to reach and breathe in, and Xinjiang was too Muslim and too arid. Yunnan was fabulously beautiful, had a perfect climate, and, best of all for the romanticism of early anthropology, was a sort of Eden, full of sensuous, bare-breasted, innocent women who were a special attraction for Puritan Confucian Han. Alas, Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek had no time for social scientists, especially those with romantic ideas, insisting that everyone in the Republic was simply Chinese, no minorities or majorities. On the other side of the 1930s political fence, the Communist Party, struggling to survive against Jiang's ferocious repression, retreated into the ex-empire's peripheries, and for progressive as well as strategic reasons committed itself to respect for the minorities and helping them as fellow citizens. Within 4 years of coming to power in Peking, the new regime organized its first census, partly following the Soviet model, but also because, by the 1950s, censuses were globally understood as unavoidable instruments of modern government. It is at this point that Mullaney's core analysis begins. In the flush of victory and still armed with the revolutionary spirit, the census organizers offered citizens a fairly free rein in self-identification. Peking, unaware of the example of Lataic, was taken aback to find the census registers replete with the names of roughly 400 would-be ethnic minorities, about 200 of which were domiciled in Yunnan. This would never do, not merely because it anticipated serious bureaucratic problems, but also, as Mullaney wryly indicates, because minimal representation of these peoples in the national legislature would require bodies with many thousands of members from all over the country. By luck, skill, and the passing of half a century, Mullaney was able to access almost all the secret documents, reports, anthropological notes, and field interviews that represent the story of how 400 would-be Minzu got squashed into the 55 official minorities accepted today. Here is where the social scientists, whom the Generalissimo had scorned, finally came into their own. They were the only group with the specialized skills required. Party codders, no matter how loyal and energetic, could not easily manage conceptual abstractions and analytic tasks. Taking Yunnan as his example, Mullaney tells us how the government sent off teams of such social scientists, old and young, to spend 6 months of intensive research, to be followed immediately by a decisive report on which minority policy making would thereafter be based. The research had two components, scientific and political. It is with the first that Mullaney has uncovered a magnificent irony, namely, that the framing of the research was based on the writings of an adventurous military officer from the British Empire. Henry Rodolph Davies, born in 1865, and highly educated, served in the Imperial Army first in the Old Raj and later in newly conquered Burma. He was a natural polyglot who mastered Hindustani and Persian, and over time made progress with Pashto, Chinese, and Burmese. He spent most of his 30s traveling about Yunnan, surveying, mapping, interviewing, and comparing. He was fascinated by the diversity of the province, as previous travelers had been, and worked up the outline of what one could call a preliminary, quite personal, but scientific classificatory system for conceptually mastering this diversity. Drawing on the discipline of comparative linguistics, studying dozens of basic word lists, he was able to divide into a relatively small number of language families what contemporary Chingazeters described in terms of barbarian tribes numbering in the hundreds. Even if the communities concerned had little awareness of their affiliations, science, with the help of imperialism, could see a logical and rational order. His book Yunnan, The Link Between India and the Yangtze, was published in 1909, just before the fall of the Manchus and the onset of the Republic, and it proved a lifelong model for Chinese social scientists interested in the country's peripheries. The political side of the research is, as Mullaney describes it, no less interesting. In this regard, the ghost of Murgui looms up. The social scientists might know the truth of Yunnan, but how were these new minorities to be persuaded of it? The author offers an instructive picture of how the researchers went about this task, in which a discreet coerciveness was sometimes necessary. They were helped by the concentrated and by then uncontested authority of the regime, and the local group's still rather dim conceptions of what the practical policy outcomes of the research would mean for themselves. What is moving in Mullaney's work is the wide range of his sympathies, for the social scientists, for the minority groups in Yunnan, for the local codders, who were powerful but out of their depth, and for the regime in perhaps its best period. No one is denounced and the narrative is flavored with a gentle irony. What we do not see, as it is out of his time frame, are the long-term consequences of all this, perhaps because all the Yunnan groups were too small to cause any serious trouble. But China today faces its most visible troubles precisely in the big minority areas Tibet and Xinjiang. It is quite possible that some of this unrest also emerges from the early 1950s. Were people living then in Tibet and Xinjiang thoroughly aware of themselves as Tibetans/Uyghurs? Yes, all of us. Or did this awareness gradually develop as the regime made policies in every field on the basis of the 56, and the citizenry found themselves replying to the state's incessant "Who are you?" in new ways? Identity is never a one-way street. Benedict Anderson. Introduction. 56 stars. 56 flowers. 56 brothers and sisters together form one family. 56 national languages together form one sentence. I love my China, I love my China. Love my China, lyrics by Chiao Yu. User Misohu, legally, how can I marry a girl from each of the 56 Minzu? User QHFZFJ, simple. First you marry someone from one Minzu, then you get divorced. After that, switch Minzu and get married again. Then get divorced, then get remarried. And you've got it? Exchange posted on Qiu, Chinese online community site, September 23, 2007. From the sacred to the profane, the idea of China as a unified, multinational country is a central, load-bearing concept within a wide and heterogeneous array of discourses and practices in the contemporary People's Republic. China is a plural singularity, this orthodoxy maintains, composed of exactly 56 ethno-national groups, the Han ethnic majority, which constitutes over 90% of the population, and a long list of 55 minority nationalities who account for the rest. 1 Wherever the question of diversity is raised, this same taxonomic orthodoxy is reproduced, forming a carefully monitored orchestra of remarkable reach and consistency, anthropology museums with the requisite 56 displays, nationalities doll sets with the requisite 56 figurines, book series with the requisite 56 brief histories of each group, Olympic ceremonies with 56 delightfully costumed children, and the list goes on. 56 stars, 56 flowers, 56 Minzu, 1 China. China has not always been home to 56 officially recognized groups, however. In the late Qing, Gazettists reported to the Imperial Center about a wide variety of barbarians living in the frontier regions. For one province, Yunnan, such accounts portrayed the region as home to over 100 distinct peoples, with nearly 100 more in the neighboring province of Guizhou. Only a few decades later, however, in the China of Chiang Kai-shek, the nationalist regime vociferously argued that the country was home to only one people, the Chinese people, and that the supposedly distinct groups of the republic were merely subvarieties of a common stock. At the same time, a counter-discourse emerged among Chinese scholars in the newly formed disciplines of ethnology and linguistics, a discourse in which China was reimagined as home to many dozens of unique ethnic groups, a newly imported concept also translated using the term Minzu. Early Chinese communists began mounting a comparable argument, railing against Chiang Kai-shek's vision of a mono-Minzu China, and on behalf of one in which the country was seen as a composite of politically and economically equal ethno-national constituencies. Map 1. Yunnan Province. Following the Revolution of 1949, this ethnotaxonomic volatility persisted. In the first census of the People's Republic of China, carried out in late 1953 and early 1954, officials tabulated over 400 different responses to the question of Minzu identity. This deluge came in response to the Communist Party's promise of ethno-national equality, which entailed a commitment to recognizing the existence of ethno-national diversity to a greater extent than their predecessors had ever been willing to do. Over the course of the subsequent 3 decades, however, only 55 of these were officially recognized, which entailed a remarkable level of categorical compression, from 400 potential categories of Minzu identity to under 60. The most dramatic case, again, was that of Yunnan Province. Out of the 400-plus names recorded in the 1953-54 census, more than half came from Yunnan alone. Over the following years, however, only 25 of these were ultimately recognized by the state. How do we account for this polyphony of ethnotaxonomic theories? Were there in fact more distinct ethno-cultural groups living in the territories of China during the Qing than in the early 20th century? Had there been a mass exodus? On October 1, 1949, did these communities return, eager to be recognized by the new communist regime? Clearly, this is not the case. These differences in ethnotaxonomy cannot be accounted for at the level of the categorized. Rather, what changed over the course of this period were the ethnopolitical worldviews of the different Chinese regimes, the modes and methods of categorization they employed, and the political commitments that guided their respective efforts to reconceptualize China in the post-imperial era. There was no single search for a nation in modern Chinese nationalism, rather, there were searches, in the plural. 2 The nationalists did not assimilate or expel hundreds of minority groups from the country following the 1911 revolution. Rather, late Republican nationalists adopted and promoted an ethnotaxonomic worldview wherein the very meaning of the operative term, Minzu, was defined in such a way so as to disallow the very possibility of a multi-Minzu China. Like a four-sided triangle, a multi-Minzu China was for Chiang Kai-shek and others a logical impossibility, a contradiction in terms. Continuing into the communist period, it is clear that the revolution of 1949 did not prompt an influx of minority communities. Rather, the emergence of the unified multinational People's Republic is understandable only when we take into account the radical changes in the very meaning of term Minzu and the new regime's distinct approach to the national question. With these considerations in mind, then, the goal of this book is to move toward a deeper understanding of how the People's Republic came to be composed of 56 Minzu by examining the history of ethnotaxonomic discourse and practice in the modern period. In other words, the present study will produce what Jane Kaplan and John Torpy have described in a Western context as a history of identification rather than of identities. 3. The centerpiece of this study is China's ethnic classification project, or Minzu Shivi, a collective term for a series of communist-era expeditions wherein ethnologists and linguists set out to determine once and for all the precise ethno-national composition of the country, so that these different groups might be integrated into a centralized, territorially stable polity. By means of the ethnic classification project, the communist state determined the number, names, and internal compositions of China's officially recognized ethno-national groups. As such, I argue that the project stands at the center of practically all questions of ethnicity in contemporary China, being itself part of the history of each of the Minzu categories to which it gave shape and, in some cases, existence. Despite its centrality, however, the details of the project have remained virtually unknown, clouded in a great deal of confusion. When the project is directly addressed in English language scholarship, which is rarely, it is caught between starkly different interpretations. By some it has been summarily dismissed as arbitrary 4 and Procrustean, 5 and by others vaunted as ethnographic inquiry into the minutiae of everyday life and local custom 6 and perhaps the most extensive series of fieldwork projects ever conducted anywhere on Earth 7. The project, as we will see, was neither of these things, neither a communist-imposed scheme whose ethnological dimensions can be dismissed as pseudoscience, nor a purely social scientific endeavor that can be treated apart from the broader history of modern Chinese ethnopolitics. In 1995, the first dedicated analysis of the classification was published in the PRC by Shilian Zhu. 8 For the first time, some of the most basic questions about the project were finally answered: the names of the researchers involved, the time frames in which they conducted their field research, the ethnonyms of those investigated, and so on. However, the study cautiously and uncritically portrayed the classification as little more than a process of discovery. Candidate by candidate, phase by phase, the researchers who carried out the project are portrayed as systematically excavating true, pre-existing identities of China's minority peoples. The identities of China's non-Han minority groups, it would seem, were carefully unearthed from beneath accumulated layers of misunderstanding. The tone and analytical approach of the book was a direct reflection of its authorship and the ethnopolitical environment in which it was published. Although written by Shilian Zhu, a researcher in the ethnic classification project, it was published under the name of Huang Guangxiu, a government official in the Nationalities Affairs Commission. Having no interest in raising questions about the accuracy of the project or its taxonomic conclusions, and even less so in revealing that the Chinese state played a significant role in the construction of the country's officially recognized Minzu, the text treats the classification as having played absolutely no role in the ethnogenesis of China's non-Han peoples, an argument that the present study will refute. China's 56 Minzu model was not, as Shi and Wang's study suggests, an immaculate conception. Having announced my central focus as the history of ethnotaxonomic discourse and practice in modern China, and the role of the classification in the development of the 56 Minzu model, I should state clearly that this is in no way meant to suggest that we can discount the findings of historians who have examined the longue durée histories of China's non-Han peoples. One simply cannot understand ethnic diversity in Yunnan, for example, without taking into account the topography of the province. Cut up by complex river systems and marked by rapid fluctuations in elevation, Yunnan's geography doubtless has contributed to the splintering of communities and linguistic diversification. Likewise, another key factor has been the province's location at the crossroads of migration and cultural exchange emanating from the civilizational centers of modern-day Southeast Asia, Tibet, and China. This complex and layered history of migration is undoubtedly constitutive of modern Yunnan and its resident communities. The 56 Minzu model was not produced by way of discourse alone. As vitally important as these factors are in the production and enactment of identity, however, an approach based entirely on geography, migration, and deep history ignores the significant role played by taxonomy, and treats categorization unproblematically as the passive description of pre-existing properties of the world. In doing so, we fail to distinguish between two related but very different histories, the history of diversification and the history of categorization, that is, between the history of how and why human communities undergo differentiation and/or amalgamation along linguistic, cultural, religious, physical, and other trajectories, and the history of how and why, at different moments in time, specific types of difference are privileged over all others as the organizing criteria of taxonomic work and state infrastructure. The first of these issues is undoubtedly a historical one, requiring a longue durée perspective that takes into account migration, geography, cultural interaction, and so forth. On its own, however, such a perspective helps us understand only the present-day plurality of the region in an overall and non-specific sense of variation, and not how these communities have come to be categorized into the specific number of Minzu recognized today. In order for us to move from the unbounded and ever-shifting plurality of the region to the bounded and fixed diversity of the PRC, these longue durée histories must be considered in relation to the ethnic classification project, which crafted the prism through which the modern Chinese state, and increasingly the people of China and the world at large, have come to view and understand non-Han Chinese identity. In other words, to explain the present-day diversity of Yunnan, I argue that we must adopt a bifocal view that takes into account both long-term, on-the-ground processes of differentiation and amalgamation, and what Lorraine Daston has described as salience, a term she employs as shorthand for the multifarious ways in which previously unprepossessing phenomena come to rivet scientific attention and thereby coalesce into domains of inquiry. Only then can we understand how and why contemporary China is understood to be home to 56 distinct peoples, as opposed to many hundreds or one. Revisiting the classification, new sources, new insights. Our limited knowledge of the classification derives in large part from the long-standing absence of primary source materials. Until very recently, first-hand reports from the project had been off-limits, greatly limiting our understanding of even the most basic facts about the project, who was involved, when it was undertaken, which ethnonymic groups were investigated, and so on. Fortunately, in reconstructing the history of the 1954 ethnic classification project, I have benefited immensely from 5 new bodies of sources, compiled from archives, libraries, institutions, and private collections in Beijing, Kunming, Chengdu, London, and Worcester, England. 11. First, this book constitutes the only study to date to draw upon the actual text of the 1953-54 census registers. I cannot emphasize enough the importance of this source. For the first time, rather than simply recapitulating the oft-cited fact concerning Yunnan province, namely, that it accounted for more than half of the 400-plus Minzu names registered in the inaugural census of the PRC, we will finally be able to see these names, the specific counties from which they hailed, and the populations of each. Rather than starting in the present day and trying to reverse engineer the logic and practice of the classification, then, we will now be able to understand both the impetus for the project and the specific problems that the team, and the Chinese state, were attempting to resolve. To my way of thinking, this text offers us a vantage point that, although not standing outside of taxonomy in general, does stand outside the black box of the 56 Minzu paradigm. A second set of documents, and the one on which the majority of the study is based, is a remarkable collection of recently declassified reports from the 1954 ethnic classification itself. These are first-hand reports from the project that contain unprecedented detail regarding groups who, in terms of the official discourse of the PRC, no longer exist as Minzu. As with the census materials, these reports allow us to witness taxonomy in action, rather than trying to reconstruct the logic of classification based on evidence from the post-classification world. A sample of the titles of these documents bespeak the vast differences between pre- and post-classification sources. The languages of the Shui Tian, Luoluo, Zhili, Zi, Langyi, and Tulu Minzu of Yongsheng County. Report on the investigation into the situation of the Liming Minzu of Yongsheng County. Transcript of the visitation with the Liud Minzu of Lude village in the second area of Yongsheng County. Materials from the investigation of the Mili Minzu of Xinping County 12. Anyone familiar with the 56 Minzu model will know that none of the Minzu listed here, the Liming, Liud, Mili, and others, officially exist in the contemporary PRC. There is no Liming display at the Ethnological Museum in Beijing, no Liud figurine in the minority doll set, and no brief history of the Mili. But owing to the unique historical context of these documents after the Communist Revolution, yet before the stabilization of a standardized ethnotaxonomic orthodoxy, we will finally be able to follow the classification process when the future was still to be determined, at a time when there could have been a Shui Tian Minzu, a Liud Minzu, a Mili Minzu, and so forth. What is more, these reports enable us to hear something we have never been able to hear before, the voices of classification interviewees whose self-reported ethnonyms circa 1954 have, by the present day, all but disappeared, unknown even to seasoned Chinese ethnologists. We will hear from those who opposed the classification team's taxonomic hypotheses, those who supported them, and, most intriguingly, those whose opinions and worldviews changed during the course of the classification itself. Third, my analysis of Chinese ethnotaxonomy in the first half of the 20th century has benefited greatly from the Republican-era periodicals reading room at Sichuan University. Thanks to this first-class collection of original edition academic, professional, and regional newspapers, magazines, journals, and short-run series, I was able to investigate the development of early Chinese ethnology in its original context, rather than through the lens of collected volumes that have since been republished for each of China's foremost anthropologists, linguists, sociologists, and ethnologists. These latter collections, while doing a wonderful service to scholarship by preserving and republishing the seminal works of key scholars, cut out of the picture those scholars not considered worthy of republication and those articles not deemed essential to an understanding of each given scholar's overall contribution. The first editorial process canonizes ethnology on a scholar-by-scholar basis, and the second process canonizes the individuals themselves on an article-by-article basis. At each step, the historical context of early Chinese ethnology disappears from view, particularly the work of ethnotaxonomy, considered as merely the means to the more significant ends of ethnological research. Fourth, this is the first study to draw upon the unpublished materials of Henry Rodolph Davies, the turn-of-the-century British military officer who, as we will see, is responsible for developing an ethnic taxonomy of Yunnan that was later adopted by early 20th century Chinese ethnologists and linguists and, ultimately, by the ethnic classification team in 1954. Read in collaboration with his book Yunnan, The Link Between India and the Yangtze, published in 1909, these unpublished journals offer unprecedented insight into the early taxonomic work of this practically unknown figure. Finally, I was immensely fortunate to be able to conduct oral history interviews with 5 of the members of the 1954 Yunnan Province Ethnic Classification Research Team, Shi Lianzhu, Su Lin, Zhou Yaoan, Yan Ruxian, and Wang Xiaoai. Surprised to find a foreign researcher interested in, and even cognizant of, a project that has been all but forgotten in China, each of these scholars went out of his or her way to provide assistance, information, and encouragement. In particular, I am indebted to Professor Wang Xiaoai, whose centrality to this story deserves a special introduction. I met Professor Wang in the winter of 2003 at the Central University for Nationalities. During our initial interviews in his Beijing apartment, I could sense that his memories of the early 1950s were remarkably vivid. Most stirring was the account of his 1951 trip to Tibet with the 18th Army and his professor Lin Yehua. The experience started rather precipitously for Wang, who was still a 19-year-old student of sociology at Yanjing University when he was approached by his professor. Lin, the esteemed anthropologist and ethnologist who had come of age professionally in the latter half of the Republican period, asked Wang if he would be interested in joining the expedition. Wang agreed without hesitation, with the exuberance and impetuousness befitting a young man his age. Lin Yehua sought out Wang's other professors and negotiated on his students' behalf. Wang rushed to complete his remaining graduation requirements and set out for Lhasa with Lin in June. Professor Wang recounted to me the severity of the mountain ascent, the oxygen-depleted atmosphere, and an audioscape punctuated by the heaving breaths of the team's pack animals. The yaks respired with the struggling cadence of a steam locomotive, Wang recalled, a sound that he reproduced for me in the form of 3 exaggerated expulsions of breath. The last stretch of the journey was particularly unforgettable, a 2-month march from Shamdo, the site of a devastating battle for Tibetan forces just months earlier, to Lhasa, during which the terrain had grown so steep and the air so thin that the team could sometimes manage only a dozen or so yards each hour. From Shamdo onward, moreover, Wang began nursing a dull but persistent pain in his jaw. Over the next 60 days, as the team forded a series of mountain peaks, the toothache grew worse. Naively, I remarked, "So you had to wait until Lhasa to have your tooth taken care of?" He chuckled courteously and responded, as if recalling the sensation, "I had to wait until I got back to Beijing, 2 years later." The conversation turned then to the ethnic classification project of 1954. What month was the team formed? I inquired, aware that this was a rather specific question to ask of events which took place nearly 1/2 century ago. Wang's eyes reoriented upwards and paused for 5 long seconds. Just as I began to resign to what was clearly a reasonable lacuna in his otherwise formidable recall, Wang exited the room for a few brief moments, and returned holding a plainly bound book. 1954, he repeated, and began to leaf through the pages. February. March. April. He spoke in the muted, elongated syllables of one reflecting out loud. It was then that I realized what he was holding. This book was Wang Xiaoi's diary from 1954, a diary that, as I would soon learn, he updated in detail on a daily basis throughout the classification project. He took precise notes on each meeting, each lecture, each preparation session, and each interview. Just as importantly, he kept close tabs on the quotidian rhythms of the expedition: haircuts, visits to the bookstore, laundry, visits to the infirmary, and even nights at the opera. Over the course of our meetings, Wang led me through the expedition on a day-by-day basis. As I shuttled back and forth between Beijing and the archives in southwest China, moreover, I had the unique pleasure of comparing and corroborating Wang's diary accounts against those of the original classification reports, and also of representing both Professor Wang and other members of the team with photocopied versions of the 1954 documents. Looking over the pages of the reports, some of which were written by his own hand, Wang was caught off guard. I received a similar reaction from Shi Lianzu. When presenting him with his writings from the project, the tempo and cadence of Shi's normally robust and commanding temperament subsided noticeably. In an uncharacteristically subdued and self-reflective moment, he remarked, "I haven't seen these since I submitted them to Professor Lin in 1954. Together, these new sources unveiled to the student of 20th century Chinese state formation, ethnicity, social science, and taxonomy a window of unprecedented clarity through which I was able to observe the very earliest stages of perhaps the largest social engineering project in human history, the construction of the unified, multinational People's Republic of China. Structure and methodology. The creation, animation, and maintenance of the 56 Minzu model is a topic whose scope far exceeds the bounds of any single volume. The goal of this study is more circumscribed, but at the same time ambitious in its own right. Here we will investigate the 1954 Yunnan Province Ethnic Classification Project, the single most complex piece within China's ethno-national puzzle. Chapter 1 opens with a close analysis of the reasons for the expedition, with particular attention paid to the inaugural census of the People's Republic of China. When designing the census schedule, communist authorities decided to break with convention and pose the question of ethno-national identity as an open-ended, fill-in-the-blank inquiry. Quite unlike most modern censuses, there were no predetermined ethnonyms from which to choose and no checkboxes, just a blank in which registrars were instructed to record faithfully whatever answer was provided by the registrant. As we will see, this led to the creation of one of the most intriguing registration documents in the history of the modern state, one in which no less than 20 of the resulting nationalities in Yunnan province were registered with populations of 1 person each, and many others with populations of 2, 5, 10, and so forth. More importantly, we will see how the communist state's initial approach to the question of categorization, one in which each registrant was permitted to self-identify at will, resulted in failure and prompted the formation of the Yunnan Province Ethnic Classification Research Team. To undertake a highly objectivist categorization of the peoples of Yunnan was the state's second choice, a plan B prompted by a political crisis. More broadly, Chapter 1 places the early communist period in a framework with which it is still not commonly associated, China's post-imperial transition and the tortuous history of transformation from empire to nation-state. As James Townsend, Pamela Crossley, Magnus Fiskesjo, and others have argued, the communists were attempting to resolve a problem that, in effect, was left over from the collapse of the multi-ethnic Qing Empire, and that subsequent regimes had failed to answer. Point 13 By carrying out the systematic recognition of minority populations, particularly in the distant western borderlands, the communists were attempting to reintegrate the former Qing territories into a unified polity, left in pieces after. The revolutionaries of 1911 initially rejected those Qing discourses and practices designed to legitimate Manchu rule over non-Manchu subjects. I see the endeavors of early communist state officials, and their social scientific advisors, as an attempt to re-establish territorial integrity and to legitimate a state in which a predominantly Han Chinese regime would govern a highly diverse polity encompassing peoples of strikingly different linguistic, cultural, religious, and social backgrounds. In our ongoing attempt to understand how the Qing became China, I argue that we must include the early communist period, and the ethnic classification project more specifically, in our narratives. Point 14. Chapter 2 takes us to the opening weeks of the project, where we find a small group of Beijing scholars attempting to make sense of the overwhelming task confronting them, to categorize the minorities of Yunnan province, one of the most ethnically variegated on earth, in less than 6 months. Under these draconian time constraints, this group of ethnologists and linguists had no chance to develop an ethnotaxonomic framework de novo. Rather, as we will see, they came to rely on an existing framework, one whose genealogy traces back through the Republican period and, ultimately, to the work of an obscure, turn-of-the-century British colonial officer by the name of Henry Rodolph Davies. The Davies model, as we will see, came to define the ethnotaxonomic worldview of Republican-era Chinese ethnologists and, incredibly, the work of the classification team in 1954. By delineating this relationship, my objective is to demonstrate that the epistemological and methodological foundations of the classification trace their genealogies, first, beyond the 1949 divide, and second, outside of the political circles in which scholars often ground their studies of contemporary Chinese ethnopolitics. 15 It was not the leadership of the Chinese Communist Party, nor even its team of experts at the Nationalities Affairs Commission, that first decided that Yunnan was home to roughly 24 Minzu. Instead, this decision was reached by Chinese ethnologists and linguists in the 1930s and 1940s, well before the ethnic classification ever existed, and before anyone knew that the Chinese Communists would proclaim victory on October 1, 1949. And when the classification was undertaken in 1954, my research shows that Chinese ethnologists and linguists were at the helm of the project, not the limited number of communist cadres who took part. Rather than caricaturizing 20th-century Chinese taxonomists as handmaidens of the state, then, I pay close attention to the ways in which these establishment intellectuals articulated, defended, and ultimately attained paradigmatic status on behalf of their epistemological, ontological, and methodologically approaches to Minzu and Minzu taxonomy. 16 It was they who designed the blueprints of ethnic diversity in Yunnan, they who, to answer Parchaturji's question to Benedict Anderson, in a contemporary Chinese context, first imagined these communities. 17 To adopt a broader, more comparative perspective, then, the objective of this chapter is to place the classification within the larger, transnational history of the modern social sciences, modern governmentality, and the intimate relationship that has long existed between the two. 18. In Chapter 3, we follow these Beijing scholars to the capital of Yunnan province, where they convened with the other half of the ethnic classification team. The Yunnan contingent, which comprised the team's only state and party representatives, attempted to enforce its epistemic authority over the project, particularly over the team's academic contingent whose metropolitan and ivory tower backgrounds made them somewhat suspect in the eyes of local communist leaders. In particular, the political directors of the classification instructed the team's ethnologists and linguists to assess the claims of local minority communities in accordance with the Soviet definition of nationality as articulated by Joseph Stalin. According to Stalin's criteria, a nacho which Chinese communist authorities took as the Russian equivalent of the Chinese term Minzu could only exist in the capitalist mode of production, for only in the capitalist stage could a community come to share the four commonalities that Stalin regarded as the essential ingredients of nationhood: common territory, common language, common economic mode of production, and common psychology or culture. 19 For groups who had yet to enter the capitalist stage, they were to be classified not as full-fledged Minzu, but as one of the three other forms of human organization: clans, tribes, or tribal federations. The research contingent did not accept this mandate, as we will see, and instead undertook a sophisticated reconceptualization of Minzu that departed from the one prescribed by communist state authorities. Based on a dynamic concept I call ethnic potential, team leader Lin Yehua developed an enlarged definition of Minzu that encompassed not only fully realized national minority groups, but also embryonic or inchoate assemblages that, while lacking the four commonalities outlined in the Stalinist definition, demonstrated the potential of achieving such commonalities in the future. This definition of Minzu had the dual effect of liberating the team's social scientific contingent from the dictates of the Stalinist model, while also opening up a wide space into which the Chinese state would be free, and indeed required, to intervene and oversee the actualization of these potential Minzu in the post-classification period. These findings require us to revisit our prevailing assumptions about the classification, the most persistent of which has been that the project was undertaken in slavish obedience to Soviet theories. It was not. And for those scholars of Chinese ethnicity who have long doubted this oversimplified view, but who have been unable to provide empirical corroboration, Chapter 3 confirms their suspicions. In his pioneering work of over a decade ago, for example, Drew Gladney delineated how the Hui were able to achieve official Minzu status despite their failure to comply with Stalin's definition. 20 Louisa Shine has since brought to light similar contradictions vis-a-vis the Miao, as has Ralph Litzinger for the Yao. 21 James Millward has speculated that, in the days when Marxist-Leninist approaches were still de rigueur, many Chinese historians often simply book-ended their articles with boiler plate recitations of Marxist themes and then went about their own business in the central sections. 22 Through an analysis of recently declassified sources from the classification, this chapter finally provides evidence for what these scholars have long suspected. 23. Chapter 4 accompanies the classification team into the field, observing taxonomy in action. Here, the researchers' categorical models began to buckle under the pressure of a new set of requirements that Chinese ethnologists and linguists in the past had never had to deal with: the consent of the categorized. To secure such consent, which was a crucial factor in determining the ethnic potential of a proposed Minzi grouping, researchers came to rely on methods developed by communist organizers, strategies designed to transform the worldviews of their minority informants during the interview process itself. As we will see, these strategies varied greatly, depending on the extent to which interviewees either agreed or disagreed with the team's taxonomic hypotheses. At one end of the spectrum, scholars carefully orchestrated the interview process, gathering together representatives of those candidate groups that it intended to merge and then, through a set of techniques I term participant transformation, setting the conditions under which these candidates came to realize the bonds they shared with one another. On the other end of the spectrum, entrenched opposition prompted the team to draw upon an even more complex, covert, and epistemically violent repertoire, including what the team called persuasion work. More broadly, this chapter enables us to see more clearly how Lin Yehua's concept of ethnic potential played a central role in the taxonomic practice of the team. Researchers based their taxonomic recommendations on an estimation of whether or not, based on both objective linguistic data and more effective interview data, a given cluster of applicants could reasonably be merged and transformed into a cohesive Minzi unit by the state after the classification was over. In one example from the chapter, that of the Akang, we will see that the team based their proposed merger of 3 applicant communities according to their hypothesis that such communities would be susceptible to a process we might call Akangization. Insofar as their languages were similar enough, and owing to the malleability of self-consciousness, these communities demonstrated enough potential for unification, the team felt. The same was true for the category Yi, which, by the close of the project, would inherit more than 36 new branches. As with the Akang and Akangization, each of the subordinated groups would, the team advised, need to undergo a process we might call Yiization. Non-Han citizens in the post-classification period have thus been the subject of 2 state-led programs of nationalization, one geared toward becoming Chinese, and the other toward becoming Akang, by Lisu, Wa, Yi, Shuang, and so forth. 24. Chapter 5 expands our temporal purview and reviews the wide and seemingly disparate array of discourses and practices in the post-classification era that have contributed to the Akangization of the Akang, the Lisuization of the Lisu, and so forth. Whereas I will not claim that such projects have been completely successful, or that every individual in China categorized as Lisu, Miao, Yi, or otherwise everywhere and always self-identifies with the official designations, nevertheless I do contend that the post-classification period has witnessed the development of an immense, robust, and virtually ubiquitous infrastructure whose objective is to bring the quotidian, on-the-ground experience of ethnicity into ever closer concordance with the 56 Minzi model. Whatever the private sentiments of party cadres, state authorities, ethnologists, linguists, publishers, filmmakers, choreographers, musicians, tour guides, museum curators, toy manufacturers, clothing designers, or otherwise, the development and dissemination of policies, knowledge, cultural artifacts, and artistic productions must necessarily abide by the country's ethnotaxonomic orthodoxy. And whatever the sentiments of average non-Han citizens, all but those willing to adopt openly confrontational postures vis-a-vis the state and the party must interface with the political and economic infrastructure as a member of the Lisu, Miao, Yi, Shuang, or one of the other official minorities. At the same time, Chapter 5 poses the inverse yet intimately related question, as the 56 officially recognized categories have become increasingly reified and ubiquitous, where have the unrecognized categories gone? Where are the hundreds of ethnonyms that refer to communities not recognized as Minzi by the state? As we will see, many remain accessible, although they are dispersed in some unlikely places. Others, however, are probably lost for good. I argue that by fostering these simultaneous processes of emergence and disappearance, the Chinese state has been remarkably successful in bringing about a convergence between ethnotaxonomic theory and practice, a term Jeffrey Boker and Susan Lee Starr describe as the purposive act of changing the world such that the system's description of reality becomes true. 25. Having outlined the structure of the book, a few further words are necessary regarding certain methodological issues. Much like the 1954 ethnic classification research team, the reader will encounter a bewildering array of ethnonyms, all from a large, landlocked province of southwest China slightly smaller than California. Some of the historical figures we will meet regarded Yunnan as home to over 200 distinct groups, whereas others saw it as home to 100, 24, or only one. Each of these competing taxonomies, moreover, contain names that differ, not only from the official ethnic taxonomy of the PRC today, but also from one another. This is all to say, Yunnan in the early 1950s was not merely illegible. To borrow from the terminology of James Scott. 26, it was a taxonomic labyrinth. This poses a distinct challenge to both the reader and the author. Confronted with this confusing array of names, the initial temptation is to begin by sorting everybody out, outlining their ethnic names, their customs, the languages they speak, and the parts of Yunnan they inhabit. Ideally, we might start with a distribution map, thereby anchoring our analysis in a clear sense of the provincial ethnoscape. We might also provide an overview of Yunnan's history, showing where each of these contemporary groups originated and how they came to reside in their current locations. To make sense of the province's hopelessly complex mosaic of ethnic names, we might also provide a concordance detailing the relationships of taxonomic synonymy that connect Shan and Dai, Yi and Lolo, Miao and Mong, or Hani and Wani, to name just three common commensurations. 27 Another set of A.K.A commensurations could be used to link contemporary ethnonyms with historical categories, tracing lines from the Minzu of today to various barbarians inscribed in imperial Chinese texts. Furthermore, we might rehearse the etymological history of the term Minzu, that notoriously contested word that, since its importation to China from Japan in the late 19th century, has been used by widely different communities of practice to translate no fewer than four politically charged concepts: race, nation, nationality, and ethnic group. In other words, the editorial inclination is to classify the peoples of Yunnan in advance, so that we would know about whom we are talking. At first glance, the benefits of disambiguation seem readily apparent. By providing a starter classification of the ethnic groups of Yunnan, we would be able to study the classification in two discrete steps: first, by identifying who the people of Yunnan really are, and second, by figuring out how various taxonomists in Chinese history categorized them. The reader could use this author's taxonomy to assess the integrity of the one formulated in 1954, akin to a gemological test in which the hardness of one stone is assayed by scratching it against another. As a study of taxonomy and identification, however, I have decided that each of these inclinations needs be resisted and, in both the analysis performed and the narrative produced, replaced with an approach that leaves unresolved the very taxonomic ambiguities and complexities that our historical agents were attempting to disambiguate and simplify. When confronted with scholars and politicians who were, through the formulation of a variety of classificatory schema, trying to combine likes and reduce complexity, my analysis of their actions will not be predicated on the goal of evaluating their conclusions or attempting to replace them with my own. Phrased more broadly, my contention is that one cannot examine taxonomy by assuming the role of taxonomist. What I am interested in understanding is, as Alain Desrosiers has described it in a Western context, the social history of the creation of equivalence. 28 In this respect, my study resonates with the insights of Nelson Goodman, Mary Douglas, Paul Feyerabend, Bruno Latour, Ian Hacking, Jeffrey Boker, Susan Lee Starr, and others whose scholarship has inspired us to look more deeply into how classification works. 29. With this in mind, my study observes a set of principles that, insofar as they are rarely cited explicitly in the course of the book, merit outlining here. First, following Boker and Starr, I will assume that, if a category did not exist contemporaneously, it should not be retroactively applied. 30 As such, I have opted not to examine the classification through the lens of one or another of China's 56 recognized Minzu. Whereas this approach is virtually axiomatic among scholars who investigate ethnicity in China, and has undoubtedly advanced our understanding of the Chinese ethnosphere to an unprecedented degree, it has also produced unintended side effects, particularly with regards to the classification. First and foremost, since the groups officially recognized now were not recognized at the time of the classification, the use of any one contemporary group as an optic through which to study the classification confines us to a teleological reading. Moreover, a single Minzu approach pushes from view one of the fundamental characteristics of the project, namely, the sheer number of applicants groups between which researchers had to adjudicate. The classification in Yunnan was not carried out on a candidate-by-candidate basis, but was rather a differential process wherein the categorical fate of each community was highly dependent upon its relationship to other communities in the region. To work on any one group in particular would render these relationships invisible. Second, I will not attempt to fix the definition of Minzu in advance, nor will I pit my own definition thereof against the historical agents in my book. Unlike Walker Connor and others who lament the terminological chaos that surrounds concepts such as nation, ethnic group, and so forth, and who have made clear their desire to demarcate such concepts so as to facilitate more rigorous, cross-comparative work, I consider the ambiguity of these terms, as well as ongoing efforts to standardize them, to be a fundamental part of the history of the social sciences, the modern state, and the ongoing collaboration there between. 31 For Chiang Kai-shek. For example, his objective vis-a-vis the term Minzu was to link it inextricably to the ideas of singularity and indivisibility, and thereby advance a concept of a unitary Zonghua Minzu within which no divisions could be recognized. Opposing him were not only the Chinese communists, but also Chinese ethnologists, both of whom advocated a concept of Minzu grounded firmly in notions of plurality and diversity. Thus, the reason that Minzu, circa 1954, is inextricably tied to the concept of diversity has less to do with the etymology of the term than with the particular history of this ethnopolitical debate and, to put it crudely, the fact that the communists won. Rather than providing one consistent translation of Minzu, then, I do my best to adjust my translations to match the particular worldview of the writer in question. For Chiang Kai-shek, the Zonghua Minzu signified a broad, indivisible totality. As such, I have decided to translate his Minzu as Chinese people and /or Chinese nation. For Chinese communists operating within a decidedly Marxist-Leninist nomenclature, the translation of choice is nationality. For Chinese ethnologists, by contrast, the concept of Minzu was set equal to the English language terms ethnicity and ethnic group. At the same time, because ethnologists also found themselves operating within the ethnopolitical terrain of the era, there are multiple occasions in which I translate Minzu as nation, nationality, or people, even when issuing forth from the pens of Chinese social scientists. There is only one major exception to this otherwise flexible approach, and that pertains to my translation of the most important term in my study, Minzu Shivi. Despite the fact that this term can be translated as a nationalities classification project, thereby privileging Chinese communist nomenclature, I am committed to ethnic classification for one very simple reason, whereas there has been a long-standing assumption that the project was a communist-directed enterprise, and that the participating social scientists played a minor role. My study demonstrates that the classification was primarily the work of ethnologists and linguists. In one final point, I should note from the outset that this study makes no attempt to falsify the findings of the 1954 classification or the broader 56 Minzu model to which it contributed. I do this not because they are non-falsifiable, they most certainly are, but because such an approach actually prevents us from understanding the logic according to which the project was undertaken, and the logic according to which nationality work has been carried out in the post-classification period. As we will see, those who helped build the 56 Minzu model, and those who help maintain it today, did and do not think of it as a high-fidelity representation of presently existing realities, but rather as a semi-descriptive, semi-prescriptive blueprint of what could exist in the future with the help of state intervention. The objective of the team in 1954 was never strictly that of describing already existing, already stable imagined communities, but rather that of outlining a set of plausible, or imaginable Minzu categories that it would be feasible for the state to actualize in the post-classification world, categories that would be good enough for government use, we might say. Thus, for those who would attempt to disprove the 56 Minzu model by citing contradictory fieldwork findings, the architects of the model need only respond that the framework is still under construction, and that the realization of these categories is still a work in progress. This actualization, I argue, has been one of the fundamental objectives of the coordinated set of projects and enterprises collectively referred to as nationality work. With this structure and method in mind, we now travel to Beijing circa 1952, where we find a fledgling communist regime attempting to consolidate its political control and establish a stable government on the mainland. In doing so, one of the primary challenges they faced was the so-called nationality question. 1. Identity crisis in post-imperial China. We say China is a country vast in territory, rich in resources and large in population. As a matter of fact, it is the Han nationality whose population is large and the minority nationalities whose territory is vast and whose resources are rich. Mao Zedong, on the 10 major relationships. In 1952, the newly established communist regime in Beijing announced plans to convene the inaugural session of the National People's Congress. The Congress was scheduled for autumn 1954, in time for the 5th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China, and would herald the Chinese Communist Party's transition from a revolutionary force to the legitimate government of mainland China. Here, the party would promulgate the first state constitution and implement a national system of representative government, which thus far had only been undertaken at the local level. 1. The CCP began laying the groundwork for this political debut in February 1953 with the ratification of a unified election law. The law standardized electoral procedures and detailed the calculus of congressional representation at the county, provincial, and national levels. As Deng Xiaoping outlined in a speech delivered on February 11, 1953, the election law also contains certain preferential policies toward national minorities. For one, the law guaranteed a minimum of 150 minority delegates in the first NPC. Authors of the law expected even more than this number, however, anticipating that approximately 170 of the scheduled 1,200 representatives, or 1 in 7, would hail from one of the country's non-Han minority communities. Whereas this exceeded the actual relative population of minorities, estimated at the time to constitute somewhere in the range of 1 in 10, Deng defended the preferential multiplier. We feel that this number is reasonable, he explained, because there are many nationalities in China, distributed over a wide area, and they need this sort of treatment. This is the only way we can get a considerable number of delegates of the minority nationalities at the National People's Congress. 2. More importantly, the 1953 election law promised that at least one representative seat would be awarded to each minority group regardless of population size. This was designed to safeguard smaller minorities who might fall under the political influence of larger groups should congressional representation be based strictly on proportionality. To protect these smaller groups, defined as those whose populations fell below 10% of the total population of a given administrative unit, the ratio of representation was calculated preferentially. At the county level, for example, where each Han delegate represented 1,000 Han individuals, each minority delegate represented as few as 500, provided that the total population of that minority was less than 10% of the total population of the county. 3. One major obstacle stood in the way of this otherwise sound policy. Before minority representatives could be apportioned, it remained to be determined who the minorities of China were, in terms of their names, their populations, and their geographical distributions. Focusing on Yunnan, one finds a number of answers to these questions, none of them consistent. In a report dating to 1951, published for internal circulation, the Central Nationalities Affairs Commission in Beijing listed 107 groups in the province. 4 While many of the Minzu names listed therein are familiar to us today, such as the Hui, Lisu, Nu, Yao, and Yi, far more correlate in no way to those minorities now understood as populating the province, such as the Axi, Shashan, Haihua, Mingji, Naza, and so forth. At the provincial level, the figures were different still. In a distribution map published in 1951 for internal circulation, the Yunnan Province Nationalities Affairs Commission listed 132 groups. 5 In 1953, the Commission revised this map somewhat, reducing the total number of groups to 125.6. The groups listed in this document exhibit a remarkable range in terms of population size. 5 groups were listed with populations of less than 100 people, 29 groups with populations between 100 and 1,000, 50 groups with populations between 1 and 10,000, 23 groups with populations between 10 and 100,000, 11 with populations between 100,000 and 1 million, and 1 with a population greater than 1 million. 7 This largest group was 31,000 times larger than the smallest. The map itself showed how this long tail of minuscule groups posed a challenge to the Provincial Nationalities Affairs Commission. Out of necessity, the map was immense, for any smaller size would have rendered it impossible to represent these small Minzu to scale. The profusion of groups also rendered simple color coding insufficient. In addition to coding the distribution of groups using solid colors, the map makers had to design a series of finely variegated hash mark patterns in order to accommodate all the different groups. As evidenced by these official sources from the early PRC, no consensus existed as to the precise number of groups in Yunnan. With an eye to this question, the Communists launched a nationwide census and voter registration campaign in the summer of 1953. Between July 1953 and May 1954, 2.5 million census takers were enrolled throughout the country to undertake an enumeration of the mainland population. 8 Because of the colossal scope of the registration campaign, Communist authorities were parsimonious when it came to the design of the census schedule. After debating which questions should be posed to their nearly 600 million respondents, officials ultimately decided upon only 5. The first 4 of these involved the most basic of demographic information, including name, age, gender, and relationship to the head of one's household. The selection of a 5th question was a more complicated issue, however. Certain dimensions of identity, such as occupation, literacy, and place of work were considered but dismissed, deemed impertinent to the forthcoming NPC. Interestingly, one of the possibilities that was ultimately excluded was that of economic class, an axis of identity that seemingly would have been preserved, given the party's revolutionary ethos and the land reform process. Instead of class, occupation, literacy, or place of work, authorities ultimately settled upon a question that no modern Chinese census had ever posed before, that of nationality or Minzu. 9. The outcome of the census, as we will soon see, proved shocking to communist authorities and ultimately precipitated the ethnic classification project that constitutes the focus of this book. Before examining the census results, it is necessary to pause for a moment and understand why the communists wished to include Minzu on the census schedule in the first place. As Walker Connor has noted, Marxist writings tell us that nationalities are parts of the superstructure, ideational manifestations of underlying economic relationships and processes that are destined to wither away once the inherent contradictions within the economic structure resolve themselves dialectically. Why, then, go about categorically recognizing that which is going to disappear in time? This chapter argues that there were 3 reasons for the communists' recognition of Minzu within its new political structure, and thus, for their inclusion of Minzu identity on the first national census. The first reason is the deeply historical problem of maintaining the territorial integrity of a highly diverse empire. Well before the Communist Revolution, regimes based in the northeast of China had struggled to incorporate the diverse peoples of the West into a stable and unified polity. One method for doing so had been to interface with these peoples through a carefully constructed network of policies and modes that in one way or another drew upon and carefully manipulated the practices of those peoples being ruled. In this respect, the classification needs to be situated within the broader history of China's post-imperial transition. The second problem is more proximate, and originates in the ongoing rivalry between the communists and the nationalists during the first half of the 20th century. Starting in the 1930s, the Chinese communists began to develop an ethno-political platform that set them apart in many regards from their nationalist rivals. They argued that in contrast to the nationalists' growing commitment to the concept of a mono-Minzu China, China was in fact a composite of a multiplicity of distinct Minzu communities, and that the territorial integrity of the country depended upon the recognition and political integration of such communities. Third, with regards to categorization, the advent of the classification is attributable to a political crisis prompted by the failure of the state's initial experiment with a highly non-interventionist policy of self-categorization. In their inaugural census of 1953-54, the Communists' initial policy with regards to ethnic categorization was to permit individuals to determine their own ethnonyms, a policy that resulted in an astonishing proliferation of Minzu categories and threatened to render impossible the state's promise of proportional representation for non-Han communities in the First National People's Congress. To understand each of these questions, we must explore the history of the term Minzu itself, one of those most controversial and pivotal concepts in modern Chinese history. As we will see, the very inclusion of Minzu in the 1953-54 census schedule was itself the culmination of a complex history dating back to the fall of the Qing dynasty and the formation of the First Chinese Republic. Plurality and unity in Yunnan. Scholars have long debated the applicability of the terms ethnicity and nationality to the pre-modern period, with some scholars advocating its extension into the distant past, and others regarding it as a concept unique to the modern nation-state. 10 Fortunately, we do not require either of these terms to note that the region in question, Yunnan, has long encompassed a wide plurality of languages, cultural traditions, religions, and peoples. This plurality, moreover, has proven to be a perennial problem for empires in their efforts to incorporate the territory and its people more fully into their domains. The region was first brought into the Eastern imperial orbit when the kingdom of Dali was overtaken by the Mongols in 1253 and incorporated into the Chinese-administered area that would become known as the Yuan dynasty. The Yuan garrisoned multiple towns in the newly formed province of Yunnan, which thereafter became magnets for Chinese merchants. In those areas where opposition was strongest, the court developed relationships with powerful local leaders and shored up a system of indirect rule. Under the subsequent Chinese Ming dynasty, this embryonic system of indirect rule was systematized further, as the central court bestowed official titles upon native chieftains in return for their loyalty and maintenance of regional order. 11. The Manchu Qing dynasty addressed the problem of diversity with a much more complex system than that of the Yuan or Ming, while at the same time drawing on dimensions of each. Referred to by Mark Elliott as Qing universalism, the Manchu system of rule was maintained through the balance of three interrelated components. The first was Manchu military prowess, through which the Qing was able to extend its imperial boundaries far beyond the Great Wall to the distant territories of the present-day Chinese interior. 12 Martial expertise alone could not ensure territorial integrity, however. Thus, a second vital component of Qing universalism was the eight-banner system, a sophisticated political and demographic framework that incorporated each of the Qing's potential rivals within a centralized, bureaucratic hierarchy, and helped to dismantle existing power structures. Third, in order to preserve boundaries between the Manchu elite and the numerically superior non-Manchu subject population, the Qing undertook a series of long-term social engineering projects designed to develop and fortify a uniquely Manchu identity among members of the imperial court. These included the development of a written Manchu language and the promotion of a basket of socio-cultural practices that together came to be reified as the Manchu Way. 13. What is striking for our purposes, however, is the extent to which Qing universalism was not universalist at all, at least not with regards to the empire's southwestern frontier regions. The barbarians of Yunnan, for example, did not constitute a category within the banner system, nor were they the focus of the court's elaborate system of simultaneous emperorship. 14 Unlike the famous portrait of the Qianlong emperor in which he is presented to a Tibetan audience as an emanation of the Bodhisattva Manjusri, we have no evidence of parallel efforts by Qing emperors to present themselves as, for example, descendants of a Miao or Lolo line. 15 The reasons for this have been amply demonstrated by Nicola di Cosmo, James Millward, Peter Perdue, and others. As a conquest alliance that emerged in the north, the Manchus would not easily abandon this regional focus, particularly in the face of powerful Mongolian, and later Russian, rivals. 16 Furthermore, the system of governance in Yunnan remained, with few exceptions, largely indirect during not only the Qing, but also the Yuan and Ming dynasties. Following Ming precedent, the Kangxi Emperor bestowed official titles upon a select group of native rulers in the southwest, entrusting them with the preservation of order, the submission of tribute, and the provision of troops in support of imperial campaigns. Starting in 1659, the court further systematized this mode of indirect rule by reorganizing the inheritance laws of native officials. Moving away from customary systems of inheritance, native rule would now descend along strict, patrilineal lines, with inheritors required to submit family genealogies as verification. 17 Efforts to enforce a more direct form of rule were largely disruptive and short-lived. 18 The reign of the Yongzheng Emperor, for example, witnessed a departure from the indirect rule of the Qianlong period and the initiation of what C. Patterson Gears has referred to as New Frontier Militarism. 19 With the successive appointment of three aggressive provincial and regional administrators Li Wei, Gao Qizhuo, and Irte, the Qing court removed powerful native rulers from multiple cities, wrested control of key industries, and established power bases in key locales throughout the province. 20 This expansion of power was not met unchecked, however, as the court's intrusion into the complex and long-standing system of local rule resulted in frequent and bloody uprisings. Consequently, Yongzhen's aggressive policy of frontier activism was in large part repealed by his son, the Qianlong Emperor. 21 Yanjishan, appointed to succeed Irte, set about re-establishing stable relations with local power holders and repairing the system of indirect rule of the pre-Yongzhen period. Once again, the Qing court became concerned with policing in-migration and intermarriage, so as to prevent local-level processes of acculturation from obscuring the lines that divided the different constituents of the multi-ethnic empire. The court wished to maintain its ability to distinguish the barbarians from the Chinese. 22. Toward the middle of the 19th century, continued Han Chinese expansion into the southwest placed increasing strain on the delicate ethnic balance that the Qing had struggled to maintain. In the summer of 1839, as David Atwill and others have outlined, the town of Mianing witnessed the outbreak of widespread Han Hui violence, culminating in pogroms that left mosques in ruins and nearly 2,000 Muslim Yunanis dead. 23 A second massacre took place in the spring of 1845, when simmering Han Hui hostilities came to a boil in Base Han, Yunnan. On October 2, 1845, a Han militia entered the town and carried out the systematic murder of an estimated 8,000 Hui. 24. The regime's delicate ethnic balance was further upset in the east where, in the late 19th century, anti-dynastic revolutionaries were themselves seizing upon notions of Manchu difference to delineate battle lines between the imperial elite and their subjects. Within this emergent revolutionary movement, a new term emerged that played a central, discursive role, that of Minzu. 25 Introduced into Chinese by way of the Japanese neologism Minzoku, the concept proved a useful tool for anti-Qing activists who were otherwise hard-pressed to portray as alien a court that had successfully postured itself as a patron of Confucian ritual practice, the civil service exam, Chinese language scholarship, and a host of other institutions central to traditional Chinese civilization. 26 Searching for conceptual grounds upon which to articulate their anti-Manchu stance, and influenced by social Darwinist concepts recently introduced to China, nationalists such as Zhang Binglin, Liang Qikao, Zhou Rong, and others began to promote the concepts of Hanzu and Manzu. 27 These categories, although articulated along lines of cultural difference, marked a departure from traditional cultural conceptualizations of identity. Zhang's categories of Hanzu and Manzu, although designed according to cultural criteria, exhibited a level of essentialism and mutual exclusivity characteristic of racial categories. This hybridized, cultural-cum-racial conceptualization of Minzi resulted in what Kai-Wing Chao has termed a form of Han racism. 28 A system of culturalist differentiation designed to undermine the reformists' ground for continual support for the Manchu regime. 29 Outfitted with this amalgamated idea of culture race, Liang Qikao and others were able to articulate their opposition to Manchu rule as the cultural equivalent of racial struggle. 30 In 1911 the Qing ultimately collapsed. Of course, we should not overstate the ethnic origins of the 1911 revolution, which was the culmination of a complex set of factors that informed and intersected with anti-Manchuism, the secular devolution of centralized state power to the provinces in the wake of the Taiping Rebellion and its suppression, the erosion of support for conservative reform following the Sino-French War and the Sino-Japanese War, the acerbic response to the court's invasive and destabilizing new policies, and the dramatic shift in state intellectual relations following the abolition of the civil service examination system in 1905. Which is to say, Zhou Rong's rabidly anti-Manchu racism did not depose Puyi by force of its rhetoric. Nevertheless, anti-Manchu revolutionaries gave a distinct shape and tone to late imperial radicalism and, as Edward Rhodes has shown, to the nature and severity of violence that was sometimes unleashed on Manchu peoples during the revolution. 31 In essence, anti-Manchu revolutionaries had achieved their stated objective, the restoration of Han control over a country that was itself predominantly Han Chinese. The flag of the Wuhan revolutionaries captured this concept visually, with 18 stars symbolizing the 18 historic provinces of China proper, a geographic formulation that, by excluding the territories of Xinjiang and Tibet, among others, imagined the boundaries of China as being coterminous with that of its predominant ethno-national group. 32 At the same time, the disintegration of the Manchu regime was a mixed blessing, being accompanied by a disintegration of the very Qing universalism that had kept intact a diverse empire for more than 2 centuries. 33 With the collapse of Manchu rule, Chinese leaders in the new era would have to develop their own means of reconciling the binaries of diversity and unity, plurality and singularity. 34 Should they fail, they stood to lose vast expanses of territory. As Joseph Escherick has outlined, there was at this time a minority of political elites who welcomed this territorial reduction and its attendant idea of a China whose international borders coincided with the distribution of the Han. This position, which Escherick identifies as the China proper position, was overshadowed however by the countervailing position of Greater Chinaism. Exponents of the Greater China position argued for the need to maintain border provinces as buffer regions against foreign aggressors. Likewise, they argued for the need to prevent imperial forces from infiltrating these regions and mobilizing local national sentiments against the Chinese regime. More pragmatically, insofar as the post-imperial Chinese regime inherited a body of international treaties based upon the pre-existing territorial boundaries of the Qing, they argued that it would prove too costly and complicated to redesign them along the contours of China proper. 35 Ultimately, the Greater China position prevailed and Republican leaders committed themselves to restoring control over the territories of the former Qing. This would have to be accomplished quickly, however, as the ethnopolitical and territorial repercussions of the 1911 revolution were already becoming manifest, as demonstrated by Xiao Yuanlu, Xiao Tinglin, and others. On November 3, 1912, Outer Mongolia was recognized as autonomous under the Russo-Mongolian Treaty. 36 In 1913, the Simla Conference initiated a 20-year period in which no Chinese military or civilian authorities were permitted to hold residence in Tibet. 37 In southwest China, and particularly in Yunnan, local warlords exercised de facto political control over the region. This disintegration, which came as the result primarily of the weakness of the Republican authority, was reflective of the collapse of post-imperial legitimacy as well. By waging their revolution as a pro-Han, anti-Manchu enterprise, Republican nationalists unwittingly alienated the rest of non-Han China as well. In building a China for the Chinese, they had made no place for Tibetans, Mongolians, and so forth. Confronted with catastrophic territorial failure, much of which was taking place along the country's borders, a faction within the new Republican regime began advocating greater inclusionism, tempering the party's revolutionary rhetoric and replacing it within a more Catholic discourse. They harkened back to the Qing model, reconceptualizing Chinese nationhood as a republic of 5 peoples comprising the Han, Tibetans, Mongolians, Manchus, and Hui. 38. Unlike the concept of Minzu deployed by Zhang Binglin and others, the Wuzhugonghe conception no longer portrayed Tibetans, Mongolians, and others as essentially and irrevocably different, but rather emphasized both the possibility of and necessity for assimilating such groups into the Han majority. As James Liebold has shown, Sun Yat-sen initially balked at this notion, but his counter-proposal was overruled by the Provisional Assembly in early 1912.39. For all this symbolism, the Republican regime did not make the concept of a multi-Minzu China a central facet of its state practice, as seen in the absence of all Minzu-related questions in their census of 1912. The census schedule, which was to be carried out on a county-by-county basis, contained 17 questions, none of which pertained to linguistic or ethnic diversity. The census questions revealed the regime's overarching concern with birth and death rates, gender ratios, the sizes and distributions of professional occupations, and the disposition of foreign communities. Further instructions by the Census Bureau reveal the regime's parallel concern with criminal elements. The regulations for the enumeration and recording of populations in the counties instructed registrars to take note of householders with histories of imprisonment, those with suspicious reputations, and those who lived in groups with individuals with whom they shared no kinship connection. The Republican state wanted to know a great deal about the population of China, but nothing about ethno-national difference. 40. It was within this ethno-political context that the CCP was founded and began articulating its own approach to the nationality question. Early communist policies toward Minzu were largely abstract and untested, derived from the vicissitudes of their trilateral relationship with the Kuomintang and the Soviet Union. During the 1920s, Soviet authorities maintained strategic relations with both Leninist parties in China, ideologically gravitating toward the CCP, while pragmatically recognizing the Kuomintang as the party most capable of unifying China and resisting foreign aggression. Within this complex geopolitical equation, Minzu was an important, although not particularly visible, strategic variable. At most, it provided an ideological and geopolitical wedge that both the Soviets and the Chinese Communists used to their own political advantage vis-a-vis the Kuomintang. 41. This period of strategic, hybridized CCP-GMD Soviet minority policy formulation came to an end starting in 1925, following the death of Sun Yat-sen. After the ascendancy of Chiang Kai-shek, the Kuomintang discarded the idea of a multinational China, a shift symbolized once again by a change in the nation's flag, this time with the abolition of the 5-color Republican flag in 1928 and its replacement with one demonstrating the homogeneity and indivisibility of the Chinese nation, the singular Zonghua Minzu. 42. Unlike Sun, whose ethnopolitical platform was influenced by Soviet advisors and served as a bridge between the GMD and the CCP. During the First United Front, Chiang was vociferously opposed to the communist discourse of national self-determination as it related to the non-Han peoples of China. Following the sharp polarization of the two parties, most violently demonstrated in the White Terror of 1927, Chiang committed his newly formed Nanjing government to what Xiao Yuanlu has described as a single-race republic. 43 and what Frank Dikötter has termed the nation race. 44. Beleaguered, the CCP eventually retreated from the cities and began to establish itself in the countryside. 45 At first, the rural reincarnation of the Communist Party had little contact with minority groups, and thus little reason to concern itself with the issue of Minzu. 46 Nevertheless, even as they operated in the Jiangxi Soviet in southeastern China, established in 1931, the party began to fold certain Minzu policies into its official platform, particularly the idea of national self-determination. In the Constitution of the Soviet Republic, promulgated on November 7, 1931, CCP authorities proclaimed that the Chinese Soviet Republic categorically and unconditionally recognizes the right of national minorities to self-determination. 47 More specifically, the national minorities of Mongolia, Tibet, Xinjiang, Yunnan, and Gansu would be afforded one of three options were the CCP to gain power over the mainland: first, to separate from the Chinese Soviet Republic and establish their own state; second, to join the Soviet Federation; or third, to establish autonomous regions within the Chinese Soviet Republic. 48 More concretely, the 1931 Congress committed the regime to the development of minority language education, minority language publishing houses, the use of local languages in the execution of government in minority areas, and the training of minority cadres. In 1934, the nationality question became a practical rather than purely theoretical part of communist politics. In that year, the fifth in a series of extermination campaigns waged by the GMD prompted the communist leadership to abandon its base in Jiangxi and set off on what later came to be known as the Long March. During their journey, communist leaders, troops, and followers were exposed for the first time to the ethnically diverse and impoverished areas of the southwest. When the Red Army entered the largely Miao area of Gansu, for example, communists witnessed firsthand the region's acute destitution, villagers walking naked through the streets, widespread opium addiction, and severe oppression at the hands of local warlords. Following his passage through Gansu province, Zhu De recorded terse impressions of the scene: corn with bits of cabbage, chief food of people. Peasants too poor to eat rice. Peasants call selves dry, men suck dry of everything. Poor hovels with black rotting thatched roofs everywhere. 49. Here, on the Long March, the issue of national minorities took on strategic, real-world consequences. During their travels, the communists began to propagandize their policies of national equality and self-determination, employing it, as Drew Gladney has argued, for the strategic purpose of enlisting the support of the peoples disgruntled by Qing rule and Chiang Kai-shek's nationality policy. 50 For their survival, the communists improvised a discourse of recognition and self-determination in order to establish an intimate relationship with the upper stratum representatives of the non-Han peoples. 51 They incorporated it in their emerging state program, integrating it more fully into their vision of a socialist China. The outbreak of full-scale war with Japan placed severe strains on the ethnopolitical stance of the GMD. On the one hand, the threat of national subjugation prompted Chiang Kai-shek to redouble his commitment to the idea of a singular and homogeneous China, conceptualized in terms of the nation race. 52 The clearest statement of Jiang's ethnopolitical platform was his treatise China's Destiny, published first in 1943 and revised in 1947. In this text, Chiang was clear in his anti-recognitionist stance. The fact that comprises 5 stocks, he argued, is due not to diversity in race or blood but to dissimilarity in creed and geographical environment. In a word, he continued, the distinction between the 5 stocks is territorial as well as religious, but not ethnological. 53 Chiang was convinced that the fate of China depended upon an unwavering opposition to any and all policies that would officially recognize such distinctions or imbue them with political significance. Reflecting on the Qing, he portrayed the banner system, the very institution that has been identified as the backbone of Qing universalism and the Manchu's ability to rule over a diverse empire, as the cause of its downfall. 54 The magnificent state organization and excellent political institutions and laws of the Manchu dynasty, Chiang lauded, compared favorably with those of the Han and Tang dynasties, surpassed those of the Sung and Ming dynasties and were far superior to those of the Yuan dynasty. He continued, however, if the Manchu emperors had not attempted to draw distinctions between the Han, Manchu, Mongolian, Mohammedan, and Tibetan stocks and, instead, had treated them all on a footing of equality irrespective of religion, occupation, social status, and sex, in recognition of the fact that these five stocks are essentially integral parts of one nation. China would surely have kept pace with the European and American nations in attaining strength and prosperity. 55. Like Sun Yat-sen before him, Chiang portrayed himself as an advocate, not technically of assimilationism, but of re-assimilationism, the reconstitution of a people purported to share a common progenitor. In the 1947 edition of China's Destiny, Chiang argued that each of the five stocks, whereas they were commonly believed to have descended from either the Xiongnu or the Xianbei, were in fact descendants of common ancestors, the ruling house of the Yin dynasty and the mythical Yellow Emperor. By linking the Mongols, Jurchens, Turfans, Tibetans, Manchus, and Mohammedans to these origins, particularly the Yellow Emperor, he attempted to portray assimilationist policies as a process of reunion. 56. At the same time, the Japanese threat forced the nationalists to reconsider their policy of non-recognition, insofar as the blanket denial of ethno-national diversity afforded Japanese propagandists the opportunity to manipulate the very desires for self-determination and political recognition that were left unfulfilled by the existing political framework. And if Japanese infiltrators failed to take advantage of this opportunity, the communists surely would. Under these countervailing pressures, the nationalist regime attempted to reconcile their ethno-political stance by arguing for the postponement of the resolution of the national question until after the war. In 1938, the GMD Congress took steps in this direction through its reaffirmation of the GMD Manifesto of 1923, the document wherein the nationalists first articulated their support for the concept of a multi-Minzu China. The promise of the manifesto, however, would have to wait until after victory, as any discussion of diversity within a wartime context would facilitate the Japanese plot to divide and conquer the Chinese mainland. 57. For the Chinese communists, the war prompted precisely the opposite response, a redoubled commitment to the immediate recognition of national minorities and opposition to the monogenic argument being advanced by GMD conservatives. In a series of treatises written in the late 1930s, the CCP further emphasized its dedication to recognizing the existence of non-Han nationalities. Most well known among these was the question of the Hui nationality, a succinct study that criticized the minority policies of imperial and republican-era China, and mounted a case arguing that the Hui constituted a distinct Minzu rather than a religious subset of the Han. 58 GMD policies, the authors of Hui contended, were designed to paralyze the national movement and national awakening. 59. By portraying the Hui as merely a Chinese varietal, the GMD was sidestepping the issue of political representation and equality. As evidence, the authors of Hui pointed to the Republican Constitution, wherein the political position of the Hui as such was not stipulated, and Republican legislative bodies such as the National Assembly and the National Consultative Political Assembly, in which no Hui representatives were to be found. 60. Equally energetic arguments were made in the course of other contemporaneous writings, including Outline of the Question of the Mongolian Nationality in Wartime, The Question of the Mongolian Nationality, and The National Question in Wartime China. 61. Chen Lianzhen and Huang Caoliang, authors of The National Question, placed the GMD's nationality policy at the heart of the country's geopolitical crisis. The loss of Manchuria to the Japanese, they argued, was the insidious consequence of the fact that China had not reached a correct and reasonable resolution to the problem of domestic nationalities. 62. By failing to address the boiling issue of domestic diversity, Chinese authorities had opened the door to Japanese infiltration, allowing foreign aggressors to use the Minzu question to pit China's minorities off against the Han. The GMD's non-recognitionist stance enabled the Japanese to use China to control China, ironically echoing the time-worn imperial Chinese strategy of using the barbarians to control the barbarians. 63. By the 1940s, then, communist and Kuomintang strategies toward national unity were becoming increasingly polarized. For the GMD, all questions of the political recognition of Chinese diversity would have to wait until after the war. Until that time, Minzu was to be understood strictly in terms of a monogenic singularity. There was one Minzu in China and it was coextensive with the Chinese polity. This definition undergirded, and was itself perpetuated by, the party's avowedly non-recognitionist stance. For the Communists, the concept of Minzu was inseparable from that of diversity and polygenism. The Chinese state and its Minzu were not one and the same. Instead, the former was composed of the latter, thereby making the political recognition of diversity essential to state legitimacy and anti-colonial resistance. For the Kuomintang, the recognition of ethnic difference within China was seen as serving the interests of the Japanese, for whom such cleavages created conditions of possibility for division and conquest. To the Communists, such division and conquest was avoidable, not by denying the existence of independent Chinese minority nationalities, but by conveying to these groups that it would be possible for them to exist both as Chinese and as Hui, Mongolian, Tibetan, and so on. In counterintuitive fashion, the recognition of particularity was, in the communist way of thinking, the path to a new unity. 64 Chen and Huang addressed the problem by citing Lenin, who used the metaphor of marriage and divorce to frame the issue: if we advocate national self-determination, will not our country, once unified, fall into pieces? Particularly as we all battle to the death against the Japanese pirates, wouldn't supporting national self-determination be the same as serving as their lackeys in shattering our united front? With regards to this sort of opinion, Ilyich responded using a vivid metaphor. He asked, if a country has a law the right to divorce, will that send a happily married couple running to court to request a separation? 65. There is some evidence that, with the end of the war in 1945, the nationalist regime was preparing to fulfill its promise of a new ethnopolitical policy. In Nanjing in November 1946, the National Assembly of the GMD convened to develop a new state constitution. Adopted on Christmas Day, 1946, the new constitution formally guaranteed all nationalities equality before the law and representation in the legislative yuan. Moreover, in a bold departure from the long-standing northern, large nationality orientation of the Qing and the early republican concept of Wuzhugonghe, this promise was to be extended not only to Tibetans, Mongolians, Uyghurs, Hui, and Manchu, but also to the various nationalities in the frontier regions. 66 At the same time, other evidence points in the opposite direction. For example, the post-war census, scheduled to begin July 1, 1948 and conclude December 31, 1953, once again did not include any questions pertaining to Minzu identity. If the GMD was in fact committed to the formation of a legislature in which were represented the different nationalities of China, it seems that this system was not to be based on proportionality. Whatever the ultimate intentions of the nationalist regime, GMD authorities never found the time to make good on their commitments. By summer 1946, the unstable peace with the communists collapsed and the mainland once again descended into full-scale war. Within 2 years, moreover, the military advantage fell to communist forces, which, in a series of campaigns, took control of key urban areas in 1948 and 1949. Beijing fell to the Communists in January 1949, Taiyuan in March, Nanjing in April, and Wuhan and Shanghai in May. The nationalists ultimately lost the mainland, and with it any possibility of reinventing themselves as the legitimate regime at the head of a multinational polity. Following the Communists' military victory in late 1949, the ethnopolitical debate over recognition came to an end. If China had been a single Minzu polity under the Kuomintang, under the Communists it was reconfigured as a unified, multinational republic composed of a diverse assemblage of Minzu. The Communists immediately folded this policy into their statecraft. On September 29, 1949, 2 days prior to the official founding of the People's Republic, the CCP promulgated the Common Program of the Chinese People's Political Consultative Congress. The document would serve as the political guidelines for the PRC until a formal constitution could be created. The Common Program also outlined the new government's policies toward national minorities. On the broadest level, the document declared the inherent equality of all nationalities and pledged to protect minorities from the dual threats of Han nationalism and divisive ethno-nationalistic chauvinism. 67 More concretely, Article 51 of the Common Program outlined novel policies regarding autonomous minority areas. In particular, the document outlined a theory of regional autonomy to be exercised in areas where national minorities are concentrated, and various kinds of autonomy organizations of the different nationalities shall be set up according to the size of the respective populations and regions. In areas where there coexisted more than one minority group, the Common Program pledged that the different nationalities shall each have an appropriate number of representatives in the local organs of political power. 68. Starting in 1950, communist authorities began to propagandize their new nationalities policies among local minority elites in key minority regions, to enlist their support as intermediaries between the state and the local populations. In June 1950, the Central People's Government dispatched minority visitation teams to border regions throughout the country. The first of these teams, the Southwest Minority Visitation Team, departed Beijing on July 2, 1950, and traveled to Yunnan under the direction of ethnologist Xia Kangnan, who had established himself in the Republican period as one of the foremost minority researchers. 69 In all, the team spent approximately 1 year in the province, gathering information on local conditions, disseminating news about the communist government's new policies toward national minorities, and administering care, such as veterinary services and inoculation against disease. 70. At the same time, provincial authorities began to form autonomous region governments and democratic coalition governments throughout Yunnan. Further corroborating John Herman's argument about the persistence of indirect rule in the Southwest, the leaders of these local governments were typically those known as elite personages, and many, in fact, were relatives of the families that Imperial Chinese authorities had long employed to manage local affairs. 71 The goal was to enroll non-Han groups in all levels of government, as a means of legitimating their rule, fulfilling their long-standing promise of ethno-national equality, and securing the territorial integrity of their multinational polity. Having committed themselves to a concept of China as a multi-Minzu country, however, the Communists unwittingly stumbled upon a remarkably complex problem. If China was home to multiple Minzu, who were they? How many Minzu were there, what were their names, where did they reside, and how many of each were there? This new set of questions went far beyond the rather simple and ideological issue of recognition and ventured into the much more complex realm of categorization. With this, we resume our discussion of the inaugural census and the early communist approach to this question of ethnotaxonomy. The 1953 experiment with self-categorization. Unlike the Soviet census, upon which the inaugural PRC registration campaign was loosely based, one which presented respondents with a predetermined set of nationality categories from which to choose, the Chinese census of 1953-54 posed the question of Minzu as an unbounded, fill-in-the-blank query wherein a registrant dictated his or her Minzu name to the census taker, who then transcribed it into Chinese characters. 72 This policy was known colloquially as names are to be chosen by the bearers, or Mingkongzuoren. 73 The underlying principle of this policy was a commitment to self-categorization, a political ideal that granted citizens the unfettered right to select their own Minzu designations. More specifically, it specified that any individual over the age of 18 would be free to select his or her own Minzu status, which would then be officially recognized by the state. 74 Whatever people called themselves, so too would the government. The remarkably open nature of the Minzu question is most readily appreciated when one compares it against the other questions posed during the registration campaign. When it came to documenting personal names, for example, census takers received instructions on how to sift through the multiple appellations that the average person in China adopted and carried at different stages of life. In certain cases, respondents lacked names altogether, particularly in the recently banned but still persistent practice of betrothal adoption. 75 In such instances, census takers were instructed to assign the person with a name for the sake of documentation. Age was also a complex issue. According to local custom, an infant in China was considered 1 year old at birth, and then 1 year older at the passage of the child's first Lunar New Year. An infant born shortly before the New Year, therefore, would quickly be counted as 2 years old in China, whereas in other contexts the same child would not yet be considered 1.76. To assist census officials in translating between customary modes of chronology and the Gregorian calendar upon which the census was based, participants were outfitted with conversion charts listing dates from 1853 to 1953 in terms of the Western calendar, the lunar calendar, and imperial reign dates. 77. Place of residence was an especially complicated issue, insofar as the double counting of absent family members could lead to vast overestimations of the country's population. Customary practice rendered the issue quite sensitive, however, since it was common for family members to refer to their kin as temporarily absent even when they had been away for extended periods of time or had established lives elsewhere. Realizing that it would be an affront not to count these temporarily absent individuals, census officials developed a face-saving way of procuring the desired data without bruising the sensibilities of their respondents. The census form was divided into 2 sections. The right-hand side would include information on permanent residents and those who had been absent for less than 6 months. The left-hand side would include information about temporarily absent family members who had been away for more than 6 months. After recording both, the census office would use the right half and discard the left. 78. In contrast to the care and attention that the architects of the census paid to the questions of personal names, age, and residency, almost no effort was made to anticipate or neutralize ambiguities associated with the 5th question, that of nationality or minzu. Not only was the question left wide open, but in the event that one's respondent did not understand the question being posed, census takers were not allowed to assign a minzu designation on the person's behalf. Rather, they were instructed to approach the issue indirectly, with leading questions such as "Are you Hui or are you Han?" or perhaps "Are you a Bannerman or are you Han?" 79. By invoking such well-known groups, and contrasting them against the Han majority, these auxiliary questions were designed to induce a corresponding response from the interviewee. Once an answer was provided, however, no further provisions were made to ensure commensurability or comparability among the names being procured. Census takers were not provided with any standardized list of nationalities, nor any conversion charts with which they could translate between customary and official modes of identification. No official ethnotaxonomy existed, after all. Thus, whatever a person called him or herself, so too would the state. When considered in light of the Communist Party's development in the late Republican period, this policy was not unreasonable. As we have seen, the Communists had developed their ethnopolitical platform in dialogue with the minorities of North China who, as Catherine Coe has observed, possessed centralized religious and leadership structures and were, relative to those in the southwest, more clearly demarcated and separated geographically from the Han. Moreover, with the exception of the Chinese-speaking Hui, the languages of the northern groups were more unified, unlike the predominantly non-literate, dialect, fractured southern languages. 81. Based on their experience in the north with the Hui and the Mongols, the Communists perhaps assumed that the nationalities of China at large would exhibit a comparably robust sense of self-identity, making self-categorization a viable alternative to state-led categorization. As census research neared the halfway mark, however, problems began to surface that called into question this unbounded approach to minzu registration. The problems surfaced, not in the north, where the Communists had developed their ethnopolitical platform, but in the southwestern province of Yunnan where the CCP had virtually no experience with the question of cultural and linguistic diversity. In the county of Yunlong, local census officials reported the discovery of 10 additional groups, or at the very least, 10 ethnonyms that had never before been recorded by authorities. 82. In Yongsheng County, the situation was identical. Prior to the inaugural census, county officials had recorded the names of some 28 minority groups. During the 1953-54 registration, This number had grown to 38.83 in Yuanmo County. Local officials reported to the provincial government that many of their respondents did not know how to answer the question of Minzu. Even with the auxiliary prompts, many locals simply did not know what the term meant. In addition to those who did not understand the question being asked, there was an even larger number of people who, from the perspective of state authorities, posed an even bigger problem, those who understood Minzu in ways that diverged from the official interpretation. In their report on registration work in Kunming, census takers described two chaotic taxonomic phenomena: single Minzu with multiple names and single names with multiple ways of writing them. 84. In early 1954, as the tabulation of census data neared completion, it quickly became apparent that local reports such as these, at first seemingly isolated and anecdotal, were signs of a much broader crisis. Back in Beijing, the scope of the problem soon became evident. Nationwide, over 400 distinct entries appeared in the census registers in response to the question of Minzu identity. Among these, roughly 200 of them were recorded in one province alone, China's southwesternmost province of Yunnan. 85. Because of the highly unorthodox conditions under which it was produced, the inaugural census resulted in a chaotic body of data, a fractured mosaic in which the largest pieces dwarfed the smallest by many orders of magnitude. Despite this, however, certain facets and characteristics of the province could be gleaned. First, the central and provincial governments had now quantified a fact that both already knew, namely that Yunnan was home to a large number of ethnic minorities. According to the census results, roughly one-third of the province self-identified as non-Han. Among these, 14 groups appeared in the census registers with populations in excess of 100,000 people: the Bai, Benren, Dai, Hani, Hui, Jingpo, Kawa, Lahu, Lasu, Miao, Naxi, Pula, Yi, and Zhuang. Second, within the over 5 million non-Han residents, there were 13 medium-sized groups with populations of between 10 and 100,000, scattered throughout the province: the Akang, Ach, Bulang, Huayao, Kyukang, Muji, Nu, Tu, Xiangtang, Xie, Xifen, Yao, and Zhang. In line with the communists' expectations, therefore, there were indeed many sizable groups in the region who knew exactly who they were and what their name was. Beyond these 27 large and medium-sized groups, however, the ethnographic picture started to get very hazy. 38 registrants appeared in the census with populations of between 100 and 1,000, the Ahe, Bajia, Bangzi, Bujiao, Buxia, Kanyi, Chaman, Daisy, Diga, Dinga, Duyun, Gasi, He, Hipu, Huasu, Jiazhu, Kabai, Kila, Lama, Li, Lud, Lulu, Luxai, Man, Naza, Qing, Ruanki, Sanda, Talu, Tanglang, Tulao, Tasi, Zimaluo, Yang, Yangbai, Zhili, Zi, and one registrant whose name was illegible in the census report. At the far end of the population range was a long tail of 92 registrants with populations of less than 100 people, 20 of which were recorded with populations of only 1. These included the Aluo, Akuo, Ani, Ao, Ach, Bai, Banyi, Bendaizu, Boluo, Buwa, Kang, Chaosian, Dazuba, Deng, Dongchuan, Donglan, Duyi, Fan, Fuduo, Funi, Jaolai, Jaomayan, Jacehan, Gukan, Gui, Quilla, Hanhui, Hong, Huahong, Xia, Jiangzi, Jingdong, Kong, Kiji, Kijia, La, Laba, Laluo, Lao, Laxi, Lazi, Li, Lai, Lyman, Lashi, Longren, Luyi, Malimesha, Manzi, Masha, Mata, Meng, Menyong, Mianren, Micha, Misi, Maluo, Masu, Nawa, Nama, Nanjing, Nani, Naxi, Nai, Nibo Peijiao, Pin, Panan, Chiang, Kijia, Chu, Reben, Ryerman, Sunny, Shan, Shang, Shanyuhung, Shi, Xiaotu, Shu, Tu, Tuesday, Wu, Wuorsui, Xiang, Yishan, Yishi, Yuinan, Zaheng, Zhong, Zhuohe, and Zone.86. For state authorities, the 1953-54 census data was befuddling. To call it illegible, in the James Scott sense, would be a vast understatement. 87 Indeed, to read the list of self-registered Minzu in the inaugural census is primarily an exercise in forensic reconstruction, not categorization. The case of one entry, the Siang, is particularly illustrative. Based on the census results, what could and could not be inferred about this group, one whose population equaled 1? First and most basically, the appearance of the commonplace Chinese character Siang tells us almost nothing about the encounter that took place between the registrant and the census worker. We do not and cannot know what the individual said, only what one particular Chinese-speaking census taker considered to be a reasonable approximation of the individual's declaration of self. Due to vast dialectical variations within Chinese, moreover, the character inscription and the original response are doubly mediated, first from the respondent's language into the census taker's Chinese, and from there to state authorities elsewhere in China speaking different dialects. As the Siang, the 19 other isolates, and many of the other single-digit entries demonstrate, the fill-in-the-blank census exposed the fact that in contrast to large self-identified groups such as the Limo and the Jingpo, there were at the same time many people and communities whose understanding of Minzu departed radically from that of the state. Because each respondent was permitted to answer the question of Minzu improvisationally, not guided by various options that might have provided the person hints as to the specific type of answer sought by the census taker, it left the door wide open for people to answer, in essence, their own versions of the Minzu question. Faced with the radically open-ended nature of the census data, then, central and provincial authorities were presented with one Siang, one Futuo, 4 Donglan, and yet absolutely no way to know what a Siang, Futuo, or Donglan was. Were they ethnonyms, patronyms, pseudonyms, toponyms, eponyms, or perhaps something else still? 88 The fact is that when confronted with the radical uncertainty of the entry, one has little choice but to acknowledge this uncertainty and recognize, Siang, Futuo, Donglan, and many of the other entries in the inaugural census were simply NYMS, floating taxa whose classificatory frameworks are lost to us. Whereas the case of the Siang and other microscopic entries are rather dramatic, the same question of taxonomic ambiguity applies to numerous groups which appeared in the census with populations of less than 100 people. For example, what kind of category was Biwa, Dazuba, Kong, Dinga, and so forth? When asked their Minzu status, what exactly did they think this word meant? Whereas this question cannot be answered, what becomes evident is this: when we talk about the inaugural census of the PRC, we are not in fact talking about an inventory of ethno-national groups, but rather a list of versions of Minzu where each version depended upon the respondent's interpretation of the question. It is this type of improvisation and interpretation that is not possible when confronted with a Prague-Ivan list of Minzu options, and a battalion of census takers trained in helping their respondents select an acceptable answer. The communists had expected the people of Yunnan not only to know their own Minzu identities, but also to know them in a way that was commensurable with the concept of Minzu as understood by state authorities. The sheer chaos of the census data revealed to communist authorities just how naive this expectation had been, and that the only means of commensurating the worldviews of the 600 million citizens of New China would be to standardize and delimit the concept. Heuristics aside, there were more unvarnished facts that authorities derived from the data and that concern us most here. The number of self-reported names far outstripped all official estimates of ethnic diversity in the province. There were simply too many for the state to handle and their numbers had to be reduced. As explained by Deng Xiaoping in his exegesis of the election law, the state guaranteed at least one representative to each officially recognized national minority regardless of population size, just one of the many promises to national minorities that had been widely propagandized in the early years of the PRC. 89 Based on this provision, then, the communist leadership was faced with the prospect of at least 190 national delegates hailing from Yunnan province alone, and at least 400 minority delegates nationwide. With only 1,200 seats in the forthcoming NPC, minority nationalities hailing from just Yunnan would have accounted for over 1/6 of the entire parliament, a staggering number when one considers that they constituted less than 1% of the population of the country. 90 In addition to these mandated seats, as we saw, the 1953 law made additional provisions based on proportionality, designed to ensure that larger minorities would receive a level of representation reflective of their size. If we make a conservative estimate regarding the number of additional minority representatives, hypothesizing somewhere between 50 and 100 supplemental delegates countrywide, we are left with a National People's Congress in which 40% of the legislative body would hail from a non-Han minority nationality, an overwhelmingly large percentage when we consider that the combined population of these minority nationalities constituted only 6% of the total population of China. Circa 1953.91. And as for those groups with populations of 1, they confronted officials with the absurd prospect of minority delegates literally standing in on behalf of themselves, ones of a kind, the loneliest nations on earth. This bewildering mosaic posed a host of problems for the state beyond the immediate question of congressional representation. Were they to recognize each of these self-identified names, communist authorities would then be compelled to implement an array of administrative, legal, and cultural projects. For each authenticated minority, the state would have to address the potential creation of autonomous administrative units, the development of minority language scripts, and the training of minority cadres, among other cultural policies outlined in Article 53 of the Common Program. 92 To recognize diversity at such a level would have paralyzed the government. Confronted with this dire political crisis, communist authorities realized that if Minzu was going to serve as one of the axes of Chinese citizenship, it could not be left to the people to determine at will. If the People's Republic was going to be home to a bounded set of imagined communities, then the state would need to intervene and discipline the imaginations of its people. It was with this realization that the communist state turned to the two communities in China with the expertise and experience necessary to resolve this taxonomic crisis: Chinese ethnologists and linguists, on the one hand, and local provincial authorities, on the other. In early 1954, with time running out before the upcoming congressional elections, they decided to tackle the most complex region first, the province of Yunnan, which alone accounted for more than half of all the entries in the inaugural census. In the middle of April 1954, the Yunnan Province Ethnic Classification Team was established. 93. Conclusion. The ethnic classification project was not undertaken as part of a pre-existing or even premeditated communist goal of taxonomic reductionism. To the contrary, it was carried out in response to a political crisis that had emerged precisely because of the party's radically liberal experiment with practically unfettered self-categorization. Had the PRC carried out its inaugural census according to conventional governmentalist models, using existing models in circulation at both the central and provincial level nationalities affairs commissions, it is highly likely that there would now be far more officially recognized Minzu in Yunnan, and nationwide, than there are today. This raises a second key point. Whereas current accounts of the classification attribute the radical reduction of ethnic categories to communist prerogative, what the following chapters will demonstrate is that the remarkably synthetic categorization of minorities in China was in fact the result of the influence from the Chinese social sciences, especially ethnology and linguistics. To understand and explain the methodological and epistemological framework that subtended the classification project of 1954, it is not upon the communist state that we should train our focus, but rather upon the state's social scientific advisors. Third, the taxonomic crisis that resulted from the fill-in-the-blank census of 1953 sheds light on a gaping hole in the Chinese communist approach to the nationality question. Whereas communist theorists had spilled a great deal of ink over abstract topics such as equality, self-determination, and regional autonomy, they had not dealt whatsoever with the problem of Minzu categorization. The CCP approach to the nationality question simply failed to appreciate the central importance of taxonomy within the broader question of self-determination, representation, and political equality. They falsely assumed that the problem of categorization could be circumvented simply by affording everyone in the country the right to determine their own identity. The outcome of the first census, however, was a stark lesson for the CCP, revealing the naivete of this ideal. The price of recognition was categorization, for it was only through categorization that a multitude of people could be recast as a singular, corporate person, and only through category that a variety of conceptions of Minzu could be brought into congress with one another, both literally and figuratively. Inseparable from any mature understanding of self-determination is the determination of selves. Fourth, as evidenced by the remarkable text of the inaugural census, a polysemous document containing much more and much less than simply ethnonyms, this chapter brings to the surface a host of ambiguities which are normally overlooked by existing accounts of the classification. There has long been an altogether uncritical and inaccurate tendency among scholars both inside and outside China, both internal to and critical of the classification, to refer to the census entries as ethnic groups 94 by assuming that each of the census entries refers to a self-aware group. We cannot help but cast the entire story of the classification as a political allegory featuring 400+ self-aware minority communities yearning, and in large part failing, to achieve political recognition. Whereas there were clearly groups for whom the census did in fact constitute a moment of politically self-aware assertion, the remainder appear instead to have been individuals who were simply improvising responses to a question they had never heard or considered before. With these considerations in mind, then, the inaugural census and the ethnic classification cannot be understood as projects which acted upon a previously existing set of non-Han communities. The census and the classification were both constitutive of the Minzu they ended up categorizing, in part because both enterprises were part of the larger process by which the Chinese state began to standardize the definition of Minzu on a mass level. Fifth, in this chapter we have examined Chinese communist governmentality in its early years, at a time before state authorities knew how to see ethnic identity like a state, in the sense meant by James Scott. A bit like Hollywood action films in which leading men are never seen asking for directions, the literature on governmentality disproportionately features state authorities that possess what seems like a preternatural sense of where they are going and how to get there. Whereas their projects often fail, it is not because of any inability on their part to administer national censuses, to construct vast bureaucratic record-keeping infrastructures, or, in any number of ways, to conceptualize the populations and societies under their administrative control in a fashion we have come to expect of modern state and its putatively coherent epistemic framework governmentality. Such skills, it would seem, come naturally to states. Whereas we have come to think of states as behaving in certain fundamental ways, one of the most basic being the administration of censuses that reduce the complexities of their populations into abstractions that facilitate both political representation and social control. The case of China circa 1953 provides a vivid counterexample. Here we find a government that had no experience in how to use even one of the most basic technologies of statecraft. The fledgling communist state reminds us that governmentality should not be thought of as a basket of traits, skills, technologies, and epistemological commitments that modern states come into possession of simply by virtue of being modern states. Rather, before a state can see like a state, it must need to do so, and it must learn to do so. This holds true, not only during the emergence of the modern nation-state as a novel form of political organization, but also in post-revolutionary contexts in which an ascendant party suddenly finds itself the new regime. As the rest of this study will bear out, the Chinese communists did not teach themselves how to see like a state, at least not when it came to the fundamentally important problem of ethnic categorization. To the contrary, the history of the classification project is one of an inexperienced Chinese state that was able to orient itself only by observing the world through the eyes of its social scientific advisors. Simply put, the following chapters will make the case that the mentality of governmentality was, in the case of the 1954 ethnic classification, in large part the mentality of the comparative social sciences. Social science served as the eyes of the modern Chinese nation-state, and in doing so, taught the state how to see ethnicity categorically. With these considerations in mind, we travel now to the campus of the Central Institute for Nationalities in Beijing. There, an elite team of ethnologists and linguists was gathering in late April 1954 to make sense of what at first must have seemed like an impossible mission, to provide the central state with definitive taxonomic recommendations regarding the most ethnically diverse province in China, and one of the most diverse regions on Earth, in less than 6 months. 2. Ethnicity as language. Among those who research ethnic groups in the Southwest, there is no one who does not take H.R. Davies' taxonomy as his starting point. Ding Su, 1941. In the closing weeks of April 1954, a small group of scholars in Beijing began to discuss the Herculean task that awaited them in Yunnan. The classification team would have less than 6 months to prosecute a coordinated, multi-site investigation and produce a series of definitive taxonomic recommendations about the province's minority groups. Their findings would result in a complete reassessment of the country's ethno-national demography, moreover, and not simply in the development of ethnological knowledge. They would influence not merely the direction of their discipline, but also China's administrative geography, the allocation of economic and political resources, and entire domains of cultural production. In this chapter we will examine how the team was able to fulfill this immense task in the time allotted. In particular, we will examine the criteria and methodology they adopted in response to the census and the chaotic and confusing body of demographic data contained therein. The Beijing group was led by Lin Yehua, who had been appointed vice director of the Ethnic Classification Research Team. Lin was a native of Fujian Province, having received his master's degree in 1935 from the Department of Sociology at Yanjing University. As one of the star pupils of the renowned Wu Wenzhou, he went on to Harvard University in 1937, where he completed his doctoral work over the next few years. Upon graduating, Lin immediately made a name for himself, garnering praise for his first 2 books, The Golden Wing, a sociological study of Chinese family, and The Lolo of Liangshan. 1. Following 1949, Lin went on to conduct ethnological field research in Inner Mongolia, Tibet, and Inner Mongolia once again. During the first of his trips, Lin was accompanied by many of the scholars who were now part of the classification team, including Shilian Zhu, Wang Furen, Huang Shuping, and Wang Xiao. 2. On April 26, during a late afternoon session, the team met to tackle the problem of taxonomic criteria. Lin, who had departed for Kunming that morning, was not present at the meeting, inviting Luo Jiguang to address the team in his absence. Luo was a specialist in the minority languages of the Southwest, trained at Peking University under Luo Chenpi, one of the most influential linguists in modern Chinese history. He graduated in 1936 and went on to teach at National Yunnan University and at the Linguistic Research Institute of the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences. Along with his colleague Fumiji, he became increasingly involved in minority language script development, one of the major priorities of the early PRC period for the Communist State. 3. During that late April session, Luo argued that the profusion of ethnonyms confronting the classification team could be reduced at the outset to just over 20 discrete groups. There was only one proviso: the team would need to treat language as a surrogate for Minzu identity, in essence ceding the question of ethnic taxonomy to the discipline of linguistics. 4. Luo outlined 24 groups in all. Luo Jiguang was not the sole exponent of this position. 3 days later, on the afternoon of April 29, the classification team invited linguist Ma Suiliang, also a Republican-era graduate of Peking University. Ma's lecture, entitled The Utility of Language in the Course of Investigations, elaborated upon Luo's point and rephrased it with even greater simplicity and precision. Before conducting ethnological investigations in Yunnan, linguistic categorization should be carried out first. Once language-based comparisons and classification had yielded the basic contours of identity in the province, researchers could follow up with studies of local culture, customs, and so forth. 5. In addition to these advisors, the ethnic classification team also comprised a group of linguists who shared an identical outlook. The most important was Fumeji, a specialist in the minority languages of the Southwest and prize student of Luo Qinpi. Fumeji was appointed to work alongside Lin Yehua as vice director of the Yunnan Province Ethnic Classification Research Team, and to oversee the team's core of language specialists. In collaboration with Luo Qinpi, Fu had published a largely identical taxonomy even before the advent of classification, proposing the very same argument that their colleagues were now presenting to the classification team. In a March 1954 article published in Chinese Philology, Luo and Fu contended that among the approximately 140 ethnonyms in Yunnan, many are the same in reality and different in name alone. If one treats the possession of an independent language as our criterion, then these ethnonyms could be merged into 25 or so groups. 6 In that article, Luo Qinpi and Fumeji produced a taxonomy that included the groups shown in Table 3. With the exception of the Bai, Jiarong, Qiang, and Zhuang, the pair's taxonomy was identical to the one proposed by Luo Jiguang to the classification team. The similarity of their taxonomies is even more pronounced when contrasted against those of the Central and Provincial Nationalities Affairs Commission seen in Chapter 1, as well as the inaugural census of the PRC. Whereas these texts listed hundreds of Minzu, leading Chinese linguists regarded Yunnan as home to roughly 24. As we will see in this chapter and the next, the classification team ultimately did accept this commensuration, adopting language-based categorization as the taxonomic foundation of the project. Where, however, did this paradigm come from? How did language become an accepted surrogate for ethnic identity? More broadly, where did the taxonomic and epistemological foundations of the classification come from, most notably its commitment to the formulation of a highly limited and mutually exclusive set of identity categories? Traditionally, the answer to this question has been to treat the ethnic classification project as a uniquely communist affair, one in which CCP officials at the central and provincial levels more or less indiscriminately created such categories and imposed them upon both ethnic minorities and ethnologists. To the extent that scholars have pointed to pre-1949 antecedents, or deeper historical continuities, attention has been paid in large part to a presumed Sino-Soviet connection, the idea being, once again, that the Chinese Communists undertook this categorical imposition in lockstep with the dictates of Soviet precedent and Soviet advisors. In this chapter we will see that the origins of this taxonomic worldview fall well before the 1949 divide and bear the imprint, not of Soviet colonial practices, but of those emanating from the British Empire and its loose, transnational network of amateur ethnologists and linguists. This story takes us back to the waning years of the Qing dynasty and to an unlikely starting point, the work of an obscure British military officer by the name of Henry Rodolph Davies. It was his 1909 work, championed and only partly modified by Republican-era Chinese social scientists, that became the foundation of Chinese ethnological studies of the Southwest, the 1954 Ethnic Classification Project and, indeed, the present-day classification of ethnic groups in Yunnan. In the ongoing story of colonial anthropological practice in Africa, South Asia, North America, Taiwan, and so forth, we must now include Southwest China. H.R. Davies as the link between India and the Yangtze. Henry Rodolph Davies was born on September 28, 1865, the second son of Henry Fanshawe Davies and Ellen Christopher Alexander Hankey. Centered in Worcestershire, the Davies family was steeped in a long tradition of military service to the British Empire. Davies' grandfather and great-uncle were both veterans of the Peninsular War. Davies' father had become a young gentleman in the British Navy at the age of 12, and at age 15 was dispatched to South Asia to serve in the Second Anglo-Burmese War. By the time his son Henry Rodolph was born, he had acceded to the rank of lieutenant colonel, and was later promoted to Lieutenant General. 7. Davies received his education at Eton and excelled at the study of languages. In addition to French, Hindustani, and Persian, in which his school records listed him as being highly proficient, he had also reached intermediate levels in Burmese, Pashto, and Chinese. 8 As evidenced by this assemblage of languages, Davies had his eyes trained on Britain's colonial sphere of influence in Asia. Cartographically, his linguistic schooling traced a long crescent, originating in Afghanistan and sweeping through northern India, Burma, and the Sino-Burmese border region of southwest Yunnan. 9. Having obtained his commission in August of 1884, Davies was dispatched first to British-controlled Burma in October 1887, and then to Siam in November of 1892. Davies' experience in China began in 1893, when he was enlisted to serve on the Burmese Boundary Commission alongside William Wari, the British government's advisor to the government of Burma, the district superintendent of police, 50 men from the 19th Yorkshire Regiment, and 2 Chinese delegates. Starting on November 17, the team set out for Yunnan from the Burmese side, traveling through the Kachin Hills and the northern Shan states. Their goal was to find the Chinese passes or gates that demarcated the border between Burma and the Qing imperial domain. 11 Over the course of late fall and early winter, the team located 3 such gates, the Hujiguan, Tianmaguan, and Hanlongguan, fulfilling their objective by January 7, 1894. Upon completion of their official business, the Chinese deputies invited Davies to stay behind and travel through the province. Davies agreed, and spent the subsequent month sojourning and collecting piecemeal observations of the terrain and the people. On April 3, 1895, he arrived in Samao, only to learn that the local elites were expecting a visit from French travelers in a few days. The local Mandarin only knew the Frenchman's Chinese name, and so Davies was unable to decipher who it might be. As he discovered later, the traveler was none other than Prince Henry d'Orleans, en route from Tonking. Davies would later read the sojourner's account and find out that d'Orleans and his companions must have reached Sumao the day after I left it. 12. For Davies, one of the most arresting features of the region was its cultural and racial diversity. During this excursion through southwest China, Davies had his first encounter with a group he recorded as Na Chang, whom he described as a distinct race who do not exist anywhere else. 13 The Mohammedans, or Hui, also caught his attention, in particular their relationship with the local Chinese. The two races naturally hate each other and always will do so, he later noted, but there is no enmity on the outside. 14. Davies was not alone in his fascination with the non-Chinese peoples of Yunnan. Numerous sojourners, missionaries, and colonial officers found themselves intrigued by the people of the region and the seemingly irreducible complexity of the cultural, linguistic, and social mosaic they formed. Constituting the other to the Chinese, which in turn constituted a global other in the minds Euro-American observers, these groups appeared to colonial onlookers in the context of a double, nested alterity. A.R. Calhoun recounted his journeys through the region, published in the form of meandering travelogues as well as brief articles. 15 In 1911, Samuel Clarke published Among the Tribes in Southwest China, in which he outlined Protestant missionary penetration into the local non-Chinese communities. There is no family of the human race, he lamented, of which so little is accurately known as of the non-Chinese races of southern China. This is in great measure due to the perfect maze of senseless names, taken from the Chinese, in which the subject is involved. 16 In 1913, French physician A. F. Legendre published O Yunnan, documenting his travels through China's distant frontier regions. 17 One decade later, and perhaps most famously, the Austrian-American polymath Joseph Rock began writing prolifically about the Naxi. 18 For Clarke, Davies, and others, the perfect maze of senseless names referred to prevailing conceptualizations of southwest China as a place inhabited by hundreds of groups. In late imperial writings such as the Yunnan Gazetteer, Record of Gizhu, and other texts, southwest China was presented as a phenomenally complex region where groups were not so much categorized as catalogued. 19. For European and American observers, such compendia were anathema to the increasingly comparativist and reductive mindset of the social sciences and modern governmentality. Centered in Western Europe and North America, political and academic elites were undergoing a fundamental transformation in the way they went about knowing their populations and research subjects. As Alain Desrosiers has summarized it, between 1895 and 1935 the norms presiding over legitimate descriptions of the social world were completely changed. 20 This transformation began in the late 19th century, when the development of the comparative social sciences, coupled with the demands of direct political control, prompted state authorities in Europe and elsewhere to abandon existing modes of demographic knowledge and deploy a repertoire of new technologies in their stead. Designed to tame the heterogeneity of their populations and to render them legible. 21 And open to the scrutiny of officialdom. 22 These included national identification cards, passports, birth certificates, composite portraiture, and other forms of demographic technologies. Nicholas Dirks has outlined similar trends in late 19th century India, where state representatives began to criticize earlier demographic manuals and gazettes as prolix and insufficiently statistical and replace them with a highly systematic and comparative form of anthropology. 23 Only generalizable data lent itself to the sort of extrapolation required by modern state bureaucracy. Davies returned to England where he was honoured with the MacGregor Award, and where he soon caught the attention of British authorities and business magnates interested in the region. 24 One entrepreneur in particular, John Halliday of the newly formed Yunnan Company, invited Davies to lead an expedition in 1898 to investigate a potential railway route linking India and the Yangtze River by way of Yunnan Province. 25 The British were in competition with the French, their colonial neighbours to the east who, like them, were eager to be the first to develop shorter trade routes into the Qing Empire. Were the empire to disintegrate, a geopolitical potentiality never far from the minds of either power, whoever developed this rail link would become the new center of economic gravity for China's resource-rich central and southern provinces, the new magnet toward which the Chinese needle would reorient. 26 Davies would be dispatched to take precise notes on the topography of northern Burma and southern Yunnan, information critical to the British government and the newly established Yunnan Company. In their deliberations over whether to invest in railway development in the region, Davies agreed to the request and was assigned to lead the Burma division of the expedition, along with Lieutenant W. A. Watts-Jones, Captain C. M. D. Ryder, and 2 engineers from the Yunnan Company. They would be accompanied by the Shanghai Group, led by Captain E. Pottinger and Lieutenant C. G. W. Hunter, who would ascend the Yangtze from the east. 27 In November 1898, Davies arrived in Burma, equipped with a plane table, a prismatic compass, 2 aneroid barometers, a boiling point thermometer, a 6-inch sextant, and sketchbooks. 28 With these instruments, the 34-year-old officer took almost daily measurements of longitude, latitude, altitude, and temperature, maintaining all of these notes in a register he updated methodically. In addition to this information, Davies' register detailed the names of the towns through which they passed, the mileages separating different locales, the directions traveled, and the total distance traversed. 29 Between the start of his journey on November 15, 1899, and the close of his travels on June 29, 1900, Davies crossed 2,442.5 miles of terrain, for a daily average of 10.8 miles during those 226 days. 30 At the same time, Davies expanded upon the budding ethnographic interests that had begun to take shape 3 years earlier. Upon encountering different tribes in the region, Davies turned his attention away from his cartographic work and toward the collection of vocabularies, inquiring after local language translations of a long series of words. To each respondent Davies posed a list of over 100 words. Man, woman, child, father, mother, son, daughter, elder brother, elder sister, younger sister, husband, wife, head, body, face, nose, mouth, ear, eye, hair, tooth, tongue, back, stomach, leg, arm, hat, turban, coat, trousers, shoe, bag, sword, spear, gun, bow, arrow, stick, house, door, hatch, floor, post, plank, horse, buffalo, cow, pig, goat, dog, cat, chicken, chicken's egg, bird, fish, tiger, gold, silver, copper, iron, village, road, river, hill, field, paddy, rice. Cooked rice, tree, leaf, flower, fruit, grass, boat, day, night, fire, water, wind, earth, sand, stone, sky, sun, moon, star, good, big, small, long, short, tall, short or low, broad, narrow, hot, cold, heavy, light, many, few, near, far, thick, thin, wet, dry, old, new, red, yellow, black, white, I, thou, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, 3 men, 2 houses, White House, good man, pound, cook, grind, hold, cut, pierce, shoot, spoil, hurt. A Chinaman, Lolo, Shifan, Miaozi, Tibetan, Lopu, Kutsung. 31. Through the collection, transcription, and comparison of the sample set of vocables, or specimens as he referred to them, Davies was drawing upon and placing himself within a long tradition. He was engaging in the collection of what is known as core or basic vocabulary, a practice dating back to the 17th century. In 1642 Johannes de Laet defined his sample as the names of those things which are domestic and most common to that nation. 32 Eventually reified as the Svadesh list after the American linguist Morris Svadesh, the basic vocabulary contained only those words that pertain to the basic aspects of daily life, are learned early in childhood, and appear frequently in speech, qualities which render them comparatively resistant to replacement by foreign loan words, making them particularly useful to those engaged in comparative philology. 33 The practice of collecting basic vocabulary developed over the course of the late 17th to 18th centuries, in the works of Olaus Rudbeck, Gottfried Leibniz, Haya Bludolf, Rasmus Rask, Johannes Friedrich Fritz, Ewaris Abel, W. Carey, David Bailey Warden, Jules Sebastian César Dumont d'Urville, Arthur James Johns, Robert Gordon Latham, S. W. Coelier, and Daniel G. Brinton, among many others. 34. In southwest China specifically, the collection of vocabulary had become standard practice for sojourners like Davies. In 1872, Abbé Desgodin collected a series of linguistic specimens from the Lutza and Moso peoples, publishing his findings in the Bulletin de la Société de Géographie in the following year. 35 Others who published or who reported collecting vocabularies in the region included Holt S. Hallett, Paul Weil, Prince Henry D. Orleans, and R. F. Johnson. 36 To supplement his own collections, Davies drew on Desgodin's, as well as the collections of E. C. Young and Edward Colborne Baber. Davies organized his specimens into a single table, listing the names of the groups he encountered along the top axis, the English terms along the vertical axis, and then transcriptions of local equivalents in the body of the table. Comparative lexical tables of this sort date back to the mid-18th century, seen in the work of Dumont d'Urville, Robert Gordon Latham, and others. 37 Scanning over the transliterations, Davies then set about discerning patterns, which he notated to himself with small checkmarks and marginal codes. For the Shifan and Prumi Shifan, he annotated certain vocables with the letter L to indicate their similarity to corresponding terms in his Lolo sample. By comparison, a marginal note T indicated equivalence with Tibetan, LT a more pronounced correlation to Lolo than Tibetan, and TL the opposite. For those terms that observed no similarity to others, Davies made no annotation. Through this method, and in consultation with the vocabulary lists of Desgodin, Davies began to work out a theory of equivalence between the languages of the tribes he encountered in the region. 38 The Munya-Sifan vocabulary and the Sifan vocabulary given by Baber seem nearer Lolo than Tibetan, he noted in his journal. The Prumi-Sifan seems nearer Tibetan than Lolo. Moso appears rather nearer Munya-Sifan than Lolo. In a practice that would later come to be called lexicostatistics, Davies tabulated rough percentages of similarity, as we see in his comparison of Lutza, Lolo, and Tibetan. Of 61 Lutza words, Davies noted in the margins of the table, 35 appear closely connected with Tibetan and 6 connected with Lolo, where the Lolo words differ from Tibetan 39. From these classes of linguistic equivalence, Davies also began to postulate classes of ethnic equivalence. Lesu near Pu Ho and the Lolos near them call themselves Lesu, he wrote, but they are not Lesu. Lesu are probably the same as Nisu. Further on he noted, Wo-Ni is a general name for the 3 tribes called Pu-Tu, Pio, and Ka-Tu. These 3 tribes speak dialects which differ so little that they are mutually intelligible. 40. Through his postulation of ethnic classes of equivalence by way of linguistic classes of equivalence, particularly a nested set of relationships in which certain dialect subsets were understood to belong to parent categories, Davies was drawing upon the highly influential Stammbaum or family tree theory of language and linguistic reconstruction as first articulated by August Schleicher in the 1860s. Influenced heavily by Charles Darwin, Schleicher's method of genealogical reconstruction relied upon the comparison of grammars and word lists to infer the existence of a common ancestry between seemingly disparate groups. 41 As Bernard Cohn has explained, the theory of language implicit in the comparative method is that there are genetic or genealogical relations among languages that have been determined to belong to a family. 42 As with genealogies, Cohn explains, which could represent all the members of a family or descent group visually as a tree with a root, trunk, branches, and even twigs, so could dialects and languages be similarly represented. 43 Schleicher's views on language were even more explicit than those suggested here by Cohn. He saw in linguistics the capacity to lend empirical support for Darwin's theory of evolution, perhaps to an even greater extent than could naturalists. With that in mind, he regarded the categories of linguistic taxonomy and those of the natural sciences as correlated. The naturalist's genus corresponded to linguist's family, and species to language. 44 In this way, language provided a window into the ethnic and racial structure of humanity, a structure which could be revealed through the comparison of grammars and vocabularies. By the 19th century, the allure of ethnological philology was widespread in Europe and the United States. As one scholar has argued, it was the maturest and apparently most precise of the disciplines by which men were attempting to trace modern phenomena in an unbroken line to a remote or historical past. 45 Its popularity can be witnessed in the wide array of ethnological and racial treatises whose taxonomies were based on linguistic division. In 1883, for example, Robert Needham Cust published his highly influential Modern Languages of Africa, which subsequently played a central role in the categorization of African ethnicities and tribes. 46 In the United States, one finds the taxonomic work of Swiss philologist and ethnologist Albert Gallatin, who helped to found the American Ethnological Society and later undertook an extensive categorization of Native American languages. 47 Carrying on this tradition and applying it to the classification of Native American identity was Major John Wesley Powell, who served as director of the Bureau of Ethnology from 1879 until his death, publishing his immensely influential Indian linguistic families north of Mexico in 1891.48. Powell's language-based taxonomy would later form the basis for the Handbook of American Indians published in 1907 and 1911 by the Bureau of American Ethnology. 49 A. L. Kroeber, who would later critique his taxonomy, nevertheless had to acknowledge the extent and depth of influence which the Powell classification of linguistic stocks has from the day of its promulgation exercised on every aspect of American ethnology. 50 In 1892, Horatio Hale proclaimed this nascent view perhaps most forcefully. Solely by their languages, Hale contended, can the tribes of men be scientifically classified. Linguistic anthropology, he continued, is the only true science of man. 51. In 1909, Cambridge University Press published Davies' Yunnan, The Link Between India and the Yangtze, a travelogue intended for a more general audience. Accompanied by glossy black and white photos of the region and a map of the terrain, the manuscript recounted the warp and weft of his daily travels, tickling readers with tales of the exotic quotidian, complete with accounts of local tribal chieftains, near-death experiences, and the local environment. Whereas the text meanders somewhat disjointedly, reflective of the genre of travel writing popular in the era, one dimension of the province had clearly made an enduring impression on the author, namely, the province's non-Chinese ethnic groups. On the opening page of Yunnan, Davies proclaimed, "It is not only to the statesman and the merchant that Yunnan will appeal. For the geographer and the explorer there are still many blank spaces on the map. To the geologist and the mining engineer its great mountain ranges must contain much of interest. For the ethnologist, above all, it is a wide field of research in which he might work for a lifetime and still leave much to be done by his successors." 52. With regards to the ethnic groups of Yunnan, Davies summarized his taxonomic work in the appendix of his manuscript. In the course of roughly 40 pages in every sense the afterthought of an amateur linguist and ethnologist, Davies put forth a revolutionary claim about the demography of Yunnan province and of southwest China more generally. Whereas imperial gazetters, local provincial authorities, and popular lore portrayed Yunnan as home to dozens or even hundreds of disparate non-Chinese groups, Davies proposed an ethnic taxonomy which contained only 22. Davies organized Yunnan's non-Chinese population into 3 broad stocks, Mon Khmer, Shandai, and Sino-Tibetan. According to his working theory, these original stocks had dispersed across Yunnan and, due to the mountainous terrain, had disintegrated into small enclaves that underwent subsequent processes of estrangement and divergence. Over the course of this history, these 3 original stocks splintered into 22, whose boundaries could be discerned with the aid of comparative linguistics. Structurally, his taxonomy appeared as shown in Table 5. By his own admission, Davies' taxonomy was based on a very limited number of factors, all of which were linguistic. "I have not as a rule," Davies explained, "attempted to give much detail about the customs and beliefs of these tribes, as it is difficult to get information of this sort of sufficient accuracy to be of value." 53. He went on to acknowledge the limits of his methodology, but nevertheless defended its legitimacy. That resemblance of language is not necessarily a proof of the relationship of 2 races is undoubtedly true. Conquest or other causes may have introduced an alien tongue. But if supported by probability and if not contradicted by historical facts or great physical diversity, connection of language may be accepted as affording a prima facie case for connection of race. 54. Davies' self-imposed limitation is reminiscent of observations made by Michel Foucault regarding the efficacy of modern forms of knowledge production. Modern scientific practice derives its power not by expanding the taxonomist's range of observation, but conversely by limiting and filtering the visible. 55. Depending upon the systematically negative conditions. 56. One establishes, one is able to model the social world in multifarious ways by cancelling out entire fields of potential data. 57. Having chosen this particular form of limited observation, Davies transformed Yunnan and its people into a practically boundless source of readily available data. Every person he met during his travels was a viable research subject. The Davies model in Republican China. When Yunnan was published in 1909, H.R. Davies was in China celebrating his marriage to Isabel Warwick, daughter of the late Major General D.K. Evans. The ceremony was conducted in Shanhaiguan, the eastern terminus of the Great Wall in Hebei Province. 58. This would be the last time that Davies would spend any extended period of time in the country that had served as his temporary home for much of the preceding decade. In 1911, as the Qing Empire was disintegrating, he was dispatched to the European theatre, succeeding Brevet Colonel Fanshawe as head of the 2nd Battalion of the Oxfordshire and Buckinghamshire Light Infantry. In the early 1920s, Davies contributed infrequent reviews of books relating to southwestern China, but never again returned to the region. 59. With this, Davies' relationship with China came to an end. Unbeknownst to Davies, his work began to receive attention in China in the early 1920s, discussed among a small coterie of broadly read and Western-trained scholars. Mention of Davies first appeared in the work of the eminent polymath Ding Wenjiang, whose university lecture titled On the Tribes of Yunnan was based on the British officer's taxonomy. 60 In 1925, the esteemed anthropologist and archaeologist Li Ji based considerable portions of his influential study The Formation of the Chinese People on Davies' classification, praising it as a great advance. 61. More focused attention began to develop shortly thereafter, particularly following the establishment of the First Division of Chinese Ethnology in 1928. Upon the foundation of the new discipline, the first and most pressing challenge its practitioners faced was the creation of a rational and reductive ethnic taxonomy, a shared standard by which to categorize their objects of study, the Minzu of China. These early Chinese ethnologists were dissatisfied with imperial texts such as the Yunnan Gazetteer, disparaging them as unsystematic and unscientific. Texts such as the Record of Guizhou and the Yunnan Gazetteer, they argued, idiosyncratically divided non-Han groups into an excessive number of categories according to a mixed bag of taxonomic criteria, geographical origins, cultural practices, and sartorial habits, among others. The classificatory schema found in these texts were simply not viable candidates for becoming the ontological foundation of the new discipline. Sen Jiao, a young researcher of southwestern ethnicity, took aim at Record of Guizhou, arguing that, from the perspective of new and more scientific methods, imperial scholarship such as this was simply incorrect. 62 What the discipline required, scholars agreed, was a systematic means of overcoming these myriad particularities and arriving at a reductive portrait of China's minority populations, a standardized gaze, in modern parlance. 63 In 1932, Rui Yufu set out to tackle the problem of ethnonymic rationalization on a global scale, with plans to develop standardized Chinese transliterations for all of the world's ethnic groups. Rui compiled a list of more than 4,000 names and began work on northeast China. The project was slated to finish in April 1934, but Rui was sidetracked by a trip to the Miao areas of western Guangxi province. 64 He never fulfilled his objective. Ling Chunsheng, a Miao expert who held a PhD from the University of Paris, shared Sen's and Rui's concerns, arguing against the classificatory schema found in late imperial materials. There was a deeper architecture to the ethnic world of southwest China, he and his colleagues believed, which earlier research had failed to uncover. At best, earlier modes of ethnic taxonomy produced enumerative compendia of ethnonyms that, as Ling phrased it, were mired in particulars and could not be synthesized. 65 Ling and others believed that most of the groups in Yunnan were in fact of the same stock, just with different names. In many respects, this emerging critique was a valorization of the British colonial episteme and a simultaneous downgrading of Ming and Qing colonial worldviews. Indeed, if Laura Hostetler's comparison and interpretation of Ming and Qing gazettes is correct, and that the secular increase in the quantity and descriptive breadth of southwestern barbarian categories signified increased familiarity on the part of Qing officialdom with the region, and with the distinctions among the peoples dwelling there, then it is all the more striking that Chinese ethnologists in the 1930s and 1940s should have pointed to these very same texts as proof of the dynasty's unscientific appreciation of the region and its ability to perceive the true, underlying order that structured ethnicity. Whereas Hostetler sees continuity between the Qing, Republican, and PRC ethnotaxonomies, Chinese ethnologists vociferously rejected it. 66. For Republican-era scholars, the problem became one of seeing past or through this confusion of names to the order that lay beneath. As they searched for a new form of X-ray vision, scholars soon discovered that the most effective means of seeing the Minzu of southwest China might in fact be to stop looking and start listening. They began to pay close attention to the neighboring anthropological discipline of linguistics and, in particular, the language-based ethnic taxonomy articulated by Wen Dai Weisai, one of the 4 Chinese names by which Davies would come to be known. 67. Davies' linguistic model attracted attention for 2 primary reasons. First, compared to late imperial texts such as the Yunnan Gazetteer, it facilitated the creation of at-a-glance models that were incomparably more economical. To borrow from the language of the information theorist Edward Tufte, Davies' model came closer to a design strategy that was transparent and self-effacing, giving the focus over to data rather than data containers. 68 What imperial sources presented baroquely in dozens of elaborate woodblock prints and page upon page of exegetical prose, Davies could present in a single diagram. One look at Davies' diagram could provide a sense of both Yunnan's ethnological present and well as its ethnic past, facilitating both synchronic and diachrony readings. Originating at the first order of classification, the first three orders of Davies' diagram represented historical time, showing how the proto-languages and speakers of southwestern China branched outward and gave rise to ever wider and more abundant differences. Moving from the third to the fourth order, the diagram moved from history to the present, to the realm of groups existing in the ethnographic present. The taxonomy diverged further at the fifth order, arriving at an outermost stratum of dialects and ethnic subgroups, also called branches. The structure can be summarized as follows. First order, the Sinitic languages. Second order, language families. Third order, language groups. Fourth order, languages/ethnic groups. Fifth order, dialects/ethnic branches. For Chinese ethnologists concerned with the professionalization of their fledgling discipline, the interplay between the fourth and fifth orders of classification was critical. The fourth order of classification, simply put, was perfectly suited to serve as the discipline's ontology, an economical, agreed-upon space of attribution that could determine the vital infrastructural question of what will be visible or invisible within the system. 69 In denning the ethnic ontology of the region, this collection of Minzu would thereby also serve as the boundaries of disciplinary subspecialization, demarcating discursive spaces in which Chinese ethnologists could house their careers and self-identify as specialists in the history, language, and culture of this or that ethnicity or Minzu. At the same time, the fifth order constituted a space in which a boundless number of branches and dialects could be stored without disrupting the discipline's core ontology. For those whose subspecialization required a more fine-grained analysis, as in dialectology or regional specializations, the taxonomy could be expanded to reveal the fifth order of dialects and ethnic branches. In those instances when a coarse granularity was more desirable, however, the fifth order could be collapsed into the fourth. Owing to this scalability, Davies' taxonomy could absorb complexity without requiring expansion, something that imperial catalogues could not. Additionally, in contrast to late imperial texts, which relied heavily on exogenous markers of identity such as clothing or customary habits considered peculiar to observers, linguistic categorization focused on a feature of individual and communal identity that could be considered fundamentally personal, at once the foundation of group identity formation and the result thereof. This notion of language-based ethnotaxonomy being more emic, natural, and meaningful fed into the early Chinese ethnologists' view of themselves as the advocates of these marginalized groups, opponents of ethnocentric ethnography, and inheritors of the May 4 tradition of fieldwork and direct contact with non-white members of Chinese society. Although a colonialist, Davies had nevertheless based his taxonomy on extensive, direct observation, a fact that distinguished him from the bibliocentrism of imperial elites and aligned him with the fieldwork-centered model of modern social science. Exemplified by eminent figures such as Gu Zhigang, May 4th-era scholars had searched out communities minimally influenced by mainstream Chinese culture, a search motivated both by a desire for unmediated knowledge about these communities and also an exoticizing and paternalistic sentiment. 70 As Chang Tai-hung has shown, scholars of the era began to look for research subjects in China's peripheral areas, believing that people in these parts of the country were the least contaminated by Confucian values and most in touch with the fundaments of humanity. Since the greater distance from the Confucian-dominated center, the better for folk literature, Hung summarizes, folklorists believed that, in peripheral, rural, and remote areas, especially among the national minorities, folk literature thrived, so the intellectual revolt against the traditional Confucian order encouraged young folklorists to seek inspiration and fresh ideas from the relatively uncharted territory of the minority cultures. 71 In this respect, the non-Han peoples were ideal research candidates, doubly marginalized figures, silenced within canonical texts on account of being both rural and non-Han. 72 Equipped with linguistic methodology, researchers now had the tools with which to access these marginalized communities to an unprecedented degree. At the same time, however, comparative linguistics enabled taxonomists to avoid the pitfalls of other available modes of inside-out categorization, for example, the collection of oral histories or folk tales in which communities voice their own understandings of their origins, migrations, and relations to neighboring groups. Unlike the folk tale movements of decades prior, comparative linguistics did not need to concern itself with the subjectivities or sensibilities of those being categorized. Ironically, the marginalized communities of the borderlands were given a voice in this new form of categorization, but only to the extent that they provided taxonomists with core vocabulary such as man, woman, hat, pig, goat, river, sun, moon, and star. Once such data was elicited, the taxonomist could retire to various centers of calculation to construct their ethnotaxonomic models. 73. Over the course of the 1930s, Davies' language-based taxonomy became a focus of widespread attention within Chinese ethnology, received and debated by scholars who were at once intrigued by the model yet hesitant to adopt it wholesale. Even when accounting for this hesitancy, Davies' model would go on to have an immense impact on the ways in which early Chinese ethnologists went about categorizing their objects of study, the Minzu of China. Building upon Davies' work, Ling Chunsheng, Ding Wenjiang, and Ma Changshao each published articles during the 1935-36 period in which they responded to the British officer's categorization. While taking issue with his categorization of certain groups, such as the Minjia, the adjustments that these scholars made were slight, restricted to largely cosmetic modifications of Davies' nomenclature. For example, each of these scholars dropped Davies' title and its explicit language-centered posture, replacing it with one more ethnological. Ling Chunsheng, whose three-part categorization mirrored that of Davies, adopted presentational measures to differentiate his work from that of his British counterpart, adopting Davies' categories of Shan language family and Tibeto-Burman language family, but amending them to read Shan category and Tibeto-Burman category. He claimed that basing ethnic categories on language is sometimes not entirely reliable, but that his work, although based mainly on language, also drew upon aspects of history, culture, geography, and physical anthropology. 74 Ding Wenjiang and Ma Changshao performed similar adjustments in their respective articles. 75. Ling's colleague and research partner Tao Yunkui saw past these aesthetic adjustments, however, and in 1938 re-articulated the key issue at hand. Referring to the works by Davies, Ding Wenjiang, and Ling, Tao Yunkui wrote that using language as a standard of categorization is, in actuality, linguistic classification. Ethnologists have simply taken the results of linguistic research and quietly transposed them atop their question. He continued by pointing out that these three scholars, although quite knowledgeable about language, nevertheless are not experts. Thus, as for the question of language-based categories, we will have to wait until experts have a chance to conduct analyses before we can get a clearer picture. 76 Despite this critique, and despite their clear anxiety about their nearly wholesale adoption of Davies' model, these three taxonomists ultimately preserved Davies' language-based organizational structure and the great majority of his conclusions. As Tables 6 and 7 demonstrate, there was a remarkable degree of consistency across each of these taxonomies, and a vast gulf which separated all of them from earlier imperial modes of categorization. In each taxonomy, the Miao, Yao, Minjia, Puman, Dai, Tibetan, Xifen, Naxi, Nu, Luoluo, Lisu, Luhe, Wani, and Jingpo were uniformly recognized, and still others were recognized with nearly complete consistency. For those ethnic categories that were less taxonomically stable, they fell into one of three main categories: Burmese groups, groups related to the Wa, and groups related in some way to the Chuang. The taxonomic uncertainty of Burmese and Wa groups such as the Laxi, Zi, Kamu, and others seems to have had a great deal to do with the contested and uncertain status of the region where they lived. Moreover, for the Burmese and, to a lesser extent, groups like the Kamu, their status as transnational groups in possession of a sovereign nation contributed to their taxonomic volatility. Their status as stated groups appears to have led to confusion over whether they were best framed in ethnic terms as Chinese minorities or in political terms as foreign nationals. The same debate pertained to the Annam people of modern-day Vietnam, who Ding Wenjiang included in his taxonomy. Ling Chunsheng and others criticized Ding's inclusion of the category Annam, arguing that such individuals should be understood not as Chinese Minzu, but simply as Vietnamese expatriates. Even with these debates and adjustments, however, one fact was clear: these taxonomies were both completely unlike any ethnic taxonomy that had come before and remarkably similar to that of the Davies model from which they drew their inspiration. Beyond this immediate, surface-level continuity, an even clearer consistency obtained between the structures of Davies' model and the taxonomies of early Chinese ethnologists. In a word, the taxonomies of early Chinese ethnologists obeyed exactly the same taxonomic structure as the Davies model, organizing them into the 5 orders of classification. Moreover, like Davies, they consistently identified the 4th order of classification as the domain of Minzu and languages, that is, the domain where category intersected present reality to form an ontology, much in the way that species constitutes the key ontological domain for naturalists. At least within the discipline of ethnology, language had become de facto the proxy for ethnic identity in China's hyperdiverse southwestern provinces, an approach that was first fully articulated by H.R. Davies. A cultural laboratory par excellence. Ethnic taxonomy in Yunnan during the war. Equipped with this new, highly economical system of categorization, Chinese ethnologists began to flesh out this taxonomic framework in the late 1930s. In 1937, the outbreak of war with Japan further accelerated this process, prompting unprecedented growth in the new field of study. In the wake of the Japanese invasion, approximately half of the 108 institutes of higher learning concentrated in coastal cities such as Beijing, Nanjing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou 77 were forced to retreat to the country's southwestern interior, bringing with them a wave of Chinese academics and a group of the nation's most renowned social scientists. 78 The interior regions were suddenly imbued with momentous geopolitical significance. Collectively, they became known as Free China, the Great Rear, and, in general, as a place of national preservation in the face of war. With interior China as their new home, Minzu scholars no longer divided their time between the office and the field. The two were now one and the same. 79. Practically every Chinese social scientist went west. After a 2-year visit to Europe and the United States in 1936 and 1937, Wu Wenzhou returned to China in 1938, where he took a post at Yunnan University and established a research cooperative funded in large part by the Rockefeller Foundation. 80 Wu's prize student Lin Yehua followed 3 years later in 1941 after completing his doctoral degree at Harvard University. Lin would later go on to Yanjing University in Chengdu and, in 1943, conduct intensive research on the Yi peoples of Liangshan. As he noted in the resultant study The Lolo of Liangshan, it was in the summer of 1943 that Lin first saw an Yi person with his own eyes. 81 Wu Zelin, whose postgraduate training was split between the University of Wisconsin, University of Missouri, and Ohio State University, made his way westward during the war, giving him the opportunity to live in Guizhou for 3 years and in Yunnan for 5. 82 Originally trained in sociology, his wartime refuge was an experience that gave Wu the opportunity to see with my own eyes and to come in contact firsthand with more than 10 minorities I had never even heard of before. 83 In a matter of a few years, Kunming became one of the most important bases of academic research, making it significantly easier for scholars to study the nation's interior and the non-Han peoples who populated it. Fei Xiaotong captured it best when, in his celebrated study Earthbound China, he praised Yunnan as a cultural laboratory par excellence, a place wherein the whole process of cultural development from the primitive headhunters to the sophisticated and individualized city dwellers can be seen in concrete form. 84 In a single day, Fei Xiaotong rejoiced, describing the experience of walking from the outskirts of Kunming into the city proper, we will have traveled from Polynesia to New York 85. Phase description of Yunnan as a cultural laboratory is revealing. During this period, the nascent discipline of ethnology, and the enterprise of ethnic categorization which structured it, developed traits normally associated with laboratory science. A laboratory, as Karen Noor-Setna explains, constitutes an enhanced environment in which scientists free themselves from the limitations of the natural world. Operating within laboratories, scientists are no longer bound to studying natural objects or phenomena as they occur in nature, that is, from the ontological, spatial, and temporal limitations of understanding a given object or phenomenon as it is, where it is, or when it happens. 86 Rather than dealing with objects as they appear in nature, laboratory science works with object images or with their visual, auditory, or electrical traces, and with their components, their extract ions, and their purified versions. 87 Instead of examining the natural world contextually, laboratory science collects and mobilizes samples thereof, bringing them back to the lab to manipulate them on their own terms. 88 Temporally, laboratories can dispense with natural cycles of occurrence and make events happen frequently enough for continuous observation. 89 In wartime-era ethnology, Yunnan province became just such a laboratory. Spatially, the concentration of non-Han peoples in local schools and universities provided researchers with unprecedented access to a wide range of non-Chinese languages and non-Han peoples. In 1942 and 1943, for example, Luo Chenpi teamed up with a young student from Tengchong studying at National Dali Normal University. Over the course of 2 consecutive spring terms, the 14-year-old speaker of the bilanguage of Lianshan provided Luo and his colleague Sean Kinglan the data necessary for their study. A preliminary investigation of the bilanguage of Lianshan. 90 Despite the peculiar and circuitous geography of this arrangement, with interviews being conducted in Dali with a teenager from Tengchong representing the bilanguage of Lianshan, comparative linguistic methodology placed little premium upon the examination of subjects in their representative social contexts. This combination of linguistic methodology and phase cultural laboratory enabled Chinese scholars to take full advantage of the region's many synthetic congregations of non-Han peoples, and thereby to split the difference between their commitment to field research and their need for an efficient means of extracting large quantities of data. By means of comparative linguistics, Davies' work demonstrated a method by which one could rapidly tame the taxonomic chaos of southwestern China. As a criterion, it would seem language was nothing short of a categorical silver bullet. Temporally, this new ethnological laboratory enabled researchers to elicit data from their subjects on a far more intensive schedule. In the course of a few hours, for example, linguists could extract enough data from an informant to establish the rudimentary grammar of a given language and sufficient lexical data to locate that language within an ever-expanding classificatory framework. 91 Repeated over the course of months and years, researchers could start to assemble taxonomic models that encompassed, not just specific communities, but the entire province. As ethnologists and linguists capitalized on this new cultural laboratory, the Davies model became all the more axiomatic to and embedded within their work. Indeed, if Yunnan had become the laboratory of Chinese ethnology, the Davies model had become its periodic table of elements. Closely following the outbreak of the war, Davies' work was translated into Chinese for the first time by historian and political philosopher Zhang Junmei. 92 Zhang's translation, which focused solely on the appendix of Davies' original work, was graced with a preface by the famous scholar, statesman, and calligrapher Zhou Honghaiwu, a native of Yunnan who at one point served as Secretary General of the Yunnan provincial government and a member of the Board of Directors of Yunnan University. 93 1 year later, the work was translated into Japanese by Tsuyama Taku, prepared with a foreword by Kawashime. Among many others, linguist Luo Chenpi praised Davies' work for its scientific rigor. 94 and Ling Chunsheng lauded it as the first standardized method for categorizing ethnic groups in the area. 95 At this time, ethnic taxonomy became a cottage industry of sorts within wartime Chinese ethnology. In 1938, Ling Chunsheng published a revised version of his earlier taxonomy, as did Ma Changshao in 1941.96. These were followed closely by those of Ding Su, Wei Huilin, Rui Yufu, Lin Yehua, and Sen Jiao.97. With each subsequent article, the discourse surrounding ethnic taxonomy became increasingly mired in details. However, as the Columbia-trained sociologist Huang Wenchen noted, by the close of the 1940s, most Chinese social scientists who encountered Davies' taxonomy tended to uphold the British officer's approach. 98. In 1941, National Central University geology professor Ding Su captured the essence of this trend with unmistakable clarity. Among those who research ethnic groups in the Southwest, there is no one who does not take H.R. Davies' taxonomy as his starting point. 99. The Davies model in the People's Republic. Following 1949, the Davies model was carried into PRC ethnology by the very same scholars who had integrated it into the discipline in the 1930s and 1940s. In fact, the Davies model achieved an even greater level of saturation in the communist period, owing to the unprecedented centralization of the discipline during the educational reforms of the early 1950s. Unlike Chinese ethnology in the Republican period, which was a multi-centered consortium of scholars, institutions, publishing houses, and funding agencies, the early communist state brought ethnology within a unified academic network. In mid-1951, state authorities commenced development of a countrywide network of nationalities institutes designed to help train minority cadres. At the core of this new network was the Central Institute for Nationalities, founded in Beijing in the summer of 1951. In addition to cadre development, the CIN was also designed to bring together the nation's leading ethnologists. The CIN incorporated the Ethnology Department of Yanjing University, the Sociology Department of Tsinghua University, and other centers of ethnological research, bringing together under one roof scholars such as Lin Yehua, Fei Xiaotong, Wu Zelin, Yang Qinzi, and others who had been directly involved in wartime scholarship. 100 regional divisions of the CIN were established in the South, Southwest, and Northwest, creating a nationwide network entrusted with training minority cadres and engaging in ethnic scholarship. With this centralized academic structure, and the ascendancy of Republican-era scholars such as Lin Yehua, Luo Chenpi, Fumeji, and others, the Davies model had become axiomatic. We find this continuity most clearly in the work of ethnologists and linguists Luo Chenpi and Fumeji who, during the early communist period, managed to extend the linguistic model outside of academic circles and into the taxonomic worldview of local officials in Yunnan, again, the same officials who would later oversee the classification. 2 years prior to the project, in 1952, the pair convened in Yunnan to continue and complete a survey of local languages which Luo Chenpi had begun during the war. This team of 7 scholars, all of who would later take part in the ethnic classification project in 1954, was overseen by Zhang Chong, who directed Fu and his squad to concentrate on minority script development and cadre training. 101 The team operated out of the Yunnan Institute for Nationalities, where they had easy access to students of many different ethnic and linguistic backgrounds. 102 This extended interaction between Fu and Zhang over the period from 1952 through 1954 had a demonstrable effect on the way in which the Yunnan administration understood the ethnic demography of its province. The influence was subtle, but is readily apparent when comparing locally produced ethnic taxonomies between the years of 1951, prior to the visit by Fu, and 1953, after Fu had been in the province for approximately 1 year. In the ethnic distribution maps published by the Yunnan Province Nationalities Affairs Commission in 1951 for internal circulation, provincial accounts listed groups according to population size, without any attention paid to taxonomic structure. 103 In the map published in 1953, however, roughly the same set of ethnonyms was organized, not according to population, but according to the same orders of classification articulated first by Davies and later by Republican-era Chinese ethnologists. This new attention to categorical structure, particularly language-based structure, shows up elsewhere in 1953 documents as well. In late 1953, the Yunnan Nationalities Affairs Commission produced a chart of Yunnan minorities who are the same but have different names. 104 in this chart, roughly the same 120 plus names are listed as on the various distribution maps, but this time organized into a clear hierarchy, topped by 13 large zuxi, under which were classified 26 branches, and then finally, the inventory of ethnonyms. The Provincial Nationalities Affairs Commission, in other words, was clearly adopting the language-based paradigm, as communicated to them by Fumiji, and using it to reorganize the ethnonyms they had been investigating since the formation of the PRC. When Fu and his colleagues looked at the people of Yunnan, they saw roughly 26 groups. Now, after only 1 year of interaction with Fu, Zhang, and the Yunnan Nationalities Affairs Commission were starting to as well. Returning to April 1954 and the opening weeks of the classification project, we find the enduring presence of the Davies model evident in the lectures by Luo Jiguang and Ma Suiliang. Reproduced here in one final tabular juxtaposition, the genealogy becomes clear. When Lin Yehua, Wang Xiaoi, and their colleagues departed for Kunming on May 7, 1954, this was the conventional model and working hypothesis that they brought with them and that would end up guiding their taxonomic work. Quite unlike communist authorities in Yunnan and Beijing who, prior to the inaugural census, regarded Yunnan as home to upward of 100 Minzu, the ethnotaxonomy set forth by Chinese ethnologists and linguists included less than 30. Conclusion. Whereas scholars have become accustomed to treating the ethnic classification project as a communist affair, the pedigree of the project's underlying taxonomic logic requires us to adopt a broader historical outlook that spans the 1949 divide. As this chapter has shown, and subsequent chapters will bear out, the official demography of Yunnan as it currently exists is but a partially modified version of the leading taxonomic theories of the Republican period, all of which regarded Yunnan as a province inhabited by roughly 24 Minzu. This paradigm was already quite robust by the end of the Republican period, developed by Chinese social scientists in a time before the country's academic community had been incorporated into the official state structure. It was their taxonomic worldview, not that of the Communist Party, which argued on behalf of a radically synthetic mode of ethnic categorization. In order to understand how the ethnotaxonomy of the PRC was formed, therefore, we are behooved to abandon what might be termed the communist imposition hypothesis, and to pay much closer attention to PRC state social scientific advisors. This leads us to a second, related conclusion. Whereas conventional accounts of China's ethnic classification are quick to point out its political and methodological affinities with that of the Soviet Union, here we find much stronger ties to British colonial practice, particularly in its reliance on a mode of ethnic categorization derived from historical linguistics and, most importantly, its direct, genealogical connection to the scholarship of H.R. Davies. As for Davies himself, the retired officer passed away in 1950 at the age of 84.105 by all accounts. He lived out his days entirely unaware of the immense impact that his work had on the disposition of Chinese ethnology. Had he witnessed the development of the discipline over the course of the 1940s, he might have been surprised to see a clear thread in unbroken methodological and discursive genealogy winding from his research in the late 1890s straight through to the communist period. Following his death, and the tremendous political changes that swept the mainland, all memories of Davies were quickly buried or transformed. On May 11, 1951, for example, Liu Zheping delivered a speech to the Government Administration Council entitled Summary Report on the Central Nationalities Visitation Team's Visits to the Nationalities of the Southwest. One foreigner in particular was mentioned by name: Henry Rodolph Davies. Unlike the late Republican period, however, where his 1909 work was celebrated as the starting point for all ethnotaxonomic work conducted in the Southwest, Davies was now summarily dismissed as an imperialist spy whose life history and work illuminated little more than the European violation of Chinese sovereignty. 106 In late 1954, the irony became even more pronounced. In September of that year, Yang Yuki, a high-ranking political member of the Yunnan Province Ethnic Classification, published an article in Geographic Knowledge in which he dismissed Davies' research as the anti-scientific nonsense of a capitalist careerist. 107 Little did Yang realize, it seems, that it was Davies' anti-scientific theories that Republican-era Chinese ethnologists had used to make a sharp break with earlier, imperial modes of ethnotaxonomy, and that, in the early People's Republic, guided the ethnic categorization of China's most diverse province. 3. Plausible communities. In reality, many minorities do not fulfill the 4 characteristics that Stalin pointed out. So why should we call them nationalities? Lin Yehua, Lecture to the Ethnic Classification Research Team, Kunming, May 22, 1954. Wang Xiaoi arrived in Kunming on Sunday, May 16, 1954, following a 10-day journey from the capital. With 3 days to spare before the team's orientation session, he was able to launder his clothes, trim his hair, attend a performance of local Dian opera, and familiarize himself a bit with the city. Here in the provincial capital, he and his fellow Beijingers would meet the second half of the Ethnic Classification Research Team and finalize plans for their upcoming field work. The local moiety was essential to the success of the project, a fact repeatedly impressed upon Wang and his colleagues prior to their departure. In addition to their extensive, first-hand knowledge of the province and its minority populations, the Kunming team also had access to a communist state infrastructure necessary for even the most basic of research activities, the organization of interviews, transportation, lodging, and translation, among others. Wang recorded in his journal the advice of senior ethnologist Chen Yongling, his former advisor. "You will have to unite with the local and minority cadres," Chen stressed to the team prior to their departure. "Meals are best eaten together with the local cadres. You must team up with them. You mustn't make them feel that you Beijingers are always together, that you're a clique, that you and they have no connections. When conducting research, you must not make the local cadres think that you are always together, secretly discussing this matter or that." 1. Chen's advice reflected a broader change in Chinese academia since 1949, and particularly since the Communists' reorganization of universities starting in the early 1950s. Multiple disciplines were abolished, deemed bourgeois and contrary to the aims of the revolution. Social psychology was disbanded, as were law, political science, and sociology. 2. Ethnology survived because of its perceived utility to Beijing, particularly in its efforts to more fully incorporate the minority regions of China's western provinces. Its survival, however, came at the cost of unprecedented centralization and official control, in terms of funding, publication channels, and theoretical perspectives. As Chen and others knew, scholars in New China would have to tread carefully, making sure not to project an air of superiority vis-a-vis their party supervisors. The members of the classification team, as we will see, took this advice to heart. At the same time, they managed to maintain a great deal of autonomy, even in the face of direct orders from party representatives. The two halves of the Ethnic Classification Research Team met on the 20th of May, during a late afternoon session in the provincial capital. Like Wang and his Beijing colleagues, this select group of cadres, scholars, and students had been recruited by the state to help determine the ethnic composition of the province. 3. Within the Yunnan contingent, there were 3 prominent scholars, Fang Kuyu, Yang Kun, and Zhongying Liang, established researchers who, like Lin Yehua and Fumiji, had come of age in the Republican period. 4. Fang was a native of Zhejiang, a Naxi, and a graduate of Peking University. He authored numerous acclaimed works of history, ethnology, linguistics, and geography, including the Brief of Catalogues of Historic Material in Yunnan, Manual of Masu Pictographic Characters, History of the Yi Nationality, and Textual Criticisms and Explanations of Historic Geography in Southwestern China, among others. 5. In 1950, he was appointed to serve as a member of the Yunnan Province Nationalities Affairs Commission and subsequently as a member of the Central Nationalities Affairs Commission. Yang Kun, who received his doctorate from the University of Paris, was instrumental in the formation of the Chinese Ethnological Association in 1936. Less involved in ethnographic investigation than many of his peers, Yang was best known for his extensive introduction of French sociological theory to China, particularly the work of Marcel Mauss, Lucien Lévy-Bruhl, Claude Lévi-Strauss, and Émile Durkheim. 7 Zhongying Liang, a graduate of Zhongshan University, had established himself as an expert of the southwestern border region and its minority populations, and was one of the earliest and most vociferous Chinese ethnologists to criticize the Kuomintang's minority policies in the southwest. 8 He was also among those who, with the Communists' abolition of sociology in the early 1950s, was prompted to move to the field of history which, alongside ethnology and linguistics, was among the only disciplines that remained where one could study China's minority peoples. All three were professors at Yunnan University and were accompanied by a select handful of their students. The balance of the local team was composed of government officials and civil servants, delegates of the Yunnan Province Nationalities Affairs Commission, the CCP Yunnan Province United Front Department, and Kunhua Hospital. The central figures were Li Kunja, deputy head of the Yunnan Province NAC, and Zhang Chong, deputy governor of the province. A native of Zhejiang, Li Kunja received degrees from both Dongli University and Zhongshan University, following which he served as a writer and editor for publications based in Shanghai and Hong Kong. Li joined the Chinese Communist Party in May 1937, returning to Kunming the following month to organize a party branch and serve as its secretary. Following the arrival of the People's Liberation Army in early 1950 and the formation of the provincial government, Li was named Vice Director of the Office of Culture and Education and was later appointed to the Provincial Nationalities Affairs Commission. 9 Zhang Chong was a native of Luxi, and during the Republican period served as an officer in the National Revolutionary Army. Following the end of the 8-year War of Resistance against Japan, Zhang relocated to Yan'an in 1946 and joined the CCP in the year following. Instrumental in political organization which preceded the communist arrival, Zhang was quickly appointed vice chairman of the Yunnan provincial government and a member of the Provisional Southwest Military Government. 10. Li Kunja and Zhang Chong were appointed to supervise the classification and to serve as intermediaries between the research team and the state. Most importantly, their job was to keep the team's academic camp in line and to prevent the enterprise from unraveling into protracted intellectual debate and esoteric deliberation. This concern is understandable when we consider that it was Li and Zhang, and not the classification researchers per se, for whom the deadline of the forthcoming National People's Congress loomed largest. In Beijing, the Central Nationalities Affairs Commission was awaiting their final report so that the appropriate number of minority representatives could attend the inaugural Congress. With this in mind, Li took command of the orientation session early, outlining clear directives regarding who the classification team would research during the upcoming fieldwork, and how the status of these candidates would be assessed. Revisiting the 1953-54 census results, Li issued 3 straightforward prioritizations. Out of the roughly 200 registered names, those with the largest populations would be handled first, inland communities would be investigated before those living along the border, and certain politically sensitive groups would have their cases handled before all others. This last instruction referred directly to 5 groups, the Dai, Nong, Sha, Tujia, and Yi. 11. Among the larger applicant groups, moreover, not everyone would be subject to categorization. There were 14 groups in the province, Li and his colleagues agreed, whose status as full-fledged Minzu was beyond question and did not require further authentication. These included the Dai, Hani, Hui, Jingpo, Kawa, Lahu, Lasu, Miao, Minjia, Mongolians, Naxi, Tibetans, Yao, and Yi. 12. For these 14 groups, no time would be spent on debating whether or not they constituted independent Minzu. Rather, the job of the team was simply to determine their composition, that is, to identify which other applicant groups in the region might feasibly be amalgamated into one of these 14.13. For those whose claims to Minzu status were in doubt, the situation was something quite different. Zhang Chong chimed in at this point, emphasizing to the team that it was to respect the differences between groups, but to emphasize their commonalities. 14. The experience of categorization efforts in the Soviet Union, he noted, demonstrated that combining small groups into larger ones was beneficial to the socio-economic development of both minorities and the country at large. The classification was to take amalgamation as its mantra. For the academic contingent of the classification, there was hardly anything disagreeable in Li's and Zhang's points. As seen in the preceding chapters, the 14 groups they outlined were universally recognized by Chinese ethnologists. With the one exception of the Kawa, who were not included in Ding Wenjiang's taxonomy of 1935, each of these 14 groups appeared in the ethnotaxonomic schema of Henry Rodolphe Davies, Ling Chunsheng, Ma Changshao, Luo Chenpi, and Fumiji, and the lectures by Luo Jiguang and Ma Changshao. 15 Zhang Chang's preference for amalgamation was also completely in line with Chinese ethnologists' long-standing commitment to categorical rationalization. Taxonomic synthesis had been a driving force in Chinese ethnology since its inception, as witnessed in their fervent embrace of comparative linguistics and the Davies model. With regards to the criteria of ethnic categorization, however, the situation was quite different. Unlike his first set of pronouncements, here Li Kunja articulated orders that, if followed, would have had dire implications for the team and its ability to complete the project in the time allotted. Li deferred to the official political line of the early PRC, instructing classification researchers that all claims to independent Minzu status would be assessed in strict accordance with the Soviet definition of Nacha as articulated by Joseph Stalin. Founded upon the evolutionary theories of Louis Henry Morgan and Friedrich Engels, and formalized by Stalin in his 1913 tract, Marxism and the National and Colonial Question, this model contained two key elements. 16 First, for a group to be considered a nationality, it had to fulfill each of four criteria: the group had to share a common language, a common territory, a common mode of economic production, and a common psychology. The second component of Stalin's model was even more stringent and involved ranking groups along a five-stage evolutionary scale encompassing primitive communism, slavery, feudalism, capitalism, and socialism. Pre-capitalist communities could not be considered full-fledged nationalities and were to be relegated instead to one of the three other stages of human organization: clans, tribes, or tribal federations. 17. Unlike the first set of instructions by Li and Zhang, this second stipulation posed a serious problem for Lin Yehua, Fumiji, and the entire research contingent. The requirements outlined by the party directors of the classification team were simply too steep for the non-Han groups of Yunnan. Minority groups in the region, by and large, did not engage in capitalist modes of economic production. If applied faithfully, this model of Minzu would have permitted few if any groups to qualify as minority nationalities, thereby paralyzing the project and turning one-time scholars of Southwest Minzu into scholars of Southwest clans, tribes, and tribal federations. Indeed, such steep requirements had not even been applied dogmatically in the Soviet Union, where the census recorded, not each individual Nacha, but rather Narodnost. 18. Nevertheless, Li's and Zhang's instructions were explicit and, as Chen Yongling and others had advised the Beijing scholars, open defiance of such instructions was not an option. And so, with these instructions, Li Kunja and Zhang Chong had made certain that the academic members of the classification team knew their place. This project is not research for the sake of research, Li emphasized to the team, a comment suggestive both of his own, unspoken sentiment toward metropolitan intellectuals, as well as the larger, complex relationship between the communists and the predominantly non-communist community of university scholars. The classification will be scientific but not academic. 19. How did the Beijing contingent react to these directives? As scholars and social scientists, these researchers held membership in an elite circle whose professional identities were grounded in notions of methodological rigor and a fidelity to the social world. Here was Li, however, outlining a research program encumbered with a host of political and pragmatic constraints. First, an entire range of small groups was being excluded precisely because there was no political cost to doing so. Even more unsettling was Li's intervention into the theoretical foundations of the project, a reformulation of the very meaning of Minzu. Before we examine the reaction of researchers to these particular issues, it is useful to pose the question in broader terms. What exactly did it mean for ethnologists and linguists to collaborate with a political regime for which Minzu was, at least according to orthodox Marxist theory, an epiphenomenal and insubstantial fiction which was destined to melt away? No matter how strong their commitment to recognizing Minzu, and to making it one of the central dimensions of citizenship in New China, there was no escaping the fact that the communists approached Minzu in a radically different way from their social scientific advisors in the academy. Faced with this communist worldview, it is important to understand why Chinese ethnologists embraced this new relationship, and were willing to collaborate so energetically with a regime that denied the enduring existence of the very thing that their discipline was committed to understanding. To address this set of questions, we must return once more to the early years of Chinese ethnology and recognize that this was not the first time these researchers had been obliged to negotiate their theoretical frameworks to accommodate the ideological orientation of the presiding Chinese regime. Since its inception, Chinese ethnology had been navigating the minefield of early 20th century ethnopolitics and the debate that raged between competing political parties over the essence of the Chinese nation. As we will see, these scholars were eager to take part in policy formation, long being engaged in what this chapter will term ethnological activism. They wanted to serve the state, to have their particular form of expertise enrolled, enlisted, and acted upon. They wanted to develop Southwest China, incorporate its diverse peoples into the nation-state, and to help promote in the minds of these peoples more coherent group identities. As we will see, their overtures to the Kuomintang went unrequited. Only under the communists were their talents and their political activism put to full use. The Republic of Nine Peoples, ethnological activism in the Republican period. The first division of ethnology in China was founded in 1928 as part of the Academia Sinica .20 CAIUNPI, the renowned president of Peking University and director of the newly established Academia Sinica, baptized the new branch of learning Minzugjiu, literally the study of Minzu. By adopting Minzu as the Chinese equivalent of ethnos, CAI was attempting to establish a monopoly over the term, at least within the academy, wresting it from the related but separate discipline of race science with which it shared certain conceptual affinities. 21 In China, scholars interested in physical anthropology and biometrics had been using Minzu as a translation for the English word race. By equating Minzu and ethnos, CAI was attempting to claim the term on behalf of socio-cultural anthropology, to denote Minzu as a holistic concept that, while encompassing the body, was not bound by it. As part of the terminological bargain, CAI ceded the term Zongzi to his counterparts in physical anthropology, arguing that it was the proper Chinese word for their object of study. 22 Beyond CAI, other social scientists were also committed to separating the two concepts. As James Leibold relates, Qi Sai-he, Lu Simeon, and others associated with Guzhigong's Yogong Study Society argued on behalf of a Minzu-Zongzi division wherein the first was to be understood in terms of linguistic and customary difference, and the latter in terms of physical form and skin color. At the same time, CAI's use of the term shui, used in Chinese to translate the suffix ology, was intended to distinguish the new discipline from the long-standing tradition of Chinese writings on border peoples. By casting the new discipline as a shui, CAI was declaring its membership in the broader family of comparative social sciences such as anthropology and sociology, and at the same time distinguishing it from earlier, imperial studies of non-Chinese people. To the latter he ceded an alternate term, Minzuzi or ethnography. Later in 1935, this argument was further elaborated upon by Yang Kun, who systematically outlined the differences between ethnology, ethnography, anthropology, and studies of race. At the very most, Yang was willing to describe imperial gazetteers in terms of descriptive ethnology, to be contrasted against the comparative ethnology of his discipline. 23. Although CAI's terminological intervention was targeted at the academy, its repercussions quickly spread outside of social scientific circles. By claiming Minzu as the centerpiece of the new discipline, a term that was also being used by political theorists and authorities as a translation for nation and nationality, CAI placed the new discipline in the center of a discursive battle that would soon rage between the Kuomintang and the Communists. As soon as it was born, therefore, Chinese ethnology found itself the third member in a debate over the essence of Chinese nationhood. The ebb and flow of this precarious position is captured vividly in a little-known episode in the mid-Republican period, shortly after the outbreak of war with Japan. In 1939, China's southwestern neighbor Siam officially changed its name to Thailand, a name that formalized an ethno-nationalist bond between the nation's majority Thai ethnic group and the territorial state. The Siam situation proved unsettling for Kuomintang authorities in Chongqing, who grew concerned that Thai ethno-nationalism might spill over the border and spark parallel activities among the Dai people of Yunnan province, a group who shared ethnonymic, cultural, linguistic, and historical connections with their neighbors. In response to these developments, Ge Sangren of the Mongolian and Tibetan Affairs Commission set forth a bold policy recommendation in November 1939. To prevent parallel outbreaks of ethno-nationalism among the diverse peoples of Yunnan province, Ge recommended that it should be forbidden to use names such as Miao, Yi, Man, Long, Luo, and Zhuang. 24 language, he argued, should be purged of ethnic names and replaced with toponyms reflective of one's place of birth. 25 By late 1940, Yunnan provincial chairman Long Yun had become so concerned with the perceived threat that, on September 18, he adopted Ge's proposal, outlawed the use of ethnic names in the province, and ordered that the borderland compatriots be referred to as persons from such and such a place. The policy made only one exemption: ethnonyms would continue to be permitted within the academy, but only in the context of scholarly publications. 26. This episode sheds light on a deep contradiction latent within the Kuomintang approach to the nationality question. On the one hand, through its vehement refusal to countenance any taxonomy that categorized the Chinese populace into multiple Minzu, the GMD implicitly recognized the symbolic power of identification, and thus the power, existence, and reality of ethnic identity itself. If the eradication of the ethnic name Dai could help prevent the emergence of a Thai ethno-nationalistic movement, then there had to be a certain psychosocial power that flowed through these designations. At the same time, by assuming that a simple edict delivered from the metropole could bring local systems of identification to a halt, the Kuomintang's policy vastly underestimated the power of names and local modes of categorization. Likewise, this policy sent a clear message to Chinese ethnologists: provided that the discipline confine its discussion of Minzu to the rarefied space of academic journals, and maintain no illusions about its political clout, then it could function as normal. To the extent that they advocated a multi-Minzu worldview in the public sphere, however, there would be negative repercussions. Ethnologists adopted three main strategies in their attempt to navigate the precarious terrain of Republican-era ethnopolitics, appealing for the need to develop the social and economic infrastructure of the country's southwestern provinces, particularly in the war against Japan, calling attention to the ethnotaxonomic work of foreign scholars who were producing theories that consistently drove conceptual wedges between the peoples of the Southwest and Chinese civilization more broadly, and drawing upon the more traditional, northern-centric concept of the Republic of Five Peoples, and expanding it to include four major ethnic constituencies in the Southwest. In their first strategy, ethnologists attempted to advance their ethnotaxonomic worldview by calling attention to the region where most of their subjects resided, China's southwest. The southwestern hinterland, they argued, was among the poorest and most administratively disconnected in all of China, factors that rendered it susceptible to the divide-and-conquer tactics of foreign powers. Imperial forces were highly aware of this, moreover, as evidenced by the long-standing attempts of the French and British to expand their spheres of influence into Yunnan. To protect the integrity of the nation, scholars argued, it behooved Kuomintang authorities to undertake research into the social and economic conditions of southwest China in order to lay the groundwork for regional development. Ethnology, they contended, was well equipped to undertake such research and provide national authorities with the information they required. One of the more outspoken Chinese ethnologists was Zhang Liang, who would later go on to join the classification project in 1954. In his 1938 study The Question of Southwest Ethnic Groups in Wartime, Zhang attempted to delineate a clear relationship between the Minzu of the Southwest and what the author called the road ahead in the War of Resistance. 27 Zhang called for a social scientifically informed centralization of policies toward these communities, urging the Chinese state to make use of specialists, rather than bureaucrats unacquainted with the complexities of local cultures and languages. By appointing ethnological experts to official positions, Zhang argued, the Chinese state could inaugurate an age of enlightened administration and counteract the trend toward economic disparity and socio-political inequality rampant in the region. Zhang drew heavily on wartime imagery in support of his argument. He pointed to Han persecution of the Kawa peoples in Yunnan, the exclusion of the Southwest minorities from the Republic of Five Peoples, and the overall lack of ethnic and national consciousness among the Yi along the Yunnan-Burma border. 28 This overall state of affairs afforded the Japanese with opportunities to use treacherous methods to seduce our forsaken Southwest ethnic groups. 29 In the wake of war, Zhang inquired rhetorically, can we still allow ourselves not to come up with vigorous policies, not to use our nation's strength to revise relations between the Minzu of the Southwest and the Han? 30 The ethnic groups of Southwest China, in Jiang's reckoning, truly possess all the fundamental components of the ideal soldier. It's just too bad that this talent has been misused in intertribal struggle. 31 If we give a suitable form of education, he proposed, instill in them a concept of the nation-state, resolve in their lives, add a form of military training, and guide them to the front line of resistance against the enemy, would they not become the backbone of national defense? 32. Zhang painted an exotic portrait of the ethnic groups in Southwest China, highlighting their frank, honest, hearty, and affable dispositions. These factors, he argued, were resultant from the lack of civilizing influences in the region, whose absence has allowed the southwestern peoples to avoid contracting the cheating and hypocrisy of civilized man, and instead having preserved the instinctive nature of primitive guilelessness. 33 Furthermore, demanding physical labor and their extremely low standard of living made them physically fit and easy to satisfy. Jiang's arguments, tinged with paternalism, exoticization, and a brand of internal Orientalism observed elsewhere by Louisa Shine, were echoed by his wartime colleagues. 34 Wu Zelen made similar assertions regarding the Miao of Guizhou, on the one hand noting the group's lack of a unifying consciousness, and on the other positing the extreme usefulness such solidarity would have in the war against Japan. 35 In a 1942 essay, Wu argued that some scholars go so far as to deny the necessity of border policy research, believing that, once central politics is put on track and once victory is achieved in the war of resistance, the so-called problem of border nationalities will be readily solved. Those studying anthropology do not believe the problem to be so simple, and thus their opinion is a bit different. They believe that only by getting border policy and rural policy on track will central policy follow suit. In a certain respect, one could even say that border policy and rural policy are at the heart of the question of China's central politics at the present stage. Only when the prestige of the central government reaches the hearts and minds of the border people and the rural people will it be possible to implement the central government's political orders. 36. Ethnologists adopted a second strategy as well, this one calling attention to the threat of foreign-made ethnic taxonomies. Scholars pointed to the activities of Japanese agitators in the north who had laid the groundwork for the invasion of Manchuria by spreading the doctrine of Manchurian and Mongolian distinctiveness. Similar threats were starting to surface along the southwestern border as well. In his 1938 essay, The War of Resistance and the Cultural Movement of the Border Ethnic Groups, Sen Jiao drew attention to the work of Japanese scholars operating in southwest China, and likened it to the divide-and-conquer tactics Japan had deployed in years prior. Dispatched by the Japanese state, foreign scholars were developing classificatory schema designed to destroy Minzu solidarity, promote separatist sentiment among the Li and Miao, and thereby legitimate Japan's ultimate objective of invasion. 37. In addressing this issue, ethnologists were attempting to strike a chord with local authorities who were also distressed by the activities of foreign taxonomists. On November 28, 1940, Yunnan Provincial Chairman Long Yun sent an urgent message to the Civil Affairs Bureau warning of a reported influx of clandestine, Japanese-supported Thai operatives filtering into the province to infiltrate the Bai areas of Phahai County, conduct secret activities, plot to provoke the Yi people, and lay the groundwork for a joint Japanese-Thai invasion. 38 Local authorities feared that these collaborators would cheer on Dai chauvinism and promote the formation of a large republic with Thai peoples living in neighboring territories. 39 Long's concerns were not unfounded, moreover, as evidenced by Selçuk Esenbul's work on Japanese imperialist tactics elsewhere. Japan's invasion of the Dutch Indies, for example, was preceded by intensive efforts to build a coalition with local Muslim leaders disgruntled by Dutch rule. Indeed, as Esenbul has demonstrated, Japan had been actively cultivating a relationship with the Islamic world since the early 1900s. Through the foundation of such organizations as the Greater Japan Islamic League, the promotion of Islamic studies in Japan, the introduction of Japanese culture to Muslim communities abroad, and cultural projects such as the construction of the Tokyo Mosque, Japan was able to make inroads into the Islamic world and portray itself as an ally against Western colonialism. Moreover, ever since Russia's October Revolution of 1917, Japan was able to strengthen and militarize this relationship with Islam, successfully portraying the Soviet Union as the common enemy of both Japan and the Muslim world. In this citadel policy, Islamic communities of Northeast and Central Asia were conceived of as buffers against anti-religious communist aggression. The year 1931 was a particularly momentous one in the relationship between Japan and Islam, witnessing both the Japanese invasion of Manchuria and the Turkic Uyghur rebellion in present-day Xinjiang. These two events were part of a larger Japanese plot that, in addition to the planned Japanese annexation of Manchuria, sought to integrate the Islamic communities of present-day Xinjiang, Ningxia, and Gansu provinces under a pro-Japanese authority. Although the Turkish Islamic State of East Turkestan was eventually crushed, Japan's successful creation of Manchukuo in the northeast stood witness to the ways in which Japanese ethno-religious policies, when combined with its military prowess, could result in the disintegration of the Chinese mainland. Likewise, the Japanese South Seas Association was busily dispatching representatives to the countries of Southeast Asia to engage in cultural activities and local language pedagogy. 40. In addition to the taxonomies being produced by Japanese scholars, Zhang Yingliang pointed out classificatory theories that could likewise serve the purpose of division and conquest. The works of Thomas Blakiston, Verno Keen, Jean-Louis Armand de Quatrefages-Stabot, Joseph Edkins, and Albert Etienne Terrien de la Couperie, for example, all identified the Miao not as part of the yellow race, but rather as members of the Caucasic branch of the Aryan race. 41 Still other foreign scholars, Zhang pointed out, were advancing a theory of Miao identity that categorized them as part of the Thai, denying outright their affiliation with China. 42 By pointing out the dangers posed by foreign-produced taxonomies, ethnologists in Yunnan were attempting to develop a demand among state authorities for the very product they were eminently qualified to provide, an ethnic taxonomy of southwest China that was at once rigorously scientific and thoroughly nationalist. Ethnologists attempted to convince state authorities that the proper response to the divisive, foreign-born taxonomies was not to deny the existence of diversity, but rather to create their own taxonomy which, in recognizing the existence of diverse groups in China, would thereby incorporate them into the state-building process and prevent them from being enticed by the Japanese, French, and British. 43 This commitment on behalf of Chinese ethnologists paralleled that of the communists and would become one of the most important foundations for state social scientific collaboration following 1949. A third strategy was to articulate a more moderate discourse on Minzu that could act as an interface between the multi-Minzu worldview of Chinese ethnology and the mono-Minzu ideology of the GMD. We see this most clearly in the writings of Sen Jiao, who attempted to find a place for the Minzu of the Southwest within the official republican concept of the Chinese nation. Interestingly, Sen invoked the earlier republican concept of the Republic of Five Peoples and argued for its expansion. In addition to being composed of the five main Minzu outlined in the theory of the Five Peoples Republic, Sen argued, the Chinese nation also encompassed the Miao, Yao, Li, and Luoluo 44. The Southwest Minzu, Sen contended, have mixed blood on many occasions with the Han and were a principal component of the larger Chinese people. 45. Although he never announced it as such, Sen was articulating something like a republic of 9 peoples. Noteworthy is the fact that Sen's concept excluded a wide range of groups that he and all Chinese ethnologists agreed constituted Minzu within and of themselves. This was an exclusion that Sen was willing to make, however. By encompassing at least some of the minorities of Southwest China, the objective was to secure for the scholars of the Southwest a more formal place at the table of national politics. In this way, the push for the official recognition of ethnic diversity was motivated by their own desire for official recognition of their discipline, their worldview, and their expertise. 46. Despite these manifold attempts, ethnologists were never able to integrate their worldview fully into the official demographic ideology of the Kuomintang state. The war with Japan, coupled with its oppositional relationship with the CCP, prompted the Kuomintang to redouble its commitment to a homogeneous China. The GMD enjoined ethnologists to abandon all talk of ethnic groups and to support the official position, namely, that the borderland communities being referred to so divisively and irresponsibly as ethnic minorities in truth constituted inseparable parts of a singular Zonghua Minzu. To speak of southwestern ethnic groups, Yunnan ethnic groups, and the like was as bad, one critic put it, as doing Japan's propaganda for them. 47. The revolution of 1949 brought with it a markedly different relationship between Chinese authorities and ethnologists. In this new political environment, one in which the new regime was a forceful advocate of the idea of a multi-Minzu China, the strategies analyzed here became largely unnecessary. The state no longer needed to be convinced that China was composed of a wide array of Minzu. This, indeed, had been part of the Communists' platform for 2 decades. To the contrary, the state initiated relations with ethnologists, as witnessed in the formation of state-sponsored nationalities visitation teams dispatched to border regions throughout the country only 9 months after the formation of the PRC and led in part by Chinese social scientists. Ironically, the factor which had placed the discipline of ethnology at the heart of political tensions in the Republican period, its title Minzugjiu, was the very same one that left it unscathed during the communist reorganization of higher education. Even as the CCP dismantled the discipline of cultural anthropology, the need for an effective Minzu policy allowed the discipline of Minzugjiu to remain intact. 48 State authorities regarded it as a potentially socialist discipline, as Gregory Golden has phrased it, whose principle of a multi-ethnic China coincided nicely with their own concept of a multinational China. 49 The ethnological conceptualization of Minzu as ethnos and the communist conceptualization of Minzu as Nacha together would form the twin pillars of the new unified, multinational country. Burying Stalin, Linyehua, and the concept of ethnic potential. Returning to May 20, 1954, and the meeting in Kunming prior to the fieldwork portion of the classification project, we find that the post-1949 transition was not without its challenges for Chinese ethnologists, even when accounting for the important conceptual affinities outlined earlier. The Beijing contingent, having adopted the linguistic model as its taxonomic starting point, had arrived in Kunming confident in its ability to carry out the project in the time allotted. Following the advice of their linguistic advisors, and maintaining a taxonomic worldview that had been long-standing within their discipline, these scholars believed themselves to have a firm grasp on the rough number and names of Yunnan's non-Han peoples. Field work would take time, no doubt, but the project was altogether feasible, thanks to the trove of Republican-era ethnological experience upon which they could base their recommendations to the state. By the close of the first full meeting of the classification team, however, the research contingent found itself saddled with a host of new burdens and requirements, the most onerous of which was Stalin's model, as dogmatically interpreted by the political leadership of the project. If their project were to be saved, if they were to avoid coupling the already complex work of categorization with the further subdivision of groups into different types of human communities, the classification researchers would need to find a way to circumvent the Stalinist formulation. This would need to be done tactfully, however, as the memory and pronouncements of Stalin were still treated as politically sacred. Retiring for the evening, Lin Yehua and his colleagues had a chance to reflect on the proceedings, and to develop a response. 2 days later, on the morning of May 22, Lin gathered his research colleagues together for an in-depth discussion of the Stalin problem. In a lecture entitled Opinions Regarding the Problem of Ethnic Classification, Lin directly addressed the issue of the Stalinist model and the distinctions that Stalin had made between various stages of human organization. 50 Careful not to overstep his bounds within the team, and even more careful to convey unwavering deference to Stalin, Lin was nevertheless able to hammer out an effective response to Li Kunja and Zhang Chang. Lin began the early morning lecture with a recapitulation of the Stalinist model in its simplest and starkest form, one in which full-fledged Minzu status could only be conferred upon groups that had achieved a level of linguistic, territorial, economic, and cultural integration unique to the capitalist mode of production. Conceived of in tabular format, Table 9 shows Stalin's understanding of the relationship between different forms of human organization. As demonstrated here, Stalin's parameters denied the status of full-fledged nationality to any pre-capitalist group. Rather, one finds a direct correspondence between particular forms of human society and specific stages of historical development. Clans and tribes emerged during the period of primordial or primitive communism, tribal federations during the stages of slavery and feudalism, and nationalities during the stages of capitalism and socialism. Lin set out to articulate and justify the concept of a pre-capitalist Minzu, a concept that, as noted earlier, was important within the Soviet nationalities identification project and yet notably absent from the directions outlined by Li Kunja and Zhang Chang. Lin posed the question to the group directly. In reality, many minorities do not fulfill the 4 characteristics which Stalin pointed out. So why should we call them nationalities? Primarily, this is because, in China, it is customary to refer to all developing national blocs as nationalities. And since this is the custom, there's really no need to make distinctions. Politically speaking, it's especially unnecessary to make such distinctions. The historical relations between different nationalities are complex, and if we go around distinguishing between which groups are nationalities and which are not, it could very easily have negative political repercussions. 51. While vague references to the potential downsides of a Soviet-style categorization laid the groundwork for his response, Lin knew that he would need to develop his point more concretely, lest it be taken simply as an abandonment of the Stalinist model. Demonstrating his political acumen, Lin began by citing a carefully chosen passage from another of Stalin's writings, Marxism and the Problem of Linguistics. Here, Stalin had conceded that of course, the necessary components of the nation language, territory, common culture, etc. do not simply descend from the heavens. Rather, they are gradually created during the pre-capitalist period. These components, however, are at this time in a stage of infancy, and at most form nothing more than a potential that, in the future, under advantageous conditions, will help form into a nationality. 52 Here was the loophole Lin needed. Stalin himself had conceded that even clans and tribes contain the germ of full-blown nationality, a quotient of latent potential. Stalin outlined this idea more fully in his evolutionary theory of linguistic development. As for the continuous development of language, Lin quoted Stalin once more: tribal languages develop out of clan languages, the languages of tribal federations develop from tribal languages, and national languages develop out those of tribal federations. 53. By seizing upon this idea of potentiality, the notion that there could be pre-capitalist, pre-national groups who were already in possession of the potential to form nationalities in the future. Lin was able to move away from the factors that distinguish different forms and stages of human organization and emphasize instead the one factor which united them, the potential for full-fledged nationality or ethnicity. It was this potential that, for Lin, served as the common denominator among each of Stalin's stages, and raised at least the possibility of denning groups in terms of what they could become rather than what they were at present. To give shape to this idea of potential, Lin Yehua artfully introduced a new concept into the debate. We need to ask, Lin continued, what are they like, these pre-capitalist groups that are bound to become Minzu, 54 let's call them Minzujichuan, he proposed, a term which we might translate as ethno-national blocks. 55 To clarify his neologism, Lin prepared a table. In this second step, Lin appended the first table with an additional column. Lacking any internal subdivisions, this column encompassed all of Stalin's different types of human communities and each of the 5 historical stages. That is to say, Minzujichuan was an ahistorical umbrella term that contained not only full-fledged nationalities of the capitalist stage, but also Stalin's clans, tribes, and tribal federations. 56 It stood above them all, turning the stepwise ladder of human organizational development found in the strictest interpretation of Stalin's model into a spectrum, an unbroken continuum of more or less potential, more or less realized group identity whose most fully actuated state was the Minzu, its most primitive the Shizu. Thus, whereas a pre-capitalist Minzu was logically invalid according to Li Kunja's presentation of the Stalinist model, a pre-capitalist Minzujichuan was not. To call something a pre-capitalist Minzujichuan was the equivalent of saying that a particular cluster of pre-national groups demonstrated the potential to develop into a nationality in the future. To call something a Minzujichuan was to identify what might termed its ethnic potential, the potential for a cluster of smaller groups to come into a state of unity despite differences in the present. Having introduced and clarified the concept of Minzujichuan, Lin was prepared for the final step in his reinterpretation, the simple yet daring act of removing the qualifier Jichuan. In this final act of transitivity, the term Minzu was made to stand in for that of Minzujichuan, stretched out to encircle a greater conceptual area than ever before. With this, Minzu inherited all of the properties previously attributed to Minzujichuan and was delinked from that of Nacha. This is evident in his final table where Minzu no longer corresponds to Nacha or to any particular stage of historical development. Rather, in Lin's reconceptualization, Minzu correlated to the Russian term narod and the Latin term ethnos, and encompassed each of Stalin's 5 stages. In his closing remarks, Lin assured the local cadres present that he had not lost sight of the highly circumscribed role he and his researchers were meant to play. Don't forget that academic research is to serve political practice. The work of minority research before us is certainly not purely for the sake of academic research. It must unite with politics, particularly with the problem of national security. 57. Li Kunja and Zhang Chong ultimately accepted Lin's interpretation of Minzu and the notion of ethnic potential upon which it was predicated. Indeed, from the perspective of state authorities, the notion of ethnic potential could hardly have struck a more perfect balance between empirical rigor and political practice, precisely the sort of scientific yet non-academic approach that the political leaders of the classification had demanded. Although it required the expertise of social scientists, whose technologies of analyzing the historical and anthropological contours of the Chinese ethnosphere far outstripped those of the communist state, Lin's Minzu was fundamentally a futurological entity, something that could only be realized through the application of a separate set of technologies monopolized by the state, the mass media, systems of representative government, language planning, mass education, and so on. A Minzu was no longer simply something that was in the ethnographic present, a definition that would have privileged the social scientific worldview and turned ethnologists into something like a council of elders whose insight could only be heeded and never questioned. Instead, it transformed the question of Minzu from one of existing communities to plausible communities, potential communities whose activation depended upon the state's ability to hasten the so-called advantageous conditions cited in Stalin's writings on language. It ran parallel to Zhangqiang's emphasis on ethnic synthesis, moreover, being committed as it were to the identification of ethnic clusters for whom synthesis was feasible. As Lin went on to argue, as for those ethno-national blocks who constitute one Minzu, but who due to pressure of reactionary rule have come to live under many different names, merging them together is to be encouraged. 58 This version of Minzu was not only amenable to state intervention but in fact depended upon the state for its realization and animation. Potential Minzu and their problems. Researchers and their political patrons reached a middle ground. The Stalinist model would be upheld in theory, but would be applied more loosely. In addition, political authorities agreed that linguistic categorization was the most effective and economical way to identify plausible communities, and officially selected language as the primary criterion of classification. 59 team members agreed that they would organize their research itinerary and methodology in accordance with the ethnic contours of leading language-based taxonomic theories, theories that, as we saw, trace back to the late Qing work of Henry Rodolphe Davies and the Republican-era adjustments of early Chinese ethnologists. These pre-existing models would form the preliminary theoretical evidence regarding which groups are standalone nationalities and which are branches. Fieldwork would then be conducted only to the extent necessary to amend these preliminary theories and submit viable taxonomic recommendations. 60. With respect to these preliminary theories, Lin Yehua outlined a series of groups who constituted what I have termed here as plausible communities. These included the 14 presupposed Minzu outlined earlier, along with 3 additional groups, the Zhuang, Yulong, and Akang. More specifically, we see in the team's preliminary theories the first evidence of where researchers plan to put all of the many other smaller ethnonymic groups that appeared in the census register, the distribution maps of the central and provincial NACs, and other ethnotaxonomic texts. When viewed alongside the more coarse-grained taxonomic template outlined in Chapter 2, these preliminary theories demonstrate on a more fine-grained level a key factor in the project, namely, that even prior to the fieldwork stage of the project, the team already had a thoroughly detailed plan about which groups it planned to recognize as full-fledged Minzu, and under which specific Minzu categories it was prepared to subordinate the rest. Again, these theories derived from the work of Chinese ethnologists dating back to the late Republican period. With that in mind, we can look more closely at Lin's plausible communities, as well as the particular problems that each would pose the team. The Yi, as we have seen, were identified at the outset as a group that should be officially recognized as a standalone Minzu. The main issue confronting the team pertained to the profusion of communities in the province who might feasibly be categorized as subsets of the Yi, rather than independent Minzu in their own right. For candidates such as the Pula, Huayao, Lalu, Luomian, Luao, Menghua, and others, the team debated between 2 alternatives: can they be standalone Minzu, and are they branches of the Yi? 61 Lin proposed that upward of 30 groups could be folded into the Yi, including the Alu, Aluapu, Axiapu, Axipu, Ach, Japu, Gu, Laji, Lao, Limai, Lubapu, Luliang, Lualuapu, Luomi, Milaniu, Mili, Miki, Misanba, Masu, Muji, Neju, Nasu, Naza, Nyasu, Nyali, Nyanyo, Nuasu, Pula, Chi, Sunapu, Tanglang, Zijun, and Zongpu. Lin's objective, as seen here, was to funnel as many of the small pieces of the provincial ethnoscape into the Yi. Once again the logic was decidedly linguistic, although now coupled with other factors that shape the potential of the proposed Minzu configurations. If we decide according to language and territory, Lin explained, they are all Yi. At the same time, Lin anticipated potential resistance to this plan. There are many who do not agree, he continued, because of large differences in dialect, scattered territory, and differences in economic life. Consequently, if we force them to merge into Yizu, it will result in real difficulties, and the people of each will not agree. However, if we do not merge them, and turn each autonym into a separate Minzu, this is not in accordance with the requirements of national development. Thus, we should not do this either. For these reasons, we think that the primary problem would be inciting an Yi problem. 62. As demonstrated here, Lin was committed to taxonomic synthesis, but wary of pushing too far, lest it inflame those groups in the region who would not suffer categorical subordination. We also see this tension in Lin's treatment of the Hani, Lahu, Lasu, and Naxi, four of the presupposed Minzu. Linguistically speaking, Lin explained, all four were branches of the Yi. However, due to territorial drift and separate development, there is no need to place them within the Yi on account of language. What was more, Lin noted, the Hani and Lahu had already formed autonomous territories, with the Naxi and Lasu about to do so as well. 63. In addition to avoiding potential resistance, there was a further benefit to dissociating these groups from the Yi in that, once established as standalone Minzu in their own right, they could function as additional centers of synthesis. The Naxi, Lin proposed, could absorb the Baxi, Malimesha, and Moxi. The Hani could absorb even more, including the Aka, Asu, Ajuo, Axalama, Bahung, Baiwa, Budu, Bujiao, Bukong, Duonai, Hani, Kabai, Kaduo, Nyabi, Kidi, Suani, Yani, and the Yeni. 5 other presupposed Minzu could function as centers of synthesis as well, Lin suggested. The Bai could absorb the Limo and Nama. The Dai could absorb the Dalu, Dina, Daya, Bunang, Bai, Bude, and Buzwang. The Jingpo could absorb the Langi, Lakai, and Zaiwa. The Zhang could absorb the Biba, Xifen, and Yuanba. The Kawa could absorb the Benlong, Bulang, La, and Puman. These proposed mergers, it should be noted, were not without their ambiguities. With regards to the proposed expansion of the Dai, Lin explained that the Bai, Bunang, Bude, Buzwang, Dede, and so forth certainly have no difference of language with the Dai. The difference is only one of dialect. Their territorial distribution, however, is spread out and their economic lives are different. Their religions are different as well. Merging them into one group is inappropriate, but so too is turning them all into standalone Minzu. 64. As for the 4 remaining presupposed Minzu, the Miao, Yao, Meng, and Hui, they would not function as centers of synthesis. They should be recognized, Lin confirmed, but no other groups in the province could feasibly be merged into them. Borderline groups. Alongside the presupposed groups was a smaller set of borderline groups whose status was in question. These included the Chuang, Nong, Sha, Tujia, Akang, and Zaiwa. The cases of the Chuang, Nong, and Sha, which need to be addressed together, bring to light how Yunnan's ethnic classification project interacted with and was complicated by the ethnopolitics of neighboring provinces. As Li Kunja explained in his address to the team, research had shown that the Sha and Nong were branches of the Chuang. However, he explained, researchers would still need to conduct field work, largely for political reasons. 65 The reason for this requirement was a political one. Prior to the 1954 project, the first province to legislate on the identities of the Nong and Sha was Guangxi, in whose provincial censuses these 2 ethnonyms had also appeared. In the course of provincial nationality work, Guangxi authorities had grouped the Nong and Sha, along with the third, the Bai, under the single rubric Chuang. In the Guangxi classification, the Nong were recategorized as the southern branch of Zhuang while the Sha were recategorized as the northern branch. At the same time, these ethnonymic groups had also appeared in the census registers of Yunnan's neighbor to the east, the diverse province of Guizhou. In contrast to Guangxi, however, the Bai in Guizhou were not categorized as a subset of Zhuang, but rather as a full-fledged minority. 66 Thereafter, Guizhou authorities recategorized the ethnonymic group Sha as a branch of the Bai. To complicate matters further, Guizhou authorities categorized the Nong neither as independent nor as Bai, but as a subset of the Zhuang. In tabular format, each province's categorization were as shown in Table 12. Come 1954, these discrepancies left the Yunnan province ethnic classification team in a precarious position. Its taxonomic decisions regarding the Nong and Sha would have to be based not only upon their own survey, but also on political considerations emerging from the pre-existing decisions of classification work conducted in other parts of the country. Moreover, no matter which route they chose to recognize the Nong and Sha, to categorize them as Zhuang, or to categorize them as Bai, they could not avoid contradicting the classificatory conclusions of their provincial neighbors. 67 In early June, prior to the fieldwork phase of the classification in Yunnan, Yunnanese officials received a letter from the Guizhou Nationalities Affairs Commission encouraging them to follow Guizhou's lead, urging Yunnan to categorize the Sha of Yunnan as Bai. Guizhou authorities even went on to muse about how much more rational it would be were Guangxi province to follow suit as well, and recategorize the Zhuang as Bai so that there might be a standardized understanding of ethnicity throughout the southwest. However, because the classification took place in strict accordance with provincial jurisdictions, and because the enterprise of ethnic categorization was inseparably connected to other political issues, this daydream never came true. 68. The Tujia posed a very different type of problem, being one of the only cases in which the primary taxonomic questions were matters of taxonomic analysis rather than synthesis, that is, decomposing the category into its constituent parts rather than determining how it might absorb other candidates. The reason for this difference is to be found in the name Tujia itself. The Chinese character Tu means domain, land or territory, and when applied to people, denotes that a person is a local or a native. 69 Because many groups had referred to themselves as locals in the provincial census, the result was a proliferation of peoples scattered throughout the region with similar names, but who shared no cultural or linguistic characteristics in common. Prior to the classification, the Yunnan province NAC had attempted to sort this problem as best it could, proposing the following resolution of the Tujia. The Tujia of Dali and Jiang were to be recategorized as Yi, based on their language and their autonym. The Tulao of Wenchun were to be recategorized as Dai. The Liazu were also recategorized as Dai. The Tuliao of Menzi were to be recategorized either as Yi or a branch of the Yi. The Tuzu of Wenchun were to be recategorized as Zhuang. 70. The problem was far from resolved, however, making it one of the most pressing for the 1954 team. The Akang was one of the few groups Lin recommended for official recognition who were not among the a priori Minzu. At this point, however, the recommendation was only preliminary, as it remained to be seen more clearly what their relationship was to the Yi. The Akang language, Lin explained, belonged to the Yi family. In addition, the territory they occupied was adjacent to the Yi, making even stronger the case for amalgamation. Nevertheless, Lin concluded provisionally that it was not appropriate to put them together with the Yi, for reasons he did not elaborate upon. We will temporarily treat them as a standalone Minzu. 71 The Zaiwa posed a separate problem. Lin was uncertain whether linguistic differences with the Jingpo counted as differences of language or simply of dialect. Lin was unsure whether the two were a mixture of two different Minzu or two branches of one tribe. 72 He categorized them temporarily as one, but knew that this was unsatisfactory. The Jingpo language, as Lin pointed out, was part of the Yi language family, while that of Zaiwa fundamentally could be Burmese. 73. Points of confusion. Finally, Lin listed 4 categories of groups who could not be granted the status of Minzu, or whose status needed to be considered further. These included the Miandian, Man, Jaomayan, and Dan. Some groups were so confusing to Lin that they defied all efforts at hypothesis. Addressing roughly 16 ethnonyms, Lin described them quite simply as names we completely do not understand. These included names such as Abu, Ake, Buxia, Chaman, Jingdong, Konga, Lujliu, Menbu, Nani, Panan, Xiandao, and Yuzhang, among others. 74. Conclusion. Come the first week of June, the team prepared to head out of Kunming and into the province to conduct field work. As they did, they brought with them an elaborate, working model of the province, an ethnotaxonomy based on the twin pillars of language-based categorization and the concept of ethnic potential. Through a detailed examination of the Stalin question, and the manner in which it was dealt with during the classification, this chapter advances 2 conclusions. First, whereas existing scholarship on Chinese ethnicity provides an accurate portrayal of the content of Stalin's criteria, it has yet to clarify what role this paradigm played in the ethnic classification project. Stalin's model was not, as many scholars assume, an active ingredient in the decision-making process of classification researchers, not, at least, if one is referring to the highly inflexible, four-part definition of nature that is so frequently cited in the literature. Instead, Lin Yehua reconceptualized Minzu in such a way that it opened up the possibility for groups not yet in possession of Stalin's four required attributes to be categorized as full-fledged Minzu in advance, giving rise to the possibility of pre-capitalist nationalities. The second conclusion pertains to the implications of Lin's notion of Minzu, in particular, the fact that classification researchers were planning from the outset to base their taxonomic recommendations not strictly on the inherent qualities or characteristics of the communities under examination, but also an assessment of the state's capacity to interpose itself and bring about the actualization of the proposed Minzu categories. Once we recognize that the ethnic classification was based upon a dynamic and futurological definition of Minzu, that is, that it was primarily concerned with assessing the plausibility of certain categorical groupings rather than their fidelity to ethnic realities circa 1954, it behooves us to reconsider the ways in which we have traditionally gone about understanding and critiquing the project. Anthropological critiques of China's official ethnotaxonomy are often based on a notion of correlative accuracy, a fidelity between micro and macro COSM that analysts have assumed to be the core requirement of any taxonomy. The taxonomic approach of the classification did not operate according to this same assumption, however, adopting instead one that split the difference between traditional modes of correlative categorization and, even more importantly, a much more futurological and experimental mode. Simply put, critiques that focus on the fidelity of 1954 classification categories entirely miss the point, insofar as fidelity was never the overarching goal of the project. As we will see in the next chapter, the classification team produced these new categories with the full understanding that the state would intervene at a later stage to close the gap between their forecasted categories and on-the-ground realities. To borrow a concept from Prasenjit, ethnic classification researchers were fully cognizant that their work would require subsequent strategies of closure 75 undertaken through the state's expenditure of vast administrative, propagandist, and socio-economic energies in the post-project era. 76 Without these, this sprawling, internally heterogeneous and phenomenally complex project could never have achieved the status of a cohesive, self-evident common sense that it now enjoys in the PRC. 77. To understand the logic and practice of the classification, then, we must study it for what it was and for what its practitioners and patrons openly understood it to be, an unabashedly ethnogenetic taxonomic enterprise. With these considerations in mind, we now rejoin the team during the first phase of fieldwork, where we will be able to witness firsthand the ways in which its classificatory praxis was guided by this concept of ethnic potential. 4. The consent of the categorized. The Akang of Yingjiang and the Akang of Lianghe have the same name, but they are different. Our languages are different. Our customs and clothing are different. Doesn't that mean that we are not the same as the Akang of Lianghe? Xiang Lizuo, ethnic classification interviewee, self-identified Akang of Yingjiang County, 1954. By means of political persuasion work, this division can be eliminated. Thus, we believe that the Akang of Yingjiang and the Akang of Lianghe are two branches of the same Minzu, and that treating them as one Minzu unit would be more appropriate. Yunnan Province Ethnic Classification Research Team, Akang Report. By the time Wang Xiaoi arrived in the field, the sky had been dark for some time. It was the 4th of June, the rainy season, and the southern town of Majiang was caught in the heavy embrace of a torrential downpour. Wang and his teammate Chang Hongjin, a young linguist from the Academy of Social Sciences in Beijing, took shelter for the evening with plans to begin work the following morning. Their two-person squad was one of 5 that, in order to make the most efficient use of limited time and personnel, divided the province into more manageable regional units during the first phase of field work. The other 4 squads were based in Wenshanmenzi, Alishan, Zishuangbana, and Kunming, and each was assigned a specific set of Minzu candidates to classify. The Wenchunmenzi squad was charged with investigating the Tulau, Pula, and non-candidates, among others. The Alishan squad, based in Midu and Menghua counties, was assigned to research candidates hypothesized to form branches of the Yi. The Zishuangbana squad, based in Jinghong and its environs, was given the Bailang to research. The Kunming squad, staffed by the team's more senior members, was committed primarily to intensive linguistic analysis. As for Wang and Chang, the two of them constituted the entirety of the Majiang squad, charged with examining nominee groups in and around Majiang and Puer counties who the classification team hypothesized to be subsets of the Hani.1. Map 2. Bases of operation during Phase 1 of the classification. Having examined the central importance of Chinese ethnologists and linguists in the preceding two chapters, it is vital not to overemphasize their autonomy within the larger classification project or to dismiss the role of political authorities. In this chapter we will examine two core dimensions of the project in which Chinese communist influence was paramount: the administrative logistics of the expedition and the methods the team would use in order to secure the consent of those being categorized, a question with which Chinese ethnologists had never concerned themselves before. In both of these arenas, the social scientific contingent of the classification team was dependent upon state and party infrastructure. Indeed, Wang Xiaoai and Chang Hongjin relied heavily upon logistical support from local political offices every step of the way. Prior to their arrival, lodging in the county seat had been arranged by local officials, as had their transportation from Kunming. 2. This was true of the other squads as well. Upon reaching their various destinations, researchers resided in a variety of government buildings, including local government seats, military installations, and primary schools. 3. Once in the county seat, their reliance on the local government grew only more pronounced. Before traveling deeper into the province, local offices had to secure arrangements in advance, which explains why the path of the classification team mirrored the administrative hierarchy of the country. First, Wang and Chang traveled from Beijing to Kunming, then from Kunming to the Majiang county seat, and finally from the county seat to various villages and sub-county destinations, where the pair rarely ever spent the night. The squad's research itinerary relied upon Yunnan's political infrastructure as well. In order to reach representatives of the various Minzu candidates, whom Wang and Chang had no time to find on their own, they depended upon cadres at the Yunnan Province Nationalities Affairs Commission and other sub-provincial offices to arrange their fieldwork interviews. 4. Local cadres put classification researchers in touch with members of their staffs who, for example, self-identified as AMU, Badu, Bakong, Kaduo, Lala, and Kitty. 5. When appropriate interview candidates were not readily accessible, local offices went to even greater lengths, transporting relevant non-Han individuals from their home villages to the county seat where classification researchers could interview them, typically for a few hours. In such instances, authorities provided interviewees with small stipends to offset lost wages. 6. For Wang and Chang, this collaboration between the political and research halves of the classification could scarcely have operated more smoothly. Their political patrons did their jobs so well that the two researchers were free to carry out their field research as usual, albeit at a highly accelerated pace. During their 29 days in the field, the pair traveled constantly, cycling back and forth between approximately 10 villages and the county seats of Majiang and Puer, conducting brief interviews with respondents hailing from approximately 12 ethnonymic groups. 7. With so little time to spare, classification research did not involve anything approaching the sort of detailed ethnographic research that Nicholas Tapp has assumed. 8. Rather, it involved a rapid succession of brief interviews. With very few representatives from each of the applicant groups, anywhere from a few hours to at most a few days, and involving small groups of interviewees never exceeding 10 people, and most often with far fewer. During each session, Chang Hongjin recorded core vocabularies and Wang Xiaoai inquired cursorily as to the disposition of the local economy and customary practices such as those surrounding marriages and funerals. To compensate for these stringent conditions, the team attempted whenever possible to interview local minority elites, minority cadres, religious leaders, tribal chieftains, and village elders. 9 On August 18, 1954, for example, Wang and his squad members interviewed 4 self-identified Naisu individuals in the county seat of Xianping, 3 of whom were either local officials or cadres: Zhang Wenbin, the deputy head of Xinping County; Yang Huiwen, a young cadre at the Xinping Post Office, Pu. Sun Chang, a cadre at the Xinping Trading Company, and finally a middle-level farmer also with the surname Pu. Elsewhere, interviewees included secretaries from local Chinese Communist Party branches, local commune officers, and heads of local militia divisions. The first and most basic reason for this preference was linguistic. Minority elites were more likely than lay people to speak Chinese. Conversing with commoners required the use of as many as 2 translators, one assistant translating between the local minority language and the local dialect of Chinese, and another translating between that dialect and standard Mandarin. 10 Classification researchers assumed that relatively upper strata individuals would have developed, either through their tenure in office or advanced age, a more comprehensive understanding of the local ethnic terrain, and thus be in a better position to provide researchers with synoptic accounts of ethnic relations and thereby facilitate the relatively rapid completion of their work. Even with the help of upper strata minority informants, however, fieldwork did not always proceed smoothly. As Phase 1 unfolded, one crucial dimension of the project began to expose the limits of the researchers' traditional fieldwork methodology. Unlike ethnological investigation undertaken in the recent past, in which the objective was to develop explanatory models that withstood collegial criticism only, researchers in the classification were now obliged to assess the opinions and self-perceptions of the research subjects themselves. One of the most important factors in the assessment of the ethnic potential of a proposed Minzu category was to estimate whether it would elicit support or resistance, particularly from elites who would play an integral role in all subsequent phases of Chinese communist minority work. For the first time, Chinese social scientists' clean-cut, synoptic, objectivist models of identity would need to come into direct contact with the subjectivities of their informants, a profoundly complicated interaction that necessitated an adjustment in their classificatory praxis. Wang and Chang did their best to navigate this question of self-consciousness, but the process was often convoluted and frustratingly slow. For one thing, the social scientific cum statist concept of Minzu had little to no significance for many of their interviewees, a fact that census officials first discovered in 1954. Consequently, the 2 researchers often had to employ circuitous, colloquial phrasings, attempting to approximate as best they could the type of collective human identity with which they and the state were concerned. Some of these phrasings included: "Are you all part of the same family? Did you all used to be part of the same family? Are you all descendant from the same ancestor? What do you call yourself? What do such and such people call you? Do you all speak the same language?" 11. Moreover, even if the term Minzu had carried weight at the local level, the team had made it a policy to avoid broaching the topic of ethnic classification to their interviewees, for fear that such disclosure might put their informants on guard. 12 Historically, the arrival of centrally dispatched investigation squads were rarely associated with desirable outcomes, typically involving one of 2 things with which surveys were intimately related: taxation and military service. To keep the purposes of the team's arrival more or less confidential, the team employed 2 different titles: the Yunnan Province Ethnic Classification Research Team and the Yunnan Province Nationalities Affairs Research Team. The first of these was for internal use only. The second was used publicly. 13. Ultimately, just as the 1953-54 census results revealed to the CCP the limits of its own ethnotaxonomic expertise, the fieldwork stage of the classification produced a similar revelation for the team's social scientific contingent with respect to consensus building. They were model builders, and never before in the history of their disciplines had their ethnic or linguistic taxonomies been subject to the review or scrutiny of those being categorized. Indeed, Their criteria and methods of categorization were effective precisely because they bypassed the subjectivities of the groups in question, creating models largely through the comparison of lexicons and grammars rather than through a consideration of mutual intelligibility or shared group consciousness. As such, the very practices that had proven so effective for researchers in the past now left them at a loss. Thus, just as the CCP had turned to ethnologists for their assistance, a process that opened the door to social scientific approaches to communist ethnopolitics, in the fieldwork phase of the project we find Chinese ethnologists coming to rely heavily upon communist methods of assessing and molding the political consciousnesses of communities at the local level. If researchers help the state see the peoples of Yunnan categorically, the state would now help researchers secure the consent of the categorized. Before we examine these methods as they were employed during the classification, it is important to understand a bit about their origins and development. For this, we must return once again to the Republican period, to the early social research projects of the Communist Party. Investigation meetings in the history of Chinese Communist field work. As examined in Chapter 2, a core component of the self-identities of Republican-era scholars was the commitment to direct observation, that is, the commitment to scholarship built upon a foundation of lengthy, unmediated, and sometimes grueling forays into the lived realities of everyday people rather than through the mediated, comfortable world of bibliocentric research. The concept of direct observation was translated into Chinese using the term shi denoting true, real, or factual, and di denoting place or locality. The term, which was cited throughout social scientific literature in the period, was typically used to qualify words such as investigation, to signal that one's study had been conducted on the spot or in the field, rather than in the relaxed atmosphere of one's atelier or library. Being Republicans first, and Chinese Communists second, members of the CCP were no exception to this general trend. Before he was the leader of the Communist Party, and before he was the great helmsman of the People's Republic, for example, Mao Zedong was an amateur sociologist. On January 4, 1927, for example, Mao set out on a 32-day tour of 5 counties in Hunan, forming the empirical base for his well-known treatise A Report on an Investigation of the Peasant Movement in Hunan. In May 1930, he went on to conduct investigations in the town of Sunwoo, the site of recent peasant rebellions. Lying at the intersection of the provinces of Jiangxi, Fujian, and Guangdong in southern China, Sunwoo provided Mao with the opportunity to carry out research into the economic, political, and social structures of those cities and towns that he felt offered insight into the potential for socialist revolution in China. 14 In the case of Sunwoo, Mao conducted his work in violation of party directives, defying orders to attend a party conference in Shanghai. During these forays, Mao improvised a style of interviewing that later came to be formally known as investigation meetings. 15 Mao introduced his Diaokahui in greater detail in his essay Oppose Book Worship, published in the same month as his research trip in Sunwoo. In that essay, he celebrated these fact-finding sessions as the only way to get near the truth. 16 The investigation meetings, he explained, should always be conducted with a minimum of 3 people. Any fewer than this, and the information procured would be too narrow to use. 17 With regards to informants, Mao preferred those with the most comprehensive and synthetic understanding of local conditions. They should be aware of the composition of the peasantry, knowing how many owner peasants, semi-owner peasants, and tenants lived in the town. They should be able to provide information on the number of rich, middle, and poor peasants, as well as the number of small, middle, and large merchants. To this end, Mao preferred to speak with older people rich in experience, young people who have worked in struggle, and an appropriate selection of workers, peasants, and intellectuals. Soldiers and vagrants were useful on occasion, Mao continued, but it was vital to the effectiveness of the session to exclude anyone who was irrelevant to the questions under discussion. Mao was also patently uninterested in producing a proportionately representative sample, and thus discouraged the use of any more than 20 interviewees at a time. 18 He was equally unconcerned with comprehensiveness. Universal investigation, he contended, was impossible and unnecessary, the preferable method being that of conducting a limited number of investigations in a set of carefully chosen, exemplary villages and cities. 19. As Young Chen Chang has explained, these group sessions provided a mechanism of checks and balances to ensure that reality would be accurately represented. So sanguine was he about the effectiveness of the group interview format, Chang continues, that he was completely oblivious to a host of methodological issues involved. 20. Here, Chang underestimates Mao, taking him for a naive ideologue. In fact, Mao was aware of the effects of the group format and the way in which it shaped the information thus procured. This method of research enabled Mao to elicit two forms of data simultaneously, the answers to the questions he was posing as well as the group dynamics of those being researched. By observing which of his interviewees were most outspoken, most deferential, most contrarian, and so on, he was able to identify who the key figures were, both in terms of potential allies to socialist revolution and potential opponents. As Roger Thompson explains, Mao's informants were more than sources of information. They could also be participants in the factional and revolutionary struggles that had been rending Sunwu for over a decade. 21. As Thompson goes on to note, Mao's method not only served his revolutionary purpose but directly challenged the methodology and perspectives of Western social scientists and their Chinese associates. 22. Mao opposed what he perceived as the superficial objectivity of Western social science and did not shrink before tying his work explicitly to particular political projects. To that end, it was at best unnecessary and at worst duplicitous to couch social scientific research in any notion of unbiased approach. Better to interview those individuals whose opinions held sway in the local area rather than attempting to create an evenly representative sample, better to focus one's attention on local power holders than to dilute one's time in search of a statistically significant number of discussants. Mao would later explain his views using an idiomatic expression: to shoot an arrow, have a target. Some comrades are shooting arrows without a target, Mao explained, targeting his criticism at those who engage in research for its own sake. Other comrades, he continued, stroke the arrow fondly, exclaiming, "What a fine arrow! What a fine arrow," but never want to shoot it. 23. With the vivid sense of humor for which he was well known, Mao disparaged this breed of intellectual, the book learners, as half-intellectuals. You can open and close a book at will, this is the easiest thing in the world to do, a great deal easier than it is for the cook to prepare a meal, and much easier than it is for him to slaughter a pig. He has to catch the pig. The pig can run. He slaughters him. The pig squeals. A book placed on a desk cannot run, nor can it squeal. 24. Mao's group interviews also created conditions of possibility for the formation of certain consensuses during the interview process. Unlike one-on-one interviews, in which people are more able to voice dissenting or divergent opinions, group interviews tend to result in the articulation of ad hoc orthodoxies. Whereas there is no doubt that such groupthink would have resulted in far more coarse-grained data for Mao than one-on-one interviewing, for Mao the point was served. His goal was never to determine the opinions of individuals, but rather to determine and assess the plasticity of the opinions of groups. He saw research as a necessarily participatory process wherein the understanding of something required participating in its transformation. As Mao argued in the course of his essay on practice, if you want knowledge, you must take part in the practice of changing reality. If you want to know the taste of a pear, you must change the pear by eating it yourself. 25. After relocating to the new base of operations in Yan'an, Mao further advocated the implementation of investigation meetings. The investigation meeting method is the simplest, most practicable, and most reliable method, from which I have derived much benefit. It is a better school than any university. 26. During the Yan'an period, Mao's investigation would become a cornerstone of the mass line technique of policy formation, in essence forming the first half of the well-known couplet "from the masses to the masses." 27. The basic method of leadership, Mao explained, is to sum up the views of the masses, take the results back to the masses so that the masses can give them their firm support and so work out sound ideas for leading the work on hand. 28. Following 1949, this mode of field research, one in which the boundary between information and transformation was porous by design, continued to be employed. For party organizers in Yunnan, we find examples from the early years of the People's Republic, during the establishment of autonomous minority areas. As local officials attempted to build the centrally mandated minority districts, administrative factors behooved them to amalgamate various ethnonymic communities into a smaller number of larger groups, much in the same way that classification researchers were being instructed to in 1954. In a session dating back to before the classification, for example, representatives of the Asong, Beijiaoluolugo, Datoluolugo, Huayaoluolugo, Huashaoluolugo, Lao, and Xiongtan were convened to discuss the possibility of being reclassified under the single moniker Yi, a decision that would have important implications for the balance of power within the newly formed administrative unit. The representatives present decided that, except for one group, the proposal was acceptable. 29. In another instance, local representatives of the Beihang, Kadugo, and others gathered to vote on a similar measure, this time relating to their potential reclassification as Hani. Once again, representatives arrived at a consensus supporting the merger of 13 ethnonymic groups as Hani. 30. In each case, the process was similar: invite a small number of minority power holders to serve as representatives of their particular ethnonymic groups, set in motion a discussion over a particular issue, come to a working conclusion, and then enroll those same elites to carry out the mass implementation of the consensus thereby reached. Most importantly, while these meetings were couched in terms of open inquiry in certain cases, asking the group leaders what they believed their categorical designations should be, nevertheless, the scenarios were far from symmetrical. It was the local party members, after all, who were engineering the sessions and deliberately congregating the specific ethnonymic groups they intended to synthesize. As evidenced by first-hand reports from the classification, the fieldwork portion of the project drew heavily upon the investigatory methods developed by local political offices in their early, pre-classification nationality work. The mechanisms at work can be observed through a series of intriguing group interviews in which ethnic classification researchers set the stage for consciousness transformation. Participant transformation. Staging realization among the Tulau. The Tulau was an applicant group centered in Wenchuan and Menzi counties with a total estimated population of 70,000 people. 31 Along with 6 other applicant groups, the Haiyai, Longan, Nong, Sha, Tianbao, and 2 of Funing County, the Tulau was hypothesized by researchers to form a subset of the Zhuang, one of the a priori Minzu. 32 Researchers had linguistic evidence to support such a hypothesis, and yet, once again, such data were insufficient for the purposes of determining the ethnic potential of such a categorization. To assess the viability of this taxonomic merger, the team needed to determine whether their informants would support the amalgamation. Only this would turn this imaginable community into a plausible one. The team undertook this examination in 2 steps. First, researchers assessed whether the applicant groups in question would be willing to merge with each other. Second, if this merger was deemed feasible, they then set about determining whether this newly formed composite could be folded into the Zhuang. In the first of these steps, researchers congregated representatives of the specific non-Han groups who they postulated to be part of the Zhuang and who they knew, by means of prior lexical and grammatical analysis, to share linguistic traits in common with one another. 33 Knowing in advance that their interviewees should, at least in theory, be able to communicate with one another, researchers encouraged interaction during the session in the hope that their informants would come to self-identify with the hitherto other groups in the room. If and when such an opportune moment arrived, that moment of realization, researchers would then broach the idea of categorical amalgamation and gauge their informants' reactions. In this respect, these interviews constituted precisely the same kind of asymmetric dialogues that Stephen Harrell describes in his analysis of the Chinese Communist civilizing process. 34 Like Harrell's dialogues, many of the classification interviews were encounters that, while far from one-sided, were designed to privilege the central representatives in charge of arranging and orchestrating them. This asymmetry was embedded in the organization of the sessions, as demonstrated in the case of the Tulao. In the process of assessing the ethnic potential of an expanded Zhuang category, these staged epiphanies were highly effective. Tulao representatives openly attested to the transformative power of the group discussion. Not until the interview session, one group of interviewees explained, did they realize the bonds they shared with other groups in the region. 35 As one representative was recorded as stating, "If it weren't for Chairman Mao, we would have never come together, only now do we know that we all come from the same roots." 36 Likewise, during their interview with representatives of the Hei from Funing County, classification researchers invited Anand Khatter to attend as well. The two informants conversed and were able to communicate with one another, thereby supporting the team's hypothesis. 37 The Funing County representative of the two was handled similarly, as evidenced by the specificity of his conclusion. The two is the same as the Nang, Tianbao, Hei, and Longan, he decided with an assurance that, while to him felt spontaneous, was in fact carefully choreographed. In the future, he continued, we can join to form the same ZW. 38 Testimonials like these found their way into classification reports, providing subjective support for taxonomic merger that could be aligned with objective data pertaining to language, historical origins, and so on. Having established the viability of a taxonomic equivalence between the applicant groups, the second step involved setting this newly conceptualized ethnic admixture equal to the Zhuang. In the team's final report on the Tulao, the methodology in mind is particularly evident. The Tulao was originally a branch of the Zhuang, but their language has since become an independent dialect of the Zhuang language. It's best if we combine them with the Zhuang, but it will require some deliberation and persuasion work. 39 The groundwork for an enlarged Zhuang category began to take shape through asymmetric, orchestrated group sessions such as these, what I term participant transformation. Persuasion work in action. In certain cases, staged epiphanies such as these failed to convince the interviewees, either because the non-Han representatives were simply unable to understand each other to the degree hypothesized by linguists, or because they did not equate shared speech with shared identity. Both situations bring to mind observations made by Eric Hobsbawm and others, who point out that the equation of language and identity is by no means a universally shared assumption, and that the treatment of language as a surrogate for identity can be objected to on at least two grounds. First and most basically, linguistically inflected identification purges identity of the many components that make it a complex and flexible phenomenon. Identity operates along multiple axes, wherein the relative importance or salience any one axis is not fixed, but rather changes over time and in relation to contextual factors. By collapsing collective identity and making it coterminous with the boundaries of speech communities, language-centered categorization makes the untenable claim that language is the preeminent marker of identity at all times. As Hobsbawm notes, this is at best a construction of the nationalist age and, at worst, an unfounded assumption by researchers as to the minds of non-literate peoples. 40. Secondly, the very idea of language is a far more elusive concept than linguistic classification would lead us to believe. Left to its own device, as Hobsbawm explains, non-literate vernacular languages are always a complex of local variants and dialects intercommunicating with varying degrees of ease or difficulty, depending on geographical closeness or accessibility. 41 Linguistic analysis, however, much like the nationalist mythology to which it is eminently serviceable, attempts to devise a standardized idiom out of a multiplicity of actually spoken idioms, which are thereafter downgraded to dialects. 42 That is to say, the linguistic notion of a standalone language is a theory-laden rather than neutral concept. As taxonomic categories, they bear the imprints of classificatory decisions made by linguists regarding methods of comparison and standards of measurement. Scholars trained in diachronic linguistics typically conducted their comparisons using a highly mediated process involving the transcription and compilation of multiple vocabulary lists, which were then used as the basis of evaluating the potential genetic relationships between different speech communities. Whereas such methods undoubtedly raise the prospect of uncovering historical relationships between different forms of speech, such linguistic comparisons do not test mutual intelligibility per se. In this way, they attempted to engineer a measure of parity or commensurability between local concepts of ethnic identity and those promulgated by the social scientific state. When confronted with such opposition, classification researchers stepped up their interposition by attempting to persuade their interviewees as to the similarities in their speech and the correlation between language and ethnicity. 43 In essence, they were delivering a synthesis of the very ethnological worldview developed in China during the 1930s and 1940s. A telling example of this phenomenon is with the Mullaney, researched during the first phase of the classification by the squad in Alishan. The Mullaney was a candidate group with a registered population of approximately 5,000 people who, along with the Lalu, Micha, and Menghua, were hypothesized to form a branch of the Yi. 44 Once again, researchers had prior knowledge to support this idea, but did not yet have the consent of the categorized. As with the formation of the Zhuang, the team adopted a two-part process, first assessing the viability of a merger between the various applicant groups, and then contemplating the merger of this composite with the Yi. At first, the classification report explained, the Mullaney interviewee believed himself to be different from the Lalu, the Micha, and the Menghua. However, by means of comparing their languages, clothing, housing, customs, and so forth, the researchers were able to convince the Mullaney representative that his group was one and the same as the aforementioned three. Yang Zhenjian, the representative of the Mullaney in attendance, was then recorded as conceding that, "I suppose we're one part of a single group." 45. From the perspective of conventional social scientific theory, an intervention such as this would likely be dismissed as a form of data contamination. Rather than fitting their taxonomy to the subjectivities of their respondents, researchers were trying to mold the consciousness of their respondents to fit the taxonomy. Owing to the definitional flexibility of ethnic potential, however, as well as the classification project's status as a bureaucratic-cum-academic enterprise, this was perfectly permissible and, from the perspective of researchers, necessary. Classification research was an openly constitutive element of non-Han ethnic identity, in essence part of a first wave of state intervention charged with refashioning local society. By staging these group interview sessions and educating incredulous informants, the mission of researchers was never one of dispassionately recording the ethnic sphere as their informants believed it to be. Rather, they were attempting to engineer a measure of commensurability between local concepts of ethnic identity and those promulgated by the emerging social scientific state. Supported by such a plastic definition of ethnicity, classification researchers were thus able to make their taxonomic recommendations not so much based on an assessment of ethnic relations in the ethnographic present, but by estimating which potential group identities were more achievable and feasible than others. Linguistic and cultural differences were significant only when they were seen as constituting insurmountable obstacles to the formulation of those ethnic taxa posited in the team's guiding taxonomic hypotheses. Objections overruled. The problem of the three Akang. In the cases of the Tulau and the Mullaney, classification researchers were able to reshape the consciousness of their non-Han interlocutors during the interview process. In other cases, however, respondents were far more vociferous in their opposition to the team's taxonomic theories. During the first phase of research, for example, the research squad based in Kunming came in contact with three applicant groups who identified themselves in the census as Akang. The three communities resided in separate counties Yingjiang, Lianghe, and Lianshan and interacted with one another infrequently. According to the representatives of each self-identified Akang community, moreover, these three applicants were not part of the same group. Xiang Lizuo, a self-identified Akang from Yingjiang, seized upon the team's language-based methodology and used it to refute the researchers' claims. He pointed out that the language of the Akang is more mutually intelligible with that of the Zaiwa and the Jingpo than it is with the Akang of Lianghe. 46 Another self-identified Akang, Zhao Geiwo from Lianghe County, echoed this sentiment in his testimony, also recorded in the team's final report. In a separate interview with classification researchers, Zhao made reference to Xianglazuo above, arguing that Map 3. Home counties of self-identified Akang communities. The Akang commoners from Lianghe County have issues. Namely, the Basehan Special District has one Akang committee member, one Xianglazuo. He is an Akang from Yingjiang. But the Akang of Yingjiang and the Akang of Lianghe speak different languages, our customs are different, we don't interact, we don't intermarry. The commoners feel that this delegate can only really represent the Akang of Yingjiang, not the Akang of Lianghe. 47. Zhao went on to address the third Akang community, the Akang of Lianshan. The Akang of Lianshan are Jingpo Akang. Their language, customs, and their clothing are all completely identical to the Jingpo. They have absolutely no connection to the Akang, and in Basehan Special Administrative Area, they have a Jingpo delegate who represents them. 48. Zhao concluded with a simple observation, the Akang of these three locales are not the same. We don't interact, we don't intermarry, we're totally unrelated. 49. Notice in particular the foci of Zhao's comments: sociality, mutuality, interaction. Whatever the three self-identified Akang communities looked like on paper, he argued, they did not intermarry. However similar their languages may have looked or sounded in the eyes and ears of metropolitan scholars, they could not understand one another. In what world could a group of people so divided be considered identical? Notice as well that, for Zhou, the existence of three different yet isonymic communities did not pose an inherent problem. As Zhao noted, the Akang of Lianshan were represented in the local government by a Jingpo delegate, which seemed to suit their preferences just fine. 50. In this way, Zhao's protest illustrates vividly the tensions that surfaced during the classification between local, non-state forms of categorization and metropolitan, official modes committed to encompassing the entire country and all its inhabitants. From the perspective of classification researchers and their political patrons, however, such categorical laxity was intolerable. Once again, therefore, their primary concern was shifted away from mapping out existing divisions in the ethnographic present and towards assessing plausible unities in the ethnographic future. Having conducted linguistic comparisons of two of the three self-identified Akang groups, those from Yingjiang and Lianghe counties, classification researchers remained committed to their hypothesis that these groups spoke dialects of a single language, even if they were mutually unintelligible in the meantime. The data supporting this belief was questionable, however, having compared a word list of 700 words, only 333 words were found to be similar or identical. This 46% rate of similarity fell below the 50% threshold that classification researchers tended to observe elsewhere, but researchers compensated for this discrepancy by emphasizing grammatical similarities between the two tongues. According to ethnographic data, moreover, the three communities shared certain cultural practices in common. 51. Their empirical data was shaky, but classification researchers were unwavering in their commitment to the creation of a singular Akang group. Standing atop this unstable empirical footing, researchers argued in their summary report that, from the perspective of objective factors, the Akang of Yingjiang, Lianghe, and Lianshan were best categorized as members of a single Minzi rather than three. The resistance of this interviewee, the team felt, was the result of a false consciousness. The Akang in each locale had lost track of their common origin due to the divergent cultural influences. To resolve this tension, classification researchers advised the implementation of political persuasion work, their final report reading as follows: by means of political persuasion work, this division can be eliminated. Thus, we believe that the Akang of Yingjiang and the Akang of Lianghe are two branches of the same Minzi, and that treating them as one Minzi unit would be more appropriate. 52. This example provides a clear illustration of the blunt means by which classification researchers sometimes went about reconciling the reactions of their interviewees with the taxonomic models that they brought into the project. In the case of the Akang, they simply overruled the objections of their informants, and submitted taxonomic recommendations they knew would require future state intervention. In terms of support, the best that the team was able to elicit from Xiang Lezuo was a reluctant concession. When I attended a meeting in Mangji, I ran into 5 representatives of the Liangheakang. When they spoke, I was unable to reply, and when I spoke, they were unable to understand. However, if today that group of people has already been called a Kang, then there's nothing left to do but to agree. 53. As evidenced by the tone of Xiang's remark, it is clear that the 1954 team was unsuccessful in its attempt to persuade him of a shared identity between the Akang of Lianghe and those of Yingjiang and Lianshan. He clearly still had reservations. Why, then, did Xiang give in? Most likely, Xiang's compromise stemmed from one of 2 sources. On the one hand, it is very possible that Minzu, as a relatively new concept, was not something that had the power or currency to invoke an urgent or recalcitrant response from Xiang. Although the communist state was planning to build a nationwide political economy of ethnic identity, circa 1954 it remained little more than an embryonic plan. It is important, therefore, that we recognize the historicity of the project, and that researchers were asking minority interviewees to pass judgment on a concept whose future significance could not have been fully appreciated at the time. On the other hand, even if Xiang had grasped the importance of this one interview in 1954, it is also highly likely that his compromise was prompted by a realization and recognition of the vast inequality in power that separated him from that of the centralized Chinese state. The names that can be named. The selection of official ethnonyms. Having returned to Kunming and submitted their Phase 1 reports to Linyehua, the fieldwork teams were able to enjoy a few days of rest. As July wound to a close, classification researchers traveled to West Mountain, a few miles outside of Kunming near the banks of Dian Lake. The pace of research had weighed heavily upon the team and soon a number of researchers fell ill. On the 30th of July, Linyehua developed a serious cold and spent the following week in the infirmary. Wang Xiaoi fell ill shortly thereafter, bedridden while his colleagues prepared for the second and final stage of field research. The first phase had concluded successfully and in complete accordance with the itinerary first laid out by Li Kunja. The Yi, Nang, Sha, Dai, and Tajia received the team's foremost attention, and researchers had handled the majority of candidates whose populations exceeded 10,000. More importantly, as demonstrated by their work in Phase 1, the social scientific contingent had clearly begun to embrace its connection with the state, pursuing amalgamation wherever possible and deploying a host of strategies to shape and mold the consciousnesses of their interviewees. When confronted with the recalcitrant Akang representative Xiang Lezuo, for example, the classification researchers did not yield. Rather, they drew heavily upon the notion of ethnic potential as innovated by Linyehua, outlining categories that, although not fully existent in the ethnographic present of 1954, they believed could be made real through the future intervention of the Chinese state. Map 4. Bases of operation during Phase 2 of the classification. On August 9, researchers began preparation for the second and final phase of fieldwork, with one squad based in Dali and Lijiang, a second in Xinping, a third in Wenshan, Menzi, and Guizhou, and a fourth in Kunming. 54 During this phase, the team would begin to consider another crucial component of their work, the question of what each of their proposed Minzu composites might be called. Again, unlike ethnotaxonomic work undertaken in the Republican period, which was not subject to the sentiments of those being categorized, here in the classification project, the symbolic power of naming would need to be considered in depth. In preparation for the beginning of Phase 2, Deputy Research Director Fang Kuyu, who in addition to his academic post also served as Lijiang County Congressional Representative, began to ponder these post-classification issues. While in Kunming during Phase 1, he submitted a formal request to the Yunnan People's Congress to confirm the names of nationalities in Yunnan and submit them to the Center for formal publication. 55 More specifically, he proposed the following three-step process for rationalizing the ethnonyms of Yunnan once and for all. First, for groups who have already expressed their support for the ethnonyms developed by the central government, we request that the central government issue a formal notification calling for the common usage of the confirmed name, and outlawing the use of any others. Moreover, provide an explanation of the prior spellings and pronunciations of these ethnonyms. Second, for groups whose names have yet to be confirmed, we need to contemplate proper names for them. Especially for those groups from which representatives have been elected to attend the National People's Congress, their names must be confirmed and then submitted to the Central Electoral Commission. Also, we request that the central government issue a formal notification. Third, with regards to the autonyms and heteronyms of the different branches of each nationality, we need to contemplate and, through necessary procedures, unify these names. Each nationality, or each branch, should only use one name, one spelling, and one pronunciation. These names should not be changed at will. 56. The essence of Fang's proposal is captured in these closing sentences: one name, one spelling, one pronunciation, not to be changed at will. In this we find a radical departure from the policy of self-categorization that guided the CCP's initial approach to ethnic categorization and that began our story in Chapter 1. What Fang envisaged was something that Chinese ethnologists had been pursuing since the 1930s, a standardized ethnonymic index capable of unifying ethnological research and, through its integration with the centralized state, serving as the organizing logic of the regime's ethnopolitical infrastructure. In other words, Fang and his colleagues envisioned the sanctification of an ethnotaxonomy that could help stabilize Chinese ethnology as a normal science, in the Kuhnian sense, and China itself as a normal state. 57. On August 12, 1954, 3 days before field workers began to fan out into the province one final time, Fang's proposal was approved by the Yunnan People's Congress. It was a moment that, despite its relative obscurity within the history of the Chinese social sciences, represented something of a victory for Chinese ethnology. After more than 2 decades of unsuccessfully petitioning the Republican state, Chinese ethnologists were now being called into service by a regime amenable to their social scientific worldview. Not only that, but now their specific ethnotaxonomic framework, once limited to the rarefied world of academic journals populated by perhaps dozens of fellow scholars, was to become the official demographic taxonomy of the People's Republic of China. The problem of autonyms in the selection of official ethnonyms. The selection of official ethnonyms posed a unique challenge in China Southwest, and in Yunnan in particular. Many communities in Yunnan were non-literate circa 1954, and thus their autonyms existed exclusively in the realm of orality. For the new demographic paradigm of the PRC to work, these names would have to be transcribed and standardized using Chinese characters. As with any language, however, Chinese is ill-equipped to capture faithfully the sounds produced in other tongues, and thus what resulted was often a complex process of negotiation wherein various branches of a newly proposed ethnic group debated over which of their autonyms should be used and how each should be sinicized. The smoothest way to elicit the support of minority respondents was to use the names by which they referred to their own ethnic identity. In certain cases, this process worked smoothly. In the case of the Minjia, for example, classification researchers recommended that Bai serve as the official name of the group, a recommendation supported by the team's interviewees. The majority of people in this ethnic group, researchers observed, only know their autonym Baizi. Save for a small number of people, most do not know about the name Minjia. Thus, in order to respect this group's autonym, it's best to use the name Beiju. 58. The same was true for the two-character compound Lasu, which the team felt approximated well the autonym of the community in question. The only question, researchers felt, was whether the characters should be appended with the radical ren, signifying human, in order to make it more palatable to the group. Ultimately, the team decided that such a change was not necessary. It has a long history of usage, and does not carry any pejorative connotations. Thus there is no need to change it. 59. In other cases, the use of autonyms posed challenges, particularly in those cases when Minzu were to be formed out of an assemblage of candidates whose autonyms differed. In the case of the Kawa, for example, researchers and political authorities were considering three different official names: Lakha, Wa, and Barao. According to researchers, the name Wa was acceptable among the Shenkawa, but the Kawa of Banong are totally unwilling to be called Wa since they consider it have a derogatory meaning. Barao was an attractive alternative, since it was the autonym of the Shenka applicant group. The problem with this name, however, was that it could not satisfy the other applicant groups, whose autonyms were different. Lakha was another possibility that the team considered. Lakha was a neologism designed by the research team to synthesize the autonyms of two different aka subsets. However, as the team pointed out, for reasons of custom, we fear it won't be readily accepted. 60 Ultimately, the neologism proposal was dismissed, and the team recommended the use of the amended heteronym Wa as it remains today. Another case of proposed neologism involved the Nu and Chiu, two candidates whose categorization involved a particularly curious line of argumentation. As researchers discovered early in the project, the languages of different Nu communities were, in certain cases, mutually unintelligible. The Nu of Fujiang were unable to communicate with the Nu of Gongshan, for example. Their grammars were largely the same, researchers noted, but differences in vocabulary are extremely large. 61 Committed to Zhangchang's call for synthesis, however, the team developed a remarkable rationalization for treating the Nu as a single, coherent Minzu. Although different Nu communities were unable to understand each other's languages, they tended to rely on a lingua franca, the Lisu language, to communicate with one another. If we use Lisu as the common language of the Nu, the team recommended, this will certainly not get in the way of their development. 62. Having rationalized the Nu as a plausible group, the team went on to propose the further expansion of the category, this time extending the boundaries to include another applicant group, the Chiu. Once again, however, linguistic differences stood in their way. Upon comparing 459 words taken from the Chiu language of Gongshan, and the Nu language of Fujiang County, only 10% were found to be identical, and 25% to be similar. The team concluded that these two communities cannot speak to one another even though their grammars were basically the same. 63 In one final comparison between the Chiu of Gongshan and the Nu of Baijiang, the team speculated, perhaps these are not the same languages, but two different, yet intimately related, languages. 64 Based on the team's field notes, it would appear that only one comparison yielded supporting evidence, a lexical comparison of 459 words from the Gongshan Nu and the Gongshan Chiu that resulted in a similarity rating of 73.3%. 65. Despite these differences, the team recommended that the Nu and Chiu of different counties in Yunnan be merged into a single Minzu. This raised the problem of official designation. However, to choose either Nu or Chiu as the official designation would symbolize the subordination of one to the other, a politically unskillful move, as would the selection of either group's autonym. To resolve this issue, researchers proposed the possibility of developing a new ethnonym, that of Luzhu. This name was preferable to other available options, researchers suggested, since it conveys that it is not the Chiu that is being merged into the Nu, but rather the Nu and Chiu who are merging to form the newly named Luzhu. 66 years later, the Chiu would be recognized as a standalone Minzu, rendering this particular decision moot. Nevertheless, the case of the Nu and Chiu in 1954 illustrates once again the team's commitment to synthesis and the strategies they adopted in order to ensure that their categorical decisions would, to the greatest extent possible, elicit the consent of the categorized. This was an essential dimension in determining the ethnic potential of each proposed taxonomic configuration. Heteronyms in the naming of composite Minzu, the Zhuang and the Yi. In the last two of these cases above, tensions emerged precisely because the classification team was attempting to use the autonym of particular applicant groups as the official ethnonym of the resulting Minzu category. In other cases, however, there were simply too many groups involved to consider using any one applicant group's autonym as the official name of the entire composite. In such cases, the use of a heteronym was preferable, since it helped avoid the complex problems that often accompanied self-designations. This is particularly true of the Zhuang, a heteronym that was used as the official ethnonym of a wide array of disparate groups in Yunnan. By using this name, provincial authorities in Yunnan avoided some of the complicated issues that confronted their counterparts in Guizhou. As explained earlier, Guizhou provincial authorities dealt with the categorization of a number of applicant groups who shared linguistic traits in common with certain communities in Yunnan. However, instead of categorizing them all as Zhuang, as the Yunnan classification team did, Guizhou opted to recognize them as Bai. The name Bai was selected because it reflected the autonym of the applicant groups in question. Seemingly, then, the case of the Bai in Guizhou should have proceeded more smoothly than the categorization of the Zhuang in Yunnan. After all, one would expect there to be less resistance and complication when the state opted to use an autonym as the official name of the group rather than an exonym. In reality, however, the case of the Bai in Guizhou was far more contested and complex than the Zhuang in Yunnan. In the early years of the PRC, the Guizhou Province Nationalities Affairs Commission dealt with the categorization of the Bai at a convention named the Representative Meeting of Zongjia to research the rectification of ethnic names. Representatives from 5 special administrative areas convened in Guizhou in late August 1953 and, with the assistance of Yu Shizhang of the Chinese Academy of Social Science Linguistic Research Institute, tried to sort out the confusion of names. After 5 days of deliberation, the 40 representatives came to an agreement that they should be categorized as a single group, and that their official name should be a Chinese transliteration of the group's autonym. 67. The problem of classification did not end there, however. The delegates all knew, a report from the proceedings explained, that the Bai and Chinese languages are different, and that the Bai language contains many sounds that written Chinese cannot reproduce. If one wants to transcribe the autonyms of the Bai with the utmost accuracy as to how they sound in the Bai language, one encounters difficulties. Thus, everybody agreed that, as long as we can use Chinese characters that have relatively close pronunciations, that will work. 68. The problem still remained, however, which autonym to use. Delegates in the room maintained different opinions, not only about which Chinese characters were best to use, but also what the official autonym should be. They proposed a host of variants, Bai, Baiyi, and Baiyu, among over 20 others. One source of contention was pronunciation. Certain delegates argued that the name Baiyi best approximated the group's autonym, while others were uncomfortable with the idea of using 3 characters. The majority of ethnic groups in the region, after all, employed either 1 or 2 character ethnonyms. In addition to the basic problem of pronunciation, the symbolic meaning of the Chinese characters played a role too. The character Yu in Baiyu carried considerable historical importance, one delegate argued, presumably because it connected the group to the Nanyu of Chinese antiquity. By the end of the 5-day session, the delegates eventually returned to their starting point of Bai, but adjusted the first character bulletin, with the respectful addition of the Ren character component. 69. This lengthy process was entirely avoided in Yunnan, by opting to use an exonym as the group's official name, rather than an autonym. By far the largest exogenously named Minzu in Yunnan is the Yi, an a priori group that, by the close of the 1954 project, would end up inheriting over 30 new branches to become the 4th largest minority group in China. 70. The process of subsuming these groups under the supersign Yi was much more complicated than simply filing them under a new ethnic header. For one thing, the Nuasu of Liangshan, the archetypal Yi group that classification team leader Lin Yehua had first researched in the early 1940s, was traditionally feared and hated by many of their neighbors due to a long-standing history of aggression and slave-taking. 71 reports from 1954 clearly illustrate this fact, remarking how, for example, the Langsu, Tagu, and Liud have terrible relations with the Liangshan Yi to the north, because the Yi had often kidnapped their sons and daughters and turned them into slaves. 72. In their efforts to categorize certain groups under the umbrella term Yi, therefore, classification researchers had to avoid referring to the Nuasu at all costs. Any direct comparisons would have met with the vehement and insurmountable opposition of many of the aforementioned 30 candidate groups. Confronted with these issues, the research team developed a complex practice of building the Yi. This methodology drew upon three key techniques, which I term gateway groups, transitivity, and asterlinear organization. First, rather than systematically comparing each of the applicant groups to the archetypal Yi, which would have met with the ire of the interviewees, the classification researchers began by choosing a few specific groups in the region for whom they felt, for a variety of reasons, a direct comparison to the Yi could be made. The three main gateway groups included the Shuitian of Yongsheng County, the Yi from the 8th district of Xinping County, and the Tujia of Yangbai. 73. Beginning with the Shuitian, classification researchers conducted comparisons between them and a host of other candidate groups who the team hypothesized to be subsets of the Yi. These included the Lang Yi, Luoluo, Shui Yi, Tulu, Zhili, and Zi. And once again, this process relied upon the comparison of word lists and grammars. In each case, each of the compared groups was determined to speak the same language as the Shuitian, and thus to share common genealogical origins. The same process took place with the Yi of Xinping and the Tujia of Yangbai. The Yi of Xinping served as the gateway group between the Yi of Liangshan and 9 other applicant groups, Ake, Chisu, Lalu, Luao, Menghua, Micha, Mili, Shinsu, and Zhaijun. The Tujia of Yangbai acted as the gateway group between the Yi of Liangshan and the self-identified Tujia of Yongsheng, Shangyun, and Dengchuan counties. 74. Having established classes of equivalence between the three gateway groups and the 18 other applicant groups, the team then proceeded to set these gateway groups equal to the Yi of Liangshan. In the case of the Shuitian, the classification team compared them against both the Liangshan Yi and the Lisu of Beijing County, which suggests that the team was considering the possibility of recategorizing the Shuitian as either Yi or Lisu. The levels of similarity and difference here were remarkably close, with only slightly more commonalities found between the Shuitian and the Liangshan Yi. For the classification team, however, this was enough. From the chart above, the team members concluded, one can see that the language of the Shuitian is identical and / or similar to Yi, whereas it is comparatively further away from the Lisu language. 75. Even more interesting was the team's subsequent conclusion. In accordance with these situations, they reasoned, one can also conclude that the Shuitian, Zhili, Luo, Zi, Liming, Langyi, Tulu, and Shui languages are all dialects of Yi. 76. This last conclusion was made possible by an epistemological and methodological approach we might call transitivity. Once the Shuitian and, for example, the Zhili, were found to be sufficiently similar, they were then treated as categorically identical in all subsequent taxonomic operations. Once two groups were set equal to one another, any pursuant categorizations of the one necessarily and naturally applied to the other. Hence, once the Shuitian were equated with the Liangshan Yi, then so too was the Zhili, Zi, Tulu, and so on. In other words, if A equaled B, and B equaled C, then Zhili equaled Yi. The same underlying assumption was applied to the Yi of Xinping and the Tujia of Yangbai. The classification team compared both of these groups against the Liangshan Yi and found a rate of linguistic similarity that, in their judgment, warranted categorical amalgamation. As with the Shuitian, the case was also highly suspect. In their comparisons of the Yangbai Tujia against the Liangshan Yi and the Lisu of Baijiang County, the rates of linguistic similarity and difference were practically identical. Faced with this evidence, the classification team acknowledged in their report that it is very difficult to conclude whether the Tujia language belongs to the language of the Lisu or of the Yi. Nevertheless, on the basis of certain morphological traits, the team decided that the Tujia language was a subset of Yi. 77. Classification researchers then set about linking up the Yangbai Tujia with further groups in the region. In a separate set of lexical comparisons, the Yangbai Tujia were compared with the Tujia of the 4th district of Yongsheng. This yielded a 70% rate of similarity, more than enough for the team to set the two taxonomically equivalent to one another. In turn, the Tujia of the 4th district of Yongsheng was compared to the Tujia of the 3rd district of Shangyun County, yielding a rate of similarity of 60%. Having established this chain of comparisons, the team once again relied on the concept of transitivity to set the Tujia of Shangyun County equal to the Tujia of Yangbai and, thereby, to the Yi.78. Through the selective usage of gateway groups and this principle of categorical transitivity, the 1954 team was thus able to build the Yi indirectly, using what I term Astor linear organization. In diagram form, the Yi supergroup appears as shown in figure 1.79. Here one finds a very small number of direct linear connections between the Liangshan Yi and the gatekeeper groups, who in turn are orbited by a dense Astor-shaped constellation of still more groups. Whereas the Yi was conceptualized linguistically, as in the language-based ethnotaxonomic models of the 1930s and 1940s, this is how the Yi was built. In addition to helping circumvent critical questions of subjectivity and consent, the team's indirect method of categorization helped avoid a second methodological pitfall. If researchers had based their taxonomic conclusions on a series of one-to-one comparisons between applicant groups and the paradigmatic Yi, it is quite probable that many of the comparisons would have returned negative results. Looking at the percentages given in Figure 1, one can postulate that there were a number of groups that, had they been compared directly to the Liangshan Yi, would have proven to be linguistically quite dissimilar. Had researchers conducted a direct linguistic comparison of, let us say, the Lalu and the Yongsheng Yi, the linguistic statistics would have likely yielded negative results that even the synthesis-minded classification team could not have ignored. Likewise, this skepticism applies to hypothetical Mili Yongsheng Yi, Shui Liangshan Yi, and Zhaijun Yongsheng Yi comparisons, among others. Admittedly, because researchers did not conduct such comparisons, there is no way to conclude definitively that direct linguistic juxtapositions would have resulted in similarity rates of under 50%. After all, the vocabulary that separated Shuiyi and Shuitian might have constituted commonalities between the Shuitian and Liangshan Yi. Likewise, even if they had resulted in low rates of linguistic similarity, there is nothing to suggest that the 1954 team might not have gone forth and grouped them together regardless, as in the case of the Akang. However, the evidence strongly suggests that classification researchers employed indirect method of categorization for two reasons: first, to avoid sensitive, deal-breaking issues of identity, and, second, to bolster their arguments by presenting only the most affirmative quantitative data. Classification researchers were not in the business of posing further questions to their superiors. Their mandate was to advance conclusive, substantiated taxonomic recommendations. Figure 1. The Yi complex. Percentages here were derived from lexical comparisons between the connected groups. Researchers typically compared vocabularies of anywhere from 200 to 500 words. In certain cases, specific percentages were not given, only general notes about the linguistic similarity of two groups. Conclusion. The team returned to Kunming in the final days of September. All told, the classification team had recommended for official recognition only 5 groups that were not a priori. These included the Akang, Bailang, Nu, Xifen, and Zhuang. As for the rest, the team recommended that they be taxonomically merged with one or another of the a priori ethnic groups, or recategorized as the Zhuang. Phrased differently, and with attention paid to the central concept of ethnic potential examined in the preceding chapters, these taxonomic recommendations listed the names of those groups that the team considered the most viable, the ones into which the state should invest its energies of social engineering. Through a close examination of the team's taxonomic work in action, 4 important aspects of the team's taxonomic practice become evident. First, we now see how ethnic potential, the conceptualization of Minzu outlined in the preceding chapter, shaped and guided the team's fieldwork methods. Drawing upon decades of ethnotaxonomic work, embodied in the models whose genealogy we traced in Chapter 2, the team already possessed all the objective data it needed to make a strong case to the state. What it needed now was confirmation that the groups being categorized would comply with their theories or, at the very least, not resist them too strongly. Through the deployment of a number of different strategies, the team's fieldwork was geared toward procuring such confirmation or, in the complex case of the Yi, avoiding conflict to the greatest extent possible. Second, we have seen how ethnic classification methodology drew upon research methods that derived from Chinese communist praxis, most notably the investigation meeting pioneered by Mao and systematized by the CCP. Being concerned with assessing the plausibility of potential ethnic configurations in the future rather than simply with a strict empirical evaluation of ethnic identities existing in the present, this research method was well suited. By gathering together small groups, whose composition was designed according to information known only to the interviewers, and then carrying out asymmetric dialogues with their interviewees, classification researchers were able to assess, on a small scale, the potentiality of those ethnic categories that objective data indicated to them should be reasonable. In this way, they were able to assess the subjective dispositions of key ethnic elites without empowering them fully, lest these interviewees become too cognizant of the process in which they were involved and thus attempt to steer it in their own favor. Third, in that process of assessing the ethnic potential of hypothetical ethnic categories, we see the continued centrality of language and linguistic categorization. To assess the plausibility of certain conglomerations, the consistent method was to test whether the representatives of different applicant groups could understand each other's speech. Furthermore, as in the case of the Tulao, such linguistic assessments had two effects: in addition to providing empirical evidence of mutual intelligibility, it also induced a sense of surprise or realization in the minds of those being interviewed. In the course of the interview itself, certain respondents were surprised to find they could communicate with the other attendees of the Diokahue, moments of induced realization that aided the team in securing what it ultimately needed. Were its taxonomic recommendations going to be effective, the consent of the categorized. Finally, we see very clearly how the promise of state intervention greatly influenced the classification researchers' taxonomic recommendations. Whereas Li Kunja and Zhang Chong had once feared the bourgeois, ivory tower pedigrees of the team's social scientific contingent, it was now clear that the academic members had not just accepted this marriage between social scientific and state socialist practice, but had embraced it fully. In this respect, whereas the classification team's ethnotaxonomic models trace their origins to Republican-era social scientific traditions, the classification team's methodology is best understood as a hybrid of two traditions of social research: the ethnological tradition developed by Chinese academics in the Republican period and communist methods developed before and just following the founding of the People's Republic. 5. Counting to 56. 56 Menzu, 56 flowers. That's how the song is sung. And yet in the great garden of the Zonghua Menzu there blossoms many a secret flower. Do you know who all of these Menzu are? Exposing the yet-to-be classified Menzu of China. The question of whether the categories correspond to the previous reality of ethnic consciousness is unimportant, because for at least 40 years the Yi have been the Yi. Stephen Harrell. On September 15, 1954, the First National People's Congress convened in Beijing as scheduled. At the opening ceremony, Mao Zedong proudly welcomed the arrival of just over 1,200 representatives from all corners of the country. 1. The roles and responsibilities of the NPC, Mao and his fellow party leaders explained, were to be far-reaching and comprehensive, dealing with the most sensitive of national issues, the formulation and passage of laws, the revision of the Constitution, the election of the chairman and vice-chairman, the formulation of the administrative geography of the country, the national budget, the deliberation and settlement of international treaties, and all matters of war and peace, among others. 2. In reality, congressional power would prove to be far more circumscribed than this, and yet the symbolic message retained its power. If the 600 million people of China had stood up on October 1, 1949, here their representatives would sit back down and get to work on consolidating the new state. As Mao delivered his speech, classification workers were still in the field, in cities and towns throughout Yunnan. As such, only the recommendations from Phase 1 of the project would have a direct impact on the proceedings. The results of Phase 2 would have to be implemented later. Even still, the Chinese Communist Party had made good on its promise of extensive minority representation, more than any Chinese regime in history. Within the Congressional Committee on Nationalities Affairs, 30 different Minzu were represented, with 8 others ineluded among the other delegates. In contrast to the China of Chiang Kai-shek, the China of the CCP had become a veritable mosaic. In contrast to the China of Sun Yat-sen, with his conservative and northern-centric conceptualization of the Republic of Five Peoples, the China of 1954 had expanded to encompass the myriad non-Han peoples of the Southwest, an expansion that ethnologists and linguists had long advocated. Over the subsequent 3 decades, moreover, the Chinese family would welcome 18 more siblings, and these 56 would be incorporated into an elaborate web of discourses and practices. Before this new system could be stabilized, however, quite a few problems would need to be resolved. The first such glitch appeared on that fall afternoon in the form of one Longming Chuan. As one of the 45 delegates from Yunnan and one of the members of the First Congressional Committee on Nationalities Affairs, Long's peculiar trait was his Minzu designation. Long was listed in the congressional registers as a member of the Nong Minzu. The Nong, however, was not a Minzu, at least not according to the conclusions of the Yunnan Province Ethnic Classification Research Team. It was a branch of the Zhuang, as evidenced by their language, their history, and so forth. 3. This glitch did not take long to fix. The year 1954 would be the last time a Nong as such would ever report to the National People's Congress. Henceforth, if Longming Chuan were selected to represent Yunnan again, it would be as a Zhuang or, if in the 1980s, perhaps as a Bai. And never again would the state commit the error it had made in the census of 1953-54. The policy of self-categorization was a thing of the past, with all subsequent registration campaigns following the template used by other modern states. Henceforth people would select their ethno-national identity from among a menu of preset options, options that would obey the spirit of Fang Kuyu's earlier policy proposal: one name, one spelling, one pronunciation, not to be changed at will. Long's attendance as a representative of the non-existent Nong nationality attests to the fact that even though the classification had developed the ethnotaxonomic blueprints for China's unified multinationalism, it would take much longer to develop a functioning ethnotaxonomic orthodoxy. Classification researchers were the architects of this system, but they still required engineers, in this case, state authorities, to turn their designs into reality. The first issue we will explore, then, is the constellation of policies and practices in the post-classification period designed to make the new official discourse of Chinese diversity into both a ubiquitous standard and a taken-for-granted, natural fact. This enterprise has taken place in a wide variety of venues, including print media, film, museums, academia, political administration, tourism, consumer culture and, most recently, cyberspace. The subsequent disappearance of the short-lived Nong nationality casts light on a second important dimension of the classification, one that draws our attention back to the census of 1953-54 and the advent of the classification. Where have all the unrecognized Minzu categories gone? Where are the hundreds of other ethnonyms that, officially speaking, can no longer properly be called ethnonyms? What happens to those categories that the state decides not to see? As we will see, many remain accessible, although they are dispersed in some unlikely places. Others, however, are lost for good. By simultaneously surfacing and canonizing the officially recognized Minzu and sublimating and subordinating the rest, the Chinese state has been remarkably successful in turning the 56 Minzu model into common sense. The ubiquitous 56. The post-classification decade. Beginning in the latter half of the 1950s, and continuing through to the launch of the Cultural Revolution in 1966, state authorities began naturalizing the new ethnotaxonomic orthodoxy through processes of inscription and elaboration. The newly recognized Minzu designations were inscribed into an increasingly large network of discourses, practices, and artifacts, and at the same time elaborated or filled out via the prolific production of ethnological imagery, sound, and knowledge. These processes of inscription and elaboration have, with each passing year, become more carefully calibrated with the state's ethnotaxonomic orthodoxy. One of the earliest and most important periods of ethnonymic inscription was in the creation and official naming of autonomous minority counties, prefectures, and regions. The logic of naming these administrative regions had been outlined before the classification in the August 9, 1952, document, The General Program of the People's Republic of China for the Implementation of Regional Autonomy for Nationalities. 42 Basic types of autonomous areas were outlined: areas dominated by a single minority, and areas inhabited by one large minority, including certain areas inhabited by other smaller minorities or jointly established by two or more areas, each inhabited by a different minority. 5. In the case of the first, the autonomous administrative area would contain the official name of the dominant non-Han Minzu, as with the Zhishuangbanadai Autonomous Prefecture, the Chuxinyi Autonomous Prefecture, and the Dalibai Autonomous Prefecture. For mixed Minzu areas, the official names of the largest Minzu would be included, in order of size. Examples include the Wenchun Zhuangmiao Autonomous Prefecture and the Henghe Hanyi Autonomous Prefecture, among others. One of the first and most important sites of ethnonymic inscription, then, was the administrative divisions of China itself, with the new ethnotaxonomic orthodoxy being embedded in all official communications, maps, and so on. 6. Official ethnonyms were also inscribed in the country's new system of national identification cards. Like the census schedule in 1953-54, these cards included one's name, gender, date of birth, place of residence, and Minzu classification. Importantly, children of two Minzu couples were permitted to adopt the ethnonymic status of only one parent, a policy that continues to the present day. As such, there is no legally recognized by Minzu designation in China, no space for legally recognized hyphenated identity. Rather, a child of less than 18 years has his or her Minzu status selected by the parents and, upon his or her 18th birthday, is granted a 2-year window of time in which reclassification is possible. After the age of 20, no further reclassification is permitted. 7. What this law quietly shores up is the stability and persistence of the 56 Minzu model through time, acting as a check against the potentially destabilizing effects of intermarriage and cultural hybridization. No matter how much the contents of each category changes, for example, in which children of two Minzu households perhaps come to share the linguistic, religious, and cultural traits of one parent, while sharing the Minzu designation with the other, this law ensures that the 56 Minzu model can encompass everyone in China without undergoing any changes. Accompanying these efforts towards ethnonymic inscription was an even broader and more prolific enterprise geared toward the creation of new ethnological knowledge patterned after the official ethnotaxonomic orthodoxy. In 1955, state authorities called upon the Central Institute for Nationalities in Beijing to organize a nationwide linguistics research expedition geared in part toward determining which of each newly recognized group's myriad dialects would be considered the official standard. To that end, senior linguists at the institute, who included classification researchers and consultants Fumiji, Ma Suiliang, and Luo Jiguang, helped organize and oversee the training of more than 400 research personnel in phonetic transcription and basic linguistic fieldwork. The group then divided into 7 teams and fanned out to all corners of the country starting in 1956. The first team was charged with researching the Zhuang, Bai, Dong, Shui, and Li, and, interestingly for our purposes, for determining whether or not the Nong and Sha dialects could use the newly revised Zhuang script. The second team focused on the Miao and Yao, and was headed by Ma Suiliang. The third team was responsible for investigating the Akang, Bulang, Benglong, Dai, Zhulong, Hani, Jingpo, Kawa, Lahu, Lasu, Minjia, and Naxi. As with Team 2, this team was staffed with classification researchers, including Luo Jiguang and Chang Hongjin. The fourth team was dedicated entirely to the research of the Yi and its dialects. The fifth, sixth, and seventh teams fanned out into China's northern and northwestern regions, focusing on such linguistic groups as the Dongxiang, Kazakh, and Tajik. As one can surmise from the cases of the Yi and Han examined earlier categories that inherited dozens of dialect branches over the course of the classification, this process was no simple matter. In many cases, these putative dialects were mutually unintelligible, making the selection of standards a highly politicized process. 8. At the same time that researchers were determining the standard dialects of each newly recognized Minzu, the Chinese state also sponsored one of the largest ethnological research expeditions in human history, the Social History Research Investigations, or Shiwailashi Dioka. These expeditions involved hundreds if not thousands of newly recruited and trained researchers operating in practically every corner of the country. In addition to a voluminous set of research documents, the social history research investigations culminated in a collection of novelicized treatments of each recognized group, written, edited, and published after the classification. 9 In this collection of primers, known as the Jianqi or Concise History Series, the official narrative of each newly recognized Minzu was laid out with brevity and clarity, while omitting the complicated and messy processes by which they achieved their recognized forms. In the Jianqi series, we witness a pair of parallel processes: first, an extensive production of new knowledge that conformed to the categories blueprint in the classification, and, second, a systematic process of silencing the past and forgetting that the classification ever took place. 10 Each of the concise histories projected its respective Minzu as far back into time as possible, conveying the sense that it had always existed, either in embryonic, semi-mature, repressed, or fully mature form. As Su Wucheng has observed, the state went out of its way to involve minority elites in the writing of these histories, in an effort to enlist and enfold them into this new orthodoxy, and to avoid at all costs the sense that Minzu identities had been imposed from above. As Cheng has observed with regard to Guizhou province, it is through the process of self-representation according to the master narrative of the Minority Institute in which they are groomed that the native elite transform their local identity into an institutionalized minority identity. 11 This genre of historical writing has persisted into the present day, as evidenced in 2004 when the Ethnic Publishing House issued a reprint of the series originally released in the early 1980s. 12. This state-sponsored production of ethnological knowledge was not limited to the printed page. Moreover, within a year of the advent of the social history research investigations, yet another team was dispatched to undertake a nationwide anthropological film project. Referred to collectively as the Chinese Minority Nationality Social History Scientific Documentary Film Series, the project culminated in such films as the Yi nationality of Liangshan, the Wa nationality, the Dulong nationality, the Jingpo nationality, and so forth. 13 Based on carefully edited and scripted plans, many with upward of 300 separate shots, these films helped animate the newly recognized Minzu in the minds of the viewing audience by supplying vivid audio-visual content. 14. The post-Mao ethnic revival. The first phase of the Cultural Revolution, lasting from 1966 to 1969, marked a brief and violent hiatus from this otherwise largely consistent process of inscription and elaboration. Called upon to root out and destroy connections to China's traditional past, Maoist extremists targeted many facets of non-Han minority communities and cultures, from language and architecture to religion and social practices. As many scholars have noted, minority language education was halted in many parts of the country, a significant number of religious sites were destroyed, the discipline of ethnology was disbanded, and in general non-Han groups became the target of harassment and, in many cases, outright violence. Far from celebrating China's ethnic diversity, the objective in many areas became one of assimilation. 15. In the wake of the Cultural Revolution, communist authorities returned to many of the ethno-national policies and practices of the 1950s and early 1960s. Retreating from the ultra-leftist notions that viewed minority culture as one of the many facets of traditional and feudal China in need of destruction and erasure, China of the late 1970s and 1980s began reconstituting the ethnic, as Ralph Litzinger has shown. 16 In southwest China, one of the most important dimensions of this revival and one that again witnessed the ascendance and increased ubiquity of the country's officially recognized Minzu groups was the emergence of cultural tourism. 17 Once the purview of foreign adventure travelers and backpackers, the provinces of Yunnan and Guizhou increasingly became the destinations of choice for a rising Chinese middle class. Supported by a rapidly developing tourism infrastructure, encompassing travel agents, domestic air carriers, and local hotels, travelers from coastal cities and inland metropolises like Chongqing could enjoy a taste of Miao, Naxi, and Dai culture, among others, and return home with a host of affordable ethnic souvenirs, Miao batik, ancient Naxi/Dongba script, and so forth. As with other examples of invented traditions, it mattered little from which of the branches of each Minzu that the particular colors, shapes, and recipes of such souvenirs derived. They represented one of China's 56 Minzu, and from this they derived their touristic value. 18 The Minzu of the Southwest became commodities, with the 56 Minzu model serving as the organizing logic of the goods and services within the emerging economy. Kiosks in the Kunming airport began to tempt sojourners with collections of nationalities' dolls, conveniently available in a complete, 56 Minzu box set. For the sports card enthusiast, a preferable option might be one of the many different versions of nationalities cards. 19 Whatever one's hobby or medium, an ethnic option often existed and, if it did, the organizing principle would certainly be the state's official Minzu taxonomy. The post-Mao period also witnessed the influx of yet another group intrigued by the minorities of China, foreign anthropologists and historians. Scholars of Chinese minorities adopted a very different approach to the question of ethnic diversity, and in many ways sought to interrogate the 56 Minzu model by demonstrating its internal incoherence and inconsistencies. At the same time, scholars working in the 1980s as well as those they mentored in subsequent decades in large part continued to observe the 56 Minzu model tacitly, using it as the logic of professional identification. In a survey of anthropological work on China, for example, Susan Bloom provides an excellent overview of the Chinese ethnic studies subfield, outlining a group of scholars who, quite tellingly, subspecialize in accordance with the familiar boundaries. 20 Whereas not every one of the 56 Minzu has received the attention of international scholarship, as Bloom notes, the ethnic map is being filled in. 21 The historical trajectory of the Chinese ethnic studies subfield has, in this way, produced a somewhat ironic state of affairs in which scholars, many of whom seek to problematize the 56 Minzu model, have developed the field increasingly along a path that reproduces this model. While there are studies that call into question the naturalness of Miao identity, Yi identity, Zhuang identity, and so forth, nevertheless they tend to rely upon the 56 Minzu paradigm to provide their knowledge infrastructure. By simultaneously critiquing and employing the 56 Minzu model, such studies arguably contribute to the overall fortification of the paradigm, demonstrating as it were that the 56 officially recognized Minzu categories are capable of containing contradictions and inconsistencies. And even if ethnological subspecialization itself does not directly contribute to the reinforcement of the system, a global organizational framework has emerged within Chinese ethnology that does. For example, the category of a Kang discussed earlier can no longer be considered strictly a Chinese or ethnological category, insofar as a Kang has since become a standardized, operative category within the Library of Congress subject heading system as well. Beyond its ethnonymic function, by which it designates and demarcates people, a Kang is now also a globally recognized infrastructural taxon, specifically, DS 731.825, that assists in the coordination and organization of knowledge produced about the Akang and by Akang specialists. While not all of the 56 Minzu have their own LOC designations, and while a number of LOC designations exist beyond the 56 Minzu model, nevertheless, a host of Minzu categories have by now become part of not only the PRC system of ethnological infrastructure, but the global knowledge infrastructure as well. Other examples include DS 731.P34, DS731.H34, DS731.M87, DS731.C49, DS731.L33, DS731.N82, DS731.T74, and DS731.Y5. Most importantly for our purposes is the way in which these categories have extended to the point where each is capable of containing the full spectrum of approaches from the radically deconstructionist to the patriotically primordialist without the risk of being subverted. In many ways, the system of categorization in China has, through its globalization and neutralization, outflanked and by now encompasses its detractors as well as its supporters. Point 22. The 1990s and beyond. Over the past 2 decades, the 56 Minzu model has become an even more important and common organizing principle within the realm of Chinese public spectacle and political ritual, supported by an extensive promotional industry. In preparation for National Day in the year 2005, for example, the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences oversaw a nationwide search for minority twins, one from each of the officially recognized groups. Why 2005? Again, we find our answer in the central, load-bearing concept of unified multinationalism and the 56 Minzu model. Whereas all nation-states are prone to celebrating their decennial, semi-centennial, and centennial anniversaries, the 56th anniversary of the People's Republic provided an opportunity that just could not be squandered. Point 23. The 2008 Olympics only accentuated this trend. On June 16, 2008, the Central University for Nationalities seized the historic moment to celebrate the upcoming Olympics. What was this historic opportunity? June 16, 2008, marked 56 days until the 56 Minzu welcomed the Olympics. 24. The Olympics also brought the 56 Minzu model squarely into Hong Kong television. In the propaganda film 56 Minzu, One Dream, pop sensation Zhou Bishang crooned harmonious lyrics atop a stage of immense proportions. Although challenging for the young and altogether lifeless performer, the dimensions of the stage were necessary in order to accommodate the familiar backdrop, the laconically swaying, 56-person-wide chorus line, each person bedecked in his or her representative ethnic garb. Point 25. And at the opening ceremonies of the Games, in a moment haunted by the memory of the Tibetan uprisings only months earlier, a procession of 56 children dressed as the 56 Minzu presented People's Liberation Army troops with the flag of the People's Republic. Although it was later discovered that most of these children were, in fact, Han, the symbolism remained clear. Point 26. This ethnotaxonomic orthodoxy has extended outside of official channels as well, becoming common fare in the more decentralized online realm. On YouTube, the 56 Minzu model can be found in the diatribes of young Chinese nationalists, who draw upon the magic number to argue for the inalienability of Tibet. Another video, titled "China is a United Multi-Ethnic Nation of 56 Ethnic Groups," layers one image of multi-ethnicity atop another. Posted by the user 1echinaperk, the collage contains one particularly striking image, an aerial shot of 56 elaborately dressed Minzu subjects, themselves arranged to form the number 5627. In addition to such sacred displays of patriotism, the 56 Minzu model has since been incorporated in the profane as well, as insinuated in the opening passage of this book. Pin-up-style vignettes have begun to surface, entitled "Girls of the 56 Ethnic Groups" and the like. A series of websites poll readers on which of the Minzu boasts the most beautiful women, providing photos of each and then opening up space for comments. In response to one such poll, one reviewer expressed his admiration for those foreign-looking girls, by which he was indicating minority women of Central Asian descent. Another reader, number 73, felt the same, casting his vote for the Kazakh girl. 2 posts later, reader number 75 burst his bubble, "That's a Han girl wearing Kazakh dress. Number 73 is an idiot." Lost in categorization. To the extent that the 56 officially recognized peoples of China have achieved ubiquity, the unrecognized groups have undergone a diametrically opposite process of disappearance. Whereas a search on the Yi yields an incalculable collection of results, a search for non-official categories such as Ake, Chisu, and so on, does not. And the results one does encounter are inevitably linked to or nested within a broader discussion of the Yi. This raises the question, where have all the unrecognized Minzu categories gone? Where are the aka, Ake, Chisu, Sha, and the hundreds of other ethnonyms that, officially speaking, can no longer properly be called Minzu? Just as the canonized ethnonyms are found in certain domains, so, too, do the unrecognized names cluster in certain sites. In the balance of this chapter we will explore three such domains: the discursive realm of taxonomic synonymy, the yet-to-be classified Minzu, and the emergent discourse of newly discovered groups. As borne out in the foregoing discussion, the destination for many of the now unrecognized groups in China was inside one of the 56 Minzu. This was true, for example, for the classification in 1954, and also for the mop-up projects that ensued. In 1960, for example, a small team of researchers returned to Yunnan to revisit the cases of those nominees whose categorization had been sidelined by the 1954 team. Named the Yunnan Province Ethnic Classification Comprehensive Investigation Team, the 1960 expedition combined researchers from the Yunnan Province Nationalities Affairs Commission, the Provincial Nationalities History Institute, and the Provincial Language and Script Steering Committee. 28 Dispatched to 4 areas in all Jinping, Lijiang, Wenshan, and Zishuangbana. Their job was to take care of the numerous taxonomic cases left unfinished by their predecessors, which the team estimated at roughly 80 ethnonymic groups encompassing some 30,000 people. 29. As in 1954, the clear majority of groups encountered were funneled into one or another of the then recognized Minzu categories. Indeed, many of the large composite categories we encountered in Chapter 4, such as the Hani, the Yi, and the Zhuang, swelled to become even larger than before. Into the Hani, the 1960 team inserted the Ake of Jinghong County, the Bubeng of Yuwu, the Buxia of Jinghong, and the Pin. The Yi further absorbed the Benren of Jinghong and Yuwu, the Quilla of Yuwu, the Mengguo of Meiguan and Zishao, the Nanjing of Zhenxiang, the Sa of Kaubei, the Sanda of Jinggang, and the Zhuohe of Meiguan. In addition to these ethnonyms, which were among those registered in the inaugural census, the 1960 team encountered a number of previously unregistered groups that it relegated to the category of Yi as well. These included the Asixia of Lancang, the Bo of Kaubei, the Datu of Puer, the Luo of Funing, and the Lao of Wenshan, Luxi, and Limo counties. The Zhuang further absorbed the Ao of Funing, the Donglan, the Qing of Hongguo, the Shui of Luoping and Yulang, the Shuahu of Luping and Fuyuan, the Tasi of Kaubei, the Yang of Guangnan, and the Jayuan. In addition, the 1960 team uncovered a series of previously unregistered ethnonymic groups, which they also placed in the category of Zhuang. These included the Bai of Meiguan and Wenshan, the Liji of Meiguan, the Longjiang, the Pubiao of Zishao, and the Yang of Funing. 30. Many of the other newly recognized Minzu inherited additional branches as well. The Bulang absorbed the Ben of Basehan and Lianghe, the Bujiao of Yuwu, the Konga of Jinggang, and the Wa of Majiang. The Dai absorbed the Bajia of Mengai, the Manshang of Jinping, and the Puer of Jinping. The Jingpo absorbed the Laokang of Lancang and Menglian. The Lahu inherited the Kyukang of Yuwu and Jinping. The Lisu absorbed the Yongbei of Changning. The Naxi inherited the Ruanqi of Lijiang. The Xifen of Lanping, Ningliang, and Lijiang were once again recommended as a standalone Minzu, to be named Pumi. 31. The Han absorbed the Duyun of Meiguan and Hikao, and the Jingdong of Tengchang. Compared to this long list of mergers, the team submitted only 6 recommendations for recognition, 2 of which had already been made. The other included the Yal of Jinghong, the Gilao, the Jaomayan, and the Mang. 32. Consequently, when one goes looking for any of these groups in the realm of discourse, it is necessary to peer through the lens of one or another of China's 56 Minzu. To arrive at Ake or Buxia, one must look through the lens of Hani, for the Bujiao or the Kanga, through the lens of Bulang, and for the Laji and the Pubiao, through the lens of Chuang. Likewise, any data procured from the study of these groups must be attributed to, stored within, and brought into alignment with Hani, Bulang, and Chuang, respectively. Any deviation from this, for example, to refer to the Bujiao as the Bujiao Ziu, is not merely unorthodox or non-standard, but rather a violation of the embedded linguistic codes that govern the logic of ethnopolitics in post-classification China. There exists no such thing as a Bujiao Ziu, because Ziu is a suffix that can only be appended to the 56 official recognized Minzu. The same logic applies to the non-official names of recognized Minzu. For example, whereas Majuo is recognized as another name for Naxi, there is no such thing as a Majuo Ziu. Not all of the unrecognized groups of China are found within one or another of the 56 Minzu, however. There is also a broad, miscellaneous category known as the yet-to-be classified Minzu, which in the census of 1990 totaled some 749,341 people. 33 For Yunnan, this category predominantly encompasses those ethnonymic groups living along the border between China and Southeast Asia, particularly between China and Burma. In recent years, and particularly with the rise of the domestic tourism industry, this so-called 57th Minzu has become the focus of increasing attention among China's new class of tech-savvy cultural connoisseurs. Outside of the 56 Minzu, one blogger asks, how many Minzu are there that have not been recognized? 34 sites detail the names, locations, and cultural practices of many such hidden flowers, complete with photographs. On March 16, 2007, user Lu Jianlin posted at length on the yet-to-be classified Minzu, declaring that their intangible culture completely fulfills the country's standards for being protected. We cannot forget the yet-to-be classified Minzu of the Southwest. 35. Plumbing the depths of absentia even further, one finds ethnonymic communities that stand outside of both the 56 Minzu model and the semi-official category of yet-to-be classified. These communities might be termed the orphans of infrastructure within China's ethnotaxonomic system, to borrow a term from Susan Lee. 36 Looking again at the 1960 follow-up investigation, we see that in multiple cases, researchers were simply unable to find many of the communities that had been left unexamined in 1954. Undertook field research, the 1960 report explained, and found that certain ethnonyms either no longer exist, or that we were unable to determine their location. In all, 15 ethnonymic groups fell through the cracks in this way, including the Ahe, Boe, Daxi, Deng, Jaomayan, Ji, Kapan, Laxu, Li, Menghua, Mentong, Masu, Nani, Panan, and one category whose ethnonym is illegible in the report. As such, the report continued, there was no way for us to create preliminary opinions regarding their ethnic categorization. 37. During the same investigation, nearly 30 other ethnonymic groups were also dismissed outright, once again for reasons of population size. For unidentified groups with populations greater than 1,000, the team was to conduct on-site investigation and submit preliminary conclusions as to their categorical status. For those with populations between 100 and 1,000 people, the goal was a general understanding and the collection of relevant research material. In the case of ethnonymic groups whose populations fell beneath 20 person each, however, the report explained that they cannot possibly form the special characteristics of a standalone Minzu. 38 These included the Aban, Ahe, Ali, Alago, Ani, Aing, Gui, He, Hanja, Jin, Kijia, La, Lanswa, Longzi, Meng, Misi, Mofeng, Malugo, Nawa, Nini, Pingtu, Poke, Pu, Puni, Sanjiao, Xiaotu, Talan, Tang, Wei, Wu, Yao, and the Zone. 39 No attempt was made to investigate these registrants, not even to merge them with other Minzu. To be unrecognized is not the same as being non-existent, however. As demonstrated in recent anthropological work, many unrecognized groups can be found in exactly the same counties and townships where census officials encountered them in 1953 and 1954. Indeed, over the recent decades, a familiar cast of characters has undertaken an investigation of these groups, including Western sojourners and Chinese ethnologists. In Operation China, a manual published in 2000, Paul Hattaway set out to outline all the peoples of China in order to assist missionaries in their work of conversion. Targeted at a very particular audience, the report presents data on the geographic location and population of different communities, as well as the degree to which each had never heard the gospel, been evangelized but did not become Christians, or were adherents to any form of Christianity. For our purposes, what is fascinating about this text is the list of groups it includes, many of which are identical to those one finds in the unpublished census data of 1953 to 54. Moreover, many appear in precisely the same locales, with population statistics that, while they certainly cannot be taken at face value, nevertheless seem to correspond in some measure to the statistics from 5 decades earlier. 41. In Xishuangbanna, for example, the Ake appeared in the 1953-54 census with a population of 1,002, and the Sanda with 459.42 circa 1985 and 1996. The same ethnonymic groups were found, with populations of roughly 1,000 each. 43 in Mile County, the Aj was registered in the first census with a population of 12,925 people. 44 county reports in 1984 registered this group once again, estimating its population at 36,447.45. Zhengma and Zhenkang counties also remain home to one of the larger unrecognized non-Han groups, the Benran, although a sharp drop in population figures suggest dramatic changes in the region. Registered in 1953 and 1954 with a population of 12,412 in Zhengma and 13,798 in Zhenkang, a recent report from 1995 listed the same group with a collective population of only 1,000.46 in Xinping County. The self-identified Lala group was registered in 1953-54 with a total population of 7,039 people. 47 According to a report from 1999, they numbered 28,700 in the county, and 38,000 regionally. 48 In the county of Yongsheng, the self-registered Lud appeared in the inaugural census with a population of 105, the Tago with a total of 1,207 people, and the Naza with 430. In a 1999 report, the Lud were estimated at 1,400, the Tago with a total of 3,500, and the Naza with a population of 1,300.49. The counties of Wuxi and Jiang, each home to only one self-defined Malimasha registrant in the early PRC, are now home to an estimated 100 Malimasha families. 50 Gaju and Menzi counties remain a center of the Muji, registered in 1953-54 with a combined population of 10,085, and in 1999 with over 50,000. 51 Likewise, Lijiang remains a center of the Tanglang ethnonymic group, registered in the first census with 586 people, and decades later with 947.52. As these figures remind us, a community need not be seen by the state in order to maintain their coherence through time. Christian missionaries have not been the only community to demonstrate interest toward the unrecognized non-Han communities of China. In recent years, there has also emerged a latent ethnological activism among Chinese anthropologists and linguists. In 1992, linguist Sun Hongkai of the Chinese Academy of Social Sciences commenced work on a multi-part series dealing with the newly discovered languages of China, some of which are none other than those spoken by communities who failed to receive recognition during the classification. 53 Whereas the authors of the series never go so far as to refer to these groups as Ziu, their central thesis that is, that there are multiple, distinct languages in China that cannot legitimately be categorized as belonging to one or another of the existing 56 Minzi borders precariously close to taxonomic revisionism. This is particularly true when we consider the centrality of linguistics within the original classification, as the foregoing discussion has shown. Even more intriguing, there is strong evidence at this point that Chinese ethnologists are once again advancing theories that press and strain against the ethnotaxonomic orthodoxy preserved and demanded by state authorities. In the 1930s and 1940s, as we have seen, Chinese ethnologists were forced to deploy multiple strategies in the face of a Chinese regime committed to a particular definition of Minzu. Circa 2008, it would appear that some ethnologists are once again up to their old iconoclastic tricks. Unable to apply the term Minzu to anyone but the officially recognized peoples, some scholars on the mainland have begun to adopt the Taiwanese neologism Zucan as their new approximation of the English term ethnic group 54. Whereas the dynamics of this shift have yet to reveal themselves fully, I would suggest that one reason for this is once again political. It enables Chinese ethnologists to engage in the discussion of ethnicity without violating the dictates of the officially sacrosanct model, to move away from being prisoners of the science imposed upon them by the Communist Party, as Stephen Harrell has phrased it. 55 So long as non-recognized ethnicities are not referred to as Ziyu, and so long as no suggestion is made that the Chinese garden is home to more than 56 flowers, then anthropologists and linguists are free to refer to any Zucan that they please. Nevertheless, the development of such a counter-discourse once again raises the prospect for a theoretically grounded subversion, as it did in the first half of the 20th century. Conclusion. A history of the future. The ethnic classification project portrayed in these pages is Herculean and fragile all at once. The project was monumental, as one can sense most palpably in the way it has saturated all subsequent modes of Chinese ethnological knowledge and formed a prism through which our understanding of Chinese ethnicity and the Chinese nation-state is unavoidably refracted. Whether in the arena of administrative geography, language planning, family planning regulations, consumer culture, education, print and broadcast journalism, scholarship, or otherwise, these categories of Minzu identity serve as the persistent identifiers. They are the anchors to which a wide array of knowledge, policies, sentiments, and actions are grounded. At the same time, we have seen how the project was undertaken by researchers and political authorities who faced highly stringent time constraints, and produced results that, left to their own devices, were powerless to bring about a convergence between the state's discourse on Minzu and the practical languages of ethnic identity at the local level. 1 Rather, the success of the classification has depended upon unceasing efforts by the communist state to intervene through a wide array of social engineering projects, public education, museums, dance performances, standardization of minority languages, the training of minority cadres, and so forth. To the extent that such post-classification programs have proven effective, the 56 Minzu model has become more taken for granted, more commonsensical, and thus for all intents and purposes, more accurate. The more accurate the official demographic paradigm becomes, in turn, the more the ethnotaxonomic theories of Republican Chinese ethnologists and the ethnic classification researchers are naturalized as simply a job well done, a prophetic history of the future. In other words, the accuracy of the taxonomic conclusions of the 1954 classification project has changed over time. When we survey the literature on ethnic minorities in contemporary China, evidence strongly suggests that the vector of such historical change has been in the direction of greater accuracy. According to the work of numerous anthropologists, it would appear that minority groups in contemporary China really do seem to identify themselves more or less in accordance with the Minzu designations put forth by the 1954 team. As quoted in the epigraph of the preceding chapter, Stephen Harrell has noted that the ontological status of the category Yi, while constituting a fascinating question for foreign scholars interested in problematizing China's current ethnotaxonomic orthodoxy, no longer seems to be a vexing problem for Yi people themselves. Mac Ayres has noted a similar situation among the Bai and Zhuang, as has Louisa Shine for the Miao, and both Drew Gladney and Jonathan Lipman with respect to the Hui. 2 This trend makes a great deal of sense, especially when we consider that, with each passing year, more and more citizens are born into the 56 Minzu model. Unlike the 8 interviewees examined in Chapter 4, who the state would have to transition into the new ethnotaxonomic model through processes of persuasion work, their grandchildren will have been born Yi. Thus, while there remains a certain degree of resistance, Colin McAra's points to dissatisfaction among the Shuitian and Su Wucheng to the Gajia of Kazhu. Overall, such resistance has been eclipsed by compliance. Point 3. As Lippmann notes, the communist state has been remarkably successful in imposing the language of the Minzu paradigm on its entire population, including scholars and intellectuals of the minority nationalities themselves, for the prophecy seems to be coming true, with the potential Minzu categories outlined during the classification becoming more actual every year. To say that the classification is becoming more accurate, however, is not to say that the 56 Minzu model is self-sustaining or invulnerable. One need only place the contemporary model within a broader historical framework, viewing it, for example, alongside the history of the late Qing, to know that no ethnotaxonomic discourse can ever become fully self-sustaining. Its continuity requires perpetual management by the state and continued participation by the people. As Kevin Caffrey notes, the classification project is part of a process, and it does not end, since the strength of its social effect remains largely reliant upon acts of reaffirmation and renewal in the post-project world. Point 5. Without these, the system can readily fall into decline or, more simply, return to a state of taxonomic polyphony. When this happens, however, the 56 Minzu model will not simply dissolve, nor will the ethnotaxonomy of the future return to anything like the pre-classification period. By the present day, it occupies a far too central role in the common sense of modern China to simply disappear. Rather, it will become the building blocks of a new order, stripped and salvaged for parts in much the same way that late imperial texts were dismantled and repurposed by Chinese ethnologists in the 1930s and 1940s. Whatever world comes next, it will surely be built out of and not simply atop the world that presently exists. The classification will forever constitute a vital part of Chinese history, whatever the future holds in store.